The Shifter's Stolen Fae is Book 1 in the Wicked Fae series. Written by Amelia Shaw. Published by Google Play and narrated by the AI voices of Melissa and Mason. Copyright owned by Harley Romance Publishing, 2022. Thank you to my team. The amazing Jiz from Blackbird covers for my cover, and Carolyn from Right edits for her help in making this book shine. Chapter 1. Aurelia. I sprinted through the city center and past the wards into the witch market. My kind weren't welcome in this part of Dallas, but I had little choice in the matter. I pulled my hood lower over my face and did my best to keep away from the other patrons. The apothecary was my target, so as I approached the shop I hurried to the door, then scurried inside. The woman who owned the shop ignored me until I walked up to the counter with my purchase. "You don't belong here, girl," the woman sneered. "I only serve witches, not filthy beasts like you." "I need this for my mother," I said firmly, pushing the purchase across the glass counter. She knew exactly who my adoptive mother was, and wouldn't question the fact I was here to buy something for her. But the shop owner loved to look down upon me, and hassled me any time I came in, on behalf of the woman who'd taken me in. "It's the same song and dance every time. One of these days you won't have her to hide behind mutt," she grumbled but rang up my purchase all the same. Anger rose in gut, making my fingers tighten into fists and my jaw clench tight. "I'm not a shifter," I wanted to scream, but it was easier for everyone to think that. The alternative was too dangerous for me. My wings fluttered at my back, thankfully still glamored from prying eyes. I took the bag the woman thrust back at me, then shuffled from the shop. "I need to get home." I wove through the crowd, careful to keep my wings from brushing any unsuspecting witches or shifters. "Watch it," I said as a man bumped into my back and I shivered at the strange pain that came with the move. "Shit, my wings are sensitive today." "Well, hello there, pretty. I didn't see you there." The man turned to stare at me with a sinister smile and sniffed the air around me. He was trying to work out what I was, and I couldn't have that. Not today. Not any day. I bowed my head and skirted around him, cursing my temper. I should have just kept moving. But the man's hand latched around my arm in a bruising grip, stopping me from going any further. "I don't want any trouble," I ground out between my teeth. His eyes trailed over me as he pulled my hood down. "What are you?" He pulled me closer to him. "I'm none of your concern," I spat and wrenched my arm from his grip. "I think you are." He reached for me again, but I raced away before he could catch me. Shouts followed me as I pushed through other patrons to escape. "Does he know what I am? How the hell could he smell me like that?" "That shifter girl stole from me," the man bellowed from behind me. "Stop her." Shit. I rushed through the market, but the man had caused a stir, and more witches pointed at me to aid in my capture. "I didn't steal anything, he's crazy," I shouted as I passed several women who glared at me and then started screaming to help the man capture me. "Freaking witches," I grumbled under my breath, ducking into an alley. Several men in black uniforms ran past the opening to the alley, as I hid behind a large garbage skip. The scent of rotting garbage made me retch. "Gods, that's disgusting." I gripped the bag that I got from the apothecary as I stepped out from behind the dumpster, and scanned the area for the closest threat. How the fuck do I get out of this mess? The man who started the chase stepped into the mouth of the alley and grinned at me. "You really are a pretty one, and you will make me some good money." His eyes twinkled as he stepped closer. "I'm not going to make you anything," I growled at him as I scanned the alley for a possible escape. There was a fence behind me, leading to an alley. Can I fly over the fence without being seen? He obviously already knows what I am, but what's on the other side? Will humans see me? I can't risk it. Can I? Something flashed in the man's hand and my eyes widened at the silver weapon. Is that a gun? Is he going to shoot me with iron? I shuddered. "Are you going to shoot me?" I asked with a raised brow. Being pumped full of iron was not my idea of fun. "This thing?" he asked, flashing me a grin as he waved his gun around. "It won't kill you, it will just make you sleepy so I can get you where we're going." "I'm not going anywhere with you." I sneered and unfurled my wings. He couldn't see them, but it made me feel better to know I could act. "I need to get home." My mother was waiting for the medicine that I'd bought. I needed to get it to her before it was too late. Oh, but you don't have a choice. Do you know what will happen if the other witches see your wings? He asked with a grin. My stomach fell as I pulled my wings back to my body. He knows what I am and what the witches will do if they figure it out. Shit. You can threaten me all you want. I can take care of myself, I said and crossed my arms over my chest. What if I'm not threatening you? He asked with a raised brow. What if I'm promising you a better life? I laughed at his words and pointed to the metal object in his hand. That looks like enough of a threat to me. I don't need your help or a better life. I'm perfectly fine where I am. He raised the gun with a frown. I knew he had no intention of letting me go. I unfurled my wings behind me. My freedom was more important than wherever he thought I would have a better life. Even if I'm outed to the witches, it's still better than whatever plans this mercenary has for me. I crouched down, ready to jump in the air. My wings weren't used to flying since I had been banned from doing so my whole life, but I would use whatever advantage I had to get away from the tranquilizer gun that was pointed at my heart. Stop, he shouted and cocked the gun. I would rather take you in willingly. There are things you should know. Bullshit, I said, shaking my head. There's nothing you can tell me that I don't already know. Really? He chuckled. I would have to disagree on that. My employer would very much like to tell you the truth about who and what you are. I burst into a fit of laughter as I bounced on the balls of my feet and jumped into the air. Stop, the man shouted, and a soft click sounded when he pulled the trigger. I soared up above the chain link fence behind me and even higher when a pinch to my shoulder made me flinch. An iron bullet. Shit. It got me. I landed on the concrete at the other end of the alley and stumbled. My head was spinning as I leaned against the wall. Don't stop. You have to keep going. He knows where you are. The mental pep talk barely helped as I shook away the fog from my brain. I took a few stumbling steps before getting my bearings and remembering where I was. I was still inside the wards and only a couple of blocks away from home. I can do this. I pulled my hood over my head and strolled out into the bustling crowd, attempting to get lost in the shuffle. I couldn't afford for the man to catch up to me again. He couldn't find me. I needed to get home with the medicine for my mother. It only took about 15 minutes before I saw the little Italian restaurant our apartment sat above, and I swayed on my feet as I rounded the corner to the alley where the fire escape sat. I crawled up the ladder, barely able to hold my eyes open. My eyes blinking groggily as the poison from the lead coursed through me. How am I going to give Mother her medicine when I can barely keep my eyes open? I made it to the balcony outside our downtown apartment and crawled to the window. My arms were as weak as jelly as I lifted the window and rolled inside the living room. The plush carpet broke my fall and I groaned and pushed to my knees. I held my head in my hands as I blinked my eyes to clear the black spots in my vision. Just a little while longer. I need to get the tincture to her. I crawled across the beige carpet of the living room, not even noticing the cream walls. My sole focus was on the door at the end of the hall. My arms shook and I slumped to the floor just outside my mother's door. I'm so tired. I need to sleep. My vision swirled again as I battled past the fatigue and reached for the handle, but came up short as my eyes closed again. A muffled moan woke me up and my eyes shot open. How long have I been asleep, and why am I on the floor in the hallway? My brain was fuzzy as my gaze hit the cream-colored door of my mother's bedroom, and my fist tightened, crinkling the small plastic bag in my hand. The tincture. Shit. Is Mother okay? Another muffled moan sounded and I winced, pulling myself to standing. Mother. I called through the door as I cracked it open. The room was dark just as I left it, and my mother's still form was on the bed. I took 2 large steps in her direction, holding out the medicine for her, but stopped short. How long was I out from that tranquilizer? Is she okay? Mother's chest didn't rise and fall like it should, and pain lanced through my chest. No, she can't be gone. She's the only person I have in the world. Tears blurred my vision as I sat heavily at the edge of her bed. She hadn't been a great mother to me. I'd been little more than a slave to her, but she had shielded me from those who would have wanted me dead, or for even more nefarious purposes. Like that man in the market. I hunched over her body, her skin cold to the touch, and whispered the words of the witch's last rites. I hated that she was gone, and that it was my fault for getting caught by that man in the market. If I ever see him again, I will kill him where he stands. My mother wouldn't have wanted me to waste time. She would have wanted me to run from those who would suspect foul play in her death. She'd often told me that if something happened to her, I needed to run far and fast. Even as the tears coursed down my cheeks, I resolved what I would do. Mother had not given birth to me. She had found me and saved me. Given me a roof over my head. Food. Clothing. Now I refused to be caught and killed or used. I would finally be free, because that is what she had wanted for me. I wiped a tear from my eye as I whispered one last prayer, hoping it would take her into the afterlife before turning and leaving the room. I didn't know where I was going, or how I would survive, but I would. But I would do it for her, the one person who ever cared that I would be more than I was perceived to be, or I would die trying. Jumping to my feet, I marched into the small room that I called my own. It wasn't really a bedroom, more of a closet with blankets and some clothes stacked on the floor, but it had been mine. I packed a bag and got ready to leave when someone pounded on the front door. Bang. 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 Shit. Did someone see me? Are they here to take me away? My head swiveled and I looked between the front door and my bedroom window, indecision warring within me. My own self-preservation won out just as Mother would have wanted. I opened the window, climbing down the fire escape toward freedom. I had no place to go and no clue what I was going to do, but I had to run for my life and hope I could figure it all out along the way.
Chapter 2. Gray. What do you mean you lost her? I growled at the half-fi bounty hunter in front of me. She flew out of the alley. She didn't want it to be caught. He paced in front of me, grunting and growling, carrying on like an idiot. The scent of his fear permeated the room, nearly making me gag. I leaned back in my chair and tilted my head back so the smell wasn't so bad. I need patience to deal with idiots. I can't just kill my best bounty hunter. How did an untrained girl get away from you? I couldn't wrap my head around it. My people were all well trained. I made sure of it when I brought them in. She's not just any untrained girl. She looks like she's been hiding in plain sight her whole life, he said on a groan. How is that possible? I wondered. How did a powerful Fae go unnoticed for years? No clue, but I watched her go into an apothecary shop, talk to the staff, and come out with a bag before I confirmed what she was. He took a seat, flopping down in the chair across from my desk. Shit. Who is this girl, and how do we find her? A knock sounded on the door. Come in. Boss, they're ready for you in the ring, Layla, my second-in-command, said as she opened the door. I stood and buttoned my suit jacket. Find out everything you can about that girl. I want to know where she has been and who she is by the end of the day, I barked at the man before he scurried from the room. Possible new recruit? Layla asked as she walked by my side through the door. Not a possible recruit. She evaded Dan. But she'll work for me one way or another. I stabbed at the button to the elevator. You think you can force her hand? Layla asked with a raised brow. The elevator dinged and I stepped inside, clenching my fists. She will come work for me. I won't take no for an answer. We'll make sure she is so desperate that she has no other choice, I grunted, crossing my arms as I leaned back against the wall of the elevator. Are you sure that's wise? Layla asked, hitting the button for the basement level. Are you questioning my authority, Layla? I turned my glare on her. No one was allowed to question my authority, ever. Layla's back stiffened and her fear filled the small elevator. No, boss. I'm just wondering if that is the right choice if you want the girl to trust you and be loyal to you. What do you suggest then? I asked. Have Dan watch her for a couple days and find out about her. Then pursue her from there. She stepped out of the elevator. The fluorescent lights in the basement made me wince. My eyesight was too good for such harsh lighting, but I needed to be here. It helped with morale when the boss showed up for challenges. The large group of supernaturals in the underground space grew quiet at our entrance. Whispers filled the air, but at least the noise level was now manageable to my oversensitive hearing. Who do we have today and what's the grievance? I asked, my tone bored. One of the trolls was disrespected by a shifter and called the challenge, Layla sighed. Why am I here over something so petty? I grumbled and moved closer to the ring. It's going to be a bloodbath. Trolls were notoriously stupid and had little magic of their own, but they made up for it with brute strength. With my fighting ring canceling out magic, it affected them the least. It will be a good fight. Layla shrugged. She wasn't wrong. Shifters could still shift inside the ring, so the two would be somewhat evenly matched. Layla stepped forward and into the ring, then put her hands up to get the attention of the supernaturals in the room. You know the rules. Once you step into the ring, you will not be able to use your magic. If you step out of the ring, you lose the challenge. We don't need anyone to die today. We go until someone is unable to continue or until someone steps out of the ring, Layla called to the crowd. She waved both contestants into the ring, and I took a seat in the front row, resting my elbow on the armrest. I should have been out searching for the Faerie that had eluded Dan, or in my office planning the next job. I had artifacts to find and no one who was qualified to locate them. The troll and the shifter stepped into the ring, and the troll roared out his challenge. The crowd erupted in cheers as the shifter turned into a Siberian tiger. The troll challenged Karma. I asked Layla as she sat down next to me. Interesting. I leaned forward in my chair, a little more excited about the fight now that I recognized our best fighter. The troll had to know what he was getting himself into. If he didn't, he'd soon learn. The troll charged, one meaty fist in the air as he swiped at the tiger. Karma easily dodged the blow and slashed at the troll's side. He bellowed in pain as blood sprayed all over Karma's white fur. She backed away again, dodging the troll's arms as he attempted to wrap them around her neck. He's too slow. How did he expect to beat Karma with nothing but brute strength? Stupid troll is going to die because of his ego. We don't need supernaturals like that in the Syndicate, I told Layla with a frown. He's a good bodyguard for hire. She shrugged, never taking her eyes from the fight. A roar filled the air, bringing my attention back to the fight. Karma shook her head as if to clear it and leapt away from the troll's grasping hands. Karma just needs to end this already, I said. I looked down at my watch, bored with this cat-and-mouse game she was playing. Dan better have information for me soon. I snapped my gaze back up to the fight as yelling broke out. Karma had the troll's head between her huge jaws, and he was slapping the ground, tapping out. Weak. I shook my head in disgust and stood waving to Layla. Take him to the cells. He needs to know the punishment for being weak in the Syndicate, I said, and Layla nodded as she ran off to do as I commanded. I dusted imaginary lint off my jacket and turned back to the elevator, checking my phone along the way. We didn't get service in the basement even with the amount of magic we have here, but if I didn't have a voicemail from Dan by the time I got up to my office, we were going to have a problem. I stabbed at the button for my private elevator and walked in the doors. The eye pushed the button for my floor and rode it to the top of the building. The elevator's ding caught my attention just before the doors opened. I strode from the elevator and down the hall to my office and slammed the door behind me. I blew out a breath of relief. Silence. My oversensitive hearing could only take so much. The cheering and hollering had been headache-inducing. The shrill ring of my phone made me groan, and I picked it up. What is it, Dan? I asked shortly, pinching my nose between my fingers. I went to the apothecary and asked about the girl, he said hesitantly. And? I ground out. Get to the point. I need this girl working for me. I need her like now. The apothecary said that she's a foster kid of a well-known witch. She gave me the address, but he trailed off. Dan, if you don't get to the point, I'm locking you in the cells for a week, I growled. I went to the address, but there were cops all over and a woman being taken out on a stretcher, dead, he said slowly. I grinned. I don't even have to make sure she's desperate. She's already lost the only person who ever cared for her. Where was the girl? Was she there? I asked. She's not here. I think she got spooked when her caregiver died, he said with a grunt. Do you have a name? I growled. I'll text it to you, boss, he said, sounding worried. Is he being watched? He better not let anything come between me and this Faerie girl. Find her. She can't have gotten far. I doubt she has money or anything that can help her. She's going to need the Syndicate. Whether she likes it or not, I said, and hung up the phone. I sat in the chair behind my desk, grinning as I opened my laptop. The news about the passing of an influential witch and her ward going missing would already be hitting Soup's social media. As soon as Dan texted me the girl's name, I could put out an order. No one would ignore the king of the Syndicate. A text came through within seconds. Aurelia is an exquisite name. I got to work on social media, not where just anyone could find it though. My own encrypted network of Soups would put the word out for me quickly. If anyone saw her, they would tell me, and I made sure that no one would offer her work or a place to stay. I grinned and sat back in my seat with a self-satisfied smile. It paid to be the king of the Syndicate. No one would cross me and the Fae girl would be mine.
Chapter 3. Aurelia. No one in the soup areas of the city would help me. Shifters and witches alike could tell that I was different, but couldn't tell how. That always bred suspicion that I couldn't change. I walked into yet another soup-ran motel, this one seedier than the others, and prayed to whatever gods were listening that they would give me a room for the night. "We don't serve your kind here," the man behind the counter grunted, his face down in a book. He was some kind of a shifter, but I couldn't tell what. "And what exactly is my kind?" I asked indignantly, sticking my nose in the air. "Surely this shifter can't tell what I am." "Your kind means pampered princesses who aren't shifters," he sneered at me. He sat forward in his chair, his hawk-like nose turned up in disgust. "Pampered princess?" I scoffed. "What is this shifter's deal? Pampered princess? Right. I'd been practically a slave to my foster mother." My eyes watered at the thought of her laying cold in her bed, as I escaped out the window. I hope someone gave her the rights that she deserved. "That's all you heard, girl? You didn't hear me say you ain't a shifter?" He shook his head and waved me off. I turned to leave when he spoke up again. "Wait, come here," he sighed. "What's your name?" "Aurelia," I answered, even though it was probably a bad idea. Who knew if people were looking for me to ask questions about my mother's death? "Aurelia, huh? Okay, Aurelia, this one night I'll make an exception for you." He nodded and grabbed a key from the wall. I frowned at him but stepped forward anyway, not about to turn down the offer of a place to sleep for the night. Is this a trap? Am I going to wake up to police at my door, or other bad characters like the man from the market? I shook my head to clear it. I couldn't think about that with my eyes drooping. I needed somewhere to sleep, and this was the only place that would give me a room. Tomorrow I would have to make money and find a new place to stay, but at least for tonight I could have some rest and grieve my mother. I handed the man some cash for the room rate, and he took it with a grimace before handing me a key. "Checkout is at 11. I better not see you again until then." I grabbed the key before storming out the door and around the building. It was a normal door key, and not a fancy electronic keycard like most places use now. I followed the numbers on the wall until I found the room with the matching number. The key stuck in the door, and I had to jiggle it carefully so it didn't break. When I finally opened the door to the musty motel room, I sighed heavily. It wasn't the best place I'd ever stayed, and I couldn't remember if it was the worst since I had few memories of where I grew up before coming to live with Mother. The bed was bigger than I was used to, but I slept on blankets on the carpeted floor before, so that was nothing special. I flopped on the bed and sneezed as dust flew up from the comforter. If the place is this unused, then why'd he get so huffy about my kind being here? I shook my head. There was no point in trying to figure out other people's prejudices. I just needed a place to rest and regroup. Surely someone will be willing to help me until I figure out what I'm going to do. Standing up, I pulled the comforter off the bed and piled it on the floor in the corner before cranking the AC unit. It was warm even in the evenings in Dallas during the summer. I flopped down on the bed and pulled my small bag closer. Everything I had in the world fit into a small backpack. Pathetic. I am pathetic. I grabbed an old t-shirt to sleep in. It was too big for me and easily covered me in case something happened and I needed to run. I wandered into the cramped bathroom and turned on the shower. Even turned all the way to scalding, the water gets maybe lukewarm. It will have to do. I strip down and step under the spray. It doesn't help unlock my tired, tense muscles the way it would have if I was at home, and the thought brings tears to my eyes. The only mother I had ever known was dead. She may not have been particularly kind to me, but she had protected me. I let the tears fall, allowing myself to cry for tonight. I let myself be weak in this tiny motel room because when I left here, I would need to be strong. I tilted my head back into the spray, wetting my hair. I didn't bring my shampoo or essentials with me when I left in a hurry. Damn it. I shut the water off and grabbed the scratchy towel, eyeing it with disdain, and decided to use my air magic to dry myself instead. Warm air caressed my skin, and I sighed in relief as my hair dried instantly. It was a nest without any of my hair products, but I didn't have another choice at this point in time. I pulled the t-shirt over my head and twisted my hair up into a messy bun. It would have to do for sleeping. A knock on the door made me jump, then I freeze on the spot. Who could that be? The shifter at the front desk was serious when he'd said he didn't want to see me until morning. I moved into action and shoved my stuff back in the bag and scanned the room for another exit. Do I have to jump out another window today? I slunk quietly around the room, then over to the drab curtains in front of the window. I peeked out the side into the darkening night. It was eerily still outside, but another knock came at the door, more urgent this time. Shit. What am I going to do? Reaching for the window, I tried and failed to shove it open. The damn thing was stuck. Could I use my magic to push it? What if I broke it? Aurelia, I know you're in there. I just want to talk, someone shouted through the locked door. I would recognize that voice anywhere. It's the man from the market. I pushed down my rage. This wasn't the time to lash out at the man who'd inadvertently caused my mother's death. I blew out a breath to control my raging emotions and pulled my air magic to me to try to push the window open, but it wouldn't budge. No point in trying the window, Aurelia. I have the place surrounded, the man called out again. Why surround the motel if you just want to talk? I shouted back at him, angry that he somehow found out who I was and where I was staying. You have proven slippery. Open the door so we can talk. I know what happened today, he said softer this time. Who fucking cares if I break out a window? I let my magic fill me, and a cyclone of air smashed at the window. Shattering glass filled the air and shards hit the floor like tinkling diamonds. Shit, the man yelled and slammed through the door. Aurelia, don't. You have nowhere else to go. Anywhere is better than where you want to take me, I said and directed the cyclone toward him. It tore through the room upending furniture and kicked up all the dust as it barreled toward him. He jumped to the side at the last second, escaping major injury. I jumped up on the windowsill and leaped out into the humid night air. He was right about one thing. I had nowhere else to go, but I would die before I went with him. My bare feet slapped against the concrete and pain sliced through them as glass crunched beneath me. Ow! I brushed the glass from my feet and sprinted into the night. I didn't dare attempt to fly like last time. It would bring enough attention to me running through the shifter side of Dallas in an oversized t-shirt without shoes. My wings fluttered uselessly at my back, and I pulled them in tighter to me so they wouldn't slow my pace. I ducked down a side street and stopped to catch my breath and listen for anyone following me. The night was eerily silent, and the scent of rotting garbage hit me like a freight train, nearly making me gag. Where is he? I know he's still following me. I peeked around the corner and scanned the street. It was silent. Not a soul in sight, but I couldn't let myself relax or be fooled by a false sense of security like I had at the hotel. I rushed down the side street as silently as I could. I needed to get to the human part of the city. No soups would bother me there. The only problem was, I had never left the soup side of the city. How would I even get there? At the end of the street, lights blared overhead and I winced. It would be safer to get away from the man who was chasing me, but the way I was dressed would raise all kinds of red flags to anyone who was around. I stepped behind a dumpster and dug in my bag for a pair of leggings and my flip-flops. They would be hell to run in, but at least they were shoes. I put them on quickly and peeked out to the brightly lit street. There were people milling around and a bar down the block with patrons spilling out onto the street, talking and laughing amongst themselves. It would be the perfect place to get lost in the crowd and plan my next move. I pulled my wings even tighter to my back, making sure that my glamour was firmly in place. Then I took a deep breath and stepped out onto the busy street, weaving my way through the crowd and trying not to let my wings brush against anyone like I had earlier. I kept peeking over my shoulder and scanning the area behind me. My gaze searched for the man who had ruined my life and refused to give up his search for me. What the hell is his deal? Why does he keep looking for me? I turned around too late and hit a brick wall. Well, not a brick wall, but the man's chest that I face-planted into felt like it. Ow, I said and grabbed my sore nose to soothe the hurt. I'm sorry, a rich voice met my ears and I glanced up and into mesmerizing blue eyes. No, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention, I said and peeked over my shoulder again. A familiar face pushed through the crowd and I widened my eyes. Are you okay? The man's eyebrows creased in concern. I'm fine. I have to go. I tried to rush past him, but he sidestepped in my way. What's the rush? Are you in some kind of trouble? He asked, looking me up and down. Yeah, my clothes completely give it away. No, I'm fine. I just really need to go. I glanced over my shoulder again. My pursuer was stuck in the crowd, but was getting closer every second. I turned back to those bright blue eyes and groaned. His eyes weren't on me but over my head, seeing the man pursuing me most likely. I'm sorry. I really need to go. Let me give you a ride. It's dangerous to walk the streets at night, he said, stepping closer to me. I'm fine. I'm tough, I said with a small smile and turned away, my cheeks heating in a blush. Why am I embarrassed? He's just a man. A gorgeous man with ebony hair that's a little too long and the bluest eyes I have ever seen, but still just a man. Please, I insist. My name is Gray. He grinned, touching my arm to lead me somewhere. Aurelia, I said, and let him lead me away. Shit. What am I gonna do now? He's going to know within minutes that I have nowhere to go.
Chapter 4. Gray. My shoulders stiffened at the realization of what this fairy was to me. Mate. I peered over my shoulder at Dan, and gave him an imperceptible shake of my head as I moved my hand from her arm to the small of her back. She shivered at the contact but didn't step away. What was that all about? I couldn't see or feel her wings. Were they out all the time and simply glamored? Or was it my touch that made her shiver? Aurelia, that's a beautiful name, I said with a grin. Where are you going? She chewed her lip and stared at the ground, uncomfortable. She fidgeted with her hands, wringing them together. I don't know, she whispered. She blinked her beautiful green eyes up at me. Tears filled her eyes, but she wouldn't let the tears fall. Our mate is strong, my wolf said in my head. Were you just going to wander around the streets of Dallas all night? I asked, the growl in my tone unmistakable. I hadn't planned on it. I had a place, but I can't go back there now. She glared at me with indignation, which made the edges of my lips curl in amusement. It had been years and years since anyone had looked at me like that. What happened? I asked. I know what happened because I sent Dan there to find her. I should have known I'd have to do the job myself. She was a tricky little thing, and after what had happened in the market today, I should have expected she would try to run from Dan again. Nothing, she sighed. I just can't go back. I know of a place that helps people with nowhere else to go. I shrugged, playing it nonchalant, but in reality, I was hanging on her every word. No, that's okay. I'll find somewhere else to go. She shook her head and stepped away from me. I dropped my hand and shook my head. I can't in good conscience leave you out on the streets to fend for yourself. The shifters will smell the desperation on you. Her eyes widened and she gasped. She turned her head, scanning the area for an escape, and my nostrils flared. My wolf beat at my chest, excited for a chase. She wanted to run, and her fear smelled divine. I did my best to keep my expression neutral, but with my heart hammering away in my chest and adrenaline zinging along my veins, it wasn't east. You're a soup, Aurelia mumbled, wringing her hands together. I am. I nodded, taking a tentative step toward her. Are you with the man chasing me? She took another step back, only exciting my wolf more. Stop, Aurelia. I'm barely holding it together, and if you run, my wolf will give chase. I held my hands up in surrender. I took a large step away from her, even though it killed me to do it. Are you with him? She bit out between gritted teeth. No, I lied. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He didn't know I was there, and I hadn't planned on running into the beautiful Faerie. But you knew I was being chased. I watched you look at him over my head. Aurelia crossed her arms over her chest, pushing her breasts up in that ratty old t-shirt. I bit back a groan at the sight of her. My cock stiffened to the point of pain as she stood before me. The leggings and baggy t-shirt did nothing to hide her curves from my greedy eyes. My wolf howled in my head in agreement. He wanted to sink his teeth into her and make her ours. Not yet. We need her. Don't scare her off. I did know you were being chased. It's why I can't let you roam Dallas by yourself tonight. Let me help you, I said softly. I stared into her eyes and hoped she'd be able to see my plea. Please do not make me chase you. I didn't want to be the monster she saw Dan as being. If my wolf had anything to say about Aurelia's role, she would become much more to me than just a means to an end. Shit. This is not how I saw this playing out. I can take care of myself, Aurelia said. I escaped him twice today already. Why is he after you? I asked. I don't know, Aurelia admitted softly. Why would you run if you don't know what he wants? I asked with a frown. He never got a chance to tell her what he wanted. She wasn't running from the Syndicate specifically. She stared at me like I was an idiot. That was new. No one dared look at me the way this Faerie woman just did. I'm a woman and no one seems to know what I am, so when someone figures it out, I bolt. She shrugged and turned away from me. Aurelia scanned the signs on the cross street we were standing on and stormed down the street to the right. Aurelia, wait. I jogged down the street after her. What did you mean by that? Nothing, Aurelia called over her shoulder but never stopped. Tamping my wolf's instincts down was trying my patience as I finally caught up to her and touched her arm. Tingles erupted up my spine and I groaned. Just let me help you. I can give you safety and a job. I don't need your pity or your charity, Aurelia said angrily, spinning to poke me in the chest. It's not either of those things, I yelled. Aurelia flinched away and I hung my head, breathing deeply to calm myself and my desperate wolf. Bullshit. I'm not a charity case. I can do this on my own. She spun on her heel and rushed away again. I ran after her, getting in front to block her path. At least let me take you somewhere safe and explain my offer. You can think about it tonight, and if you still don't want to take it, then you can go. I had no idea why I was offering that deal to her. There was no way in hell my wolf would ever let her go. I needed her for a job, but he needed her for very different reasons. Aurelia chewed her lip nervously and her shoulders slumped. You won't call the police or sell me to someone who will test on me. She crossed her arms over her ample breasts again, and I had to avert my gaze back to her eyes. This is going to be an exercise in restraint. Why would I sell you to be experimented on? I frowned down at her. Who has been filling her head with this? We don't experiment on our own people. If anyone did and I found out, they would be shut down immediately. That's why I have to hide and people hate my kind. She looked away, obviously not wanting to elaborate on what she was. Soups don't experiment on each other. At least not that I have heard. I shook my head, exasperated. That would be disgusting, and I wouldn't sentence my worst enemy to that fate. Aurelia's green gaze slammed into mine at my vehement words. Fine, but I will leave if I don't like what you have to say. She raised a brow at me. Of course, I would never hold you there against your will. I just want to make sure you're safe tonight. I nodded and steered her back the way we came. Why do you care? She asked, moving away from me so I couldn't touch her back. I told you, I help supernaturals that have nowhere to go. I give them purpose. It wasn't the whole truth, but she didn't need to know that until she joined me. We walked several blocks until we got to the high-rise which housed my penthouse apartment. I opened the door for her and led her inside. She shivered at my hand on her back but kept a blank mask in place. I pulled my keycard from my pocket and slid it over the scanner of my private elevator. She raised an eyebrow at me but stepped inside it. Aurelia frowned as the doors closed us in. I hit the button for the penthouse, and we rode the elevator in silence. Aurelia jumped when the elevator dinged in the quiet space. She smelled like heaven, but the scent of her had my cock hardening again. I needed to focus, but being in that small space with her made me want to push her up against the wall and fuck her until we both shattered. Her eyes widened as we stepped from the elevator into my living room. I led her to the black leather couch and waved a hand for her to sit. What am I doing here, Gray? She asked, scanning my apartment. My head spun with the possibilities just hearing my name on her lips. Her lilting tone made it sound exotic. I thought you would be comfortable here while you decide whether to take me up on my offer. I shrugged. I made my way over to the oak bar in the corner of the room and poured us each a drink. I have an idea of what you are, but I want to hear it from you, I said, and set a glass in front of her. Aurelia frowned at the amber liquid in the glass. I've never told anyone other than Mother what I am. She chewed her lip again while she picked up the glass and sniffed it tentatively. With a grimace, she set the glass back on the table untouched. It's just something to help with your nerves. Would you like something else? Water, perhaps? I asked, and she nodded with a small smile. Thank you. She blushed and looked away. I understand how difficult it must be for you to trust anyone with what you've been told about soups, I said, moving back to the bar and grabbing a bottle of water from the mini fridge. Everything she did was to protect me, she whispered so low even I almost didn't hear it. Did? I asked, strolling back to the couch and handing her the water. I didn't come here to give you my life story. You said you had an offer for me. She deflected the question. I would have been surprised by her reaction, except that I knew the truth. Her mother had just died yesterday. The turmoil she was going through was obvious. I do, but first I need you to tell me what you are. I sat back on the couch and swirled my drink, happy to wait her out until she told me. She took a long drink of her water and glared at me as she set the bottle down. Fine, I'm an evil, spiteful fairy. Is that what you want to hear? Are you going to send me to some supernatural testing facility now? She jumped to her feet and rounded the table to the elevator. No, I already told you they don't exist, and I don't think you're evil. You have a specific skill set that I need. I would like to offer you a job. I stood and blocked her path. You promised to hear me out. Fine, what kind of job do you have for an evil trickster Fae? She planted her hands on her hips in challenge. Only the trickiest. I grinned, knowing I had her attention for what felt like the first time. What does that mean? She frowned. Have you ever heard of the Syndicate? I asked, and she gasped, taking a step back. You work for the Syndicate? She asked, warily scanning the room for any possible escape. I don't work for the Syndicate, Aurelia. She relaxed slightly at those words, then I dropped the truth on her. I am the Syndicate. Explain, she demanded in a shaky voice. She took another step back from me and my wolf perked up again, begging for a chase. I told you, my name is Gray and I own the Syndicate. I have been looking for you for a very long time for a job that only you can do. I shrugged as her eyes widened even bigger. This has to work. I need her to do this or I'm back to square one. I refuse to be this close to my goal and have to start all over again. She has to agree, because I really don't want to have to force her.
Chapter 5. Aurelia. I knew I shouldn't have come here. My anger spiked and my magic rose to the surface as my wings spread wide. You are just like everyone else, I screamed. He just wants to own me. Use me. What happens if I am no longer useful? Will he sell me to be tested on? I can't trust him. Aurelia, calm down, Gray said softly. He held his hands out in surrender and I frowned. Why is he acting afraid? I glanced down at my own hands. Shit, what is that? A purple ball of magic sat in my palm. That had never happened before. How do I stop it? Your magic is reacting to your anger and fear. Breathe with me. I need you to calm down before you burn down my apartment with us in it, Gray said in a soothing tone. You know that telling someone to calm down is the last thing you should say when you want them to calm down, right? I shrieked. The ball grew bigger the more I yelled. What the fuck is happening? What magic is this? Gray breathed deeply in through his nose and waited a beat, then blew it out of his mouth. Match my breathing, Aurelia. Just the way he said my name had me slightly calmer. That shouldn't have been possible, since he was the leader of the corrupt organization, the Syndicate. I matched his breathing and sucked in a huge lungful of air before blowing it out in time with his. Good, you're doing so well, princess. Keep going, he coaxed, and I glared at the stupid nickname. My magic flared again at his words. Gray chuckled and the sound was like a balm on my skin. Okay, no nicknames. Focus on breathing and the sound of my voice. He kept his breathing slow and even, and I matched it, listening to his soothing words until the magic fizzled out. You're going to need training to control that, Aurelia, Gray said sternly. You could hurt someone accidentally with that kind of unchecked magic. Now I just wanted to smack him. You think? There's no one else like me to train me though. I threw my hands up in frustration. What did that woman teach you? Gray shook his head in exasperation. Not much of anything. I was lucky she taught me to read and fed me, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. Did he think I was a pampered princess the way the shifter from the motel did? She wasn't your real mother, was she? He asked with a pointed stare. She was the one who counted, I growled. She didn't have to raise me, but she did. So you have never seen another Fae? He asked, placing a hand on my lower back and leading me back to the couch. There aren't any other Fae here. I shrugged. Was I wrong? Did Mother lie to me about everything? You're not the only Fae in the realm, technically. Gray winced. What do you mean by that? I asked and sat down heavily on the couch. Full-blooded Fae are elitist snobs. They send their half-Fae children to the mortal world more often than not, Gray sighed and sat in the reclining chair. So you're telling me that I'm likely only half fairy? I asked, furrowing my brow. What else can I be? Mother would have told me if I was anything else, right? No, you're definitely full Fae. With the amount of magic you almost just unleashed on my living room, there is no doubt. He picked up his glass and took a long sip, eyeing me over the top of it. Then why was I left here alone to fend for myself? Why am I not in the Fae realm? I asked sadly. Did my real parents throw me away to the human realm? Why? What could I have done to make them not love me? I don't know, Gray said with a shake of his head. So you want me to come work for the Syndicate? I asked. I do. I have half Fae there who can help you learn control. You will have a place to stay, and money in your pocket for whatever you need. He set his glass on the table and the ice clanked against the sides. Can I really do this? Mother warned me about the Syndicate. She told me they were the worst of the supernaturals, but Gray has been nothing but kind to me. Is it an act? A ploy to get what he wants? I would just have to work for you. That's the catch, right? I have to be your Fae on staff and do whatever you want me to do, even if I don't agree with it, I said, grabbing my water. The jobs I need your magic for are dangerous, yes. You will have to train for a while before we can get you on a mission. It will give you the skills to protect yourself, he said, staring in my eyes. Well, shit. I can't argue with that. I need to learn to protect myself. This world doesn't like my kind, and I have no idea why. I cracked the water bottle open again and took a long sip. I didn't want to answer too quickly, and I wasn't even sure what I wanted. I could definitely use the skills and control training, but what if he wanted me to do something illegal? If you have half Fae that can help me learn, why don't you have them on these jobs? I asked with a raised brow. If he didn't have a good answer, I was leaving. I didn't care that I had nowhere else to go. They have gone through careful vetting, and none of them have the kind of magic it will take to get the job done, Aurelia. If they had, I wouldn't have been searching for a full Fae in the first place, he said and winced. Wait, what? Is that why you bumped into me outside the bar? You knew what I was from the beginning? How? I asked angrily and stood again to leave. I was not expecting to bump into you tonight. It was an accident, but I don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I will seize any opportunity to get what I want, he said, and blocked my exit again. That's not a good enough answer for me, I bit out angrily and tried to dodge past him. He gripped my arm lightly, his eyes pleading with me. Please just stay. I'll show you where you can sleep, and if you still want to leave in the morning, I won't stop you. Something in his gaze had me softening, and fatigue sat heavily on my shoulders. What could it really hurt to stay the night in this apartment that's fancier than any place I'd ever been? I nodded and Gray smiled. It was devastating. No, Aurelia. You can't be attracted to the leader of the Syndicate. You are a means to an end for him. Do not get attached. Gray held his hand out to me, and I hesitated before taking it. I really shouldn't have been doing this. But I placed my hand in his, unable to think about running away again. My spine tingled at the contact. Gray sucked in a ragged breath and led me down a hall. Did he feel that weird electricity between us too? What was that? I've never felt that way from anything but my wings. That room is mine. It's off limits, he said and pointed to a door to the left, then indicated a room in front of him. You can stay here for tonight? Think about what I said, and I will see you in the morning. Gray? I asked as he turned down the hall toward the room that's off limits. Yes, Princess, he chuckled at my glare. What's so important about this job? I asked, curious. It's a project of mine that I have been working on for a very long time, he whispered without turning around. Good night, Gray, I said and closed the door behind me. I didn't wait for a response, not sure I wanted one. I flopped onto my back on the large four-poster bed. The comforter beneath me was the softest thing I'd ever felt in my life. Don't get used to it, Aurelia. You won't be staying, I scolded myself. Even if I decided to help him with this job, I doubted his employees lived in his home. I didn't want to think about why that fact made me sad. I crawled up the bed and snuggled in under the covers. It was like a cloud. I was almost asleep when a ringing sounded muffled from another room. Why would someone be calling so late? I frowned as I pushed the covers off me and made my way on silent feet to the door and put my ear up to it. Hello, Gray's voice rang out clearly in the hall and I nearly jumped, scared he would catch me spying on him. No, I can't come out there tonight. His tone was surly and grew louder as he came closer to my door. I don't care if there has been a challenge, Layla. He barked. There has been a development. I nearly growled at the name Layla. What woman was calling him so late? Stop it, Aurelia. You don't have a claim on this man, nor do you want one. You are a means to an end. This isn't up for debate, he snapped on the other side of the door. I jumped away from the door with a squeak, and Gray threw it open, barely missing me. What are you doing? I yelled. Did you get the information you wanted by spying on me, princess? He smirked and prowled through the door. I backed up until the backs of my knees hit the bed, but he just kept stalking closer. I'm a predator, Aurelia, he purred. I heard your heart rate pick up when I said Layla's name. Were you jealous of my beta? And no, I stuttered and would have facepalmed if he hadn't been right up in my space. You don't sound too sure of that. His eyes glowed with his animal as he ran his nose up my neck, taking a long inhale. Did he just sniff me? Who cares? His full lips skimmed my throat and I shuddered beneath him. What are you doing? I groaned and attempted to half-heartedly wiggle away, but he pushed a little harder, and I fell backwards onto the bed once more. He followed me down, his huge hot body coming down onto mine. You smell like cherries and sunshine. It's intoxicating, he whispered against my skin. Gray, I groaned and wiggled my hips. Something hard grew against my belly as he peered into my eyes. If you want me, princess, just know that you don't have to be jealous of my second. You will be mine in every possible way, he said and nipped my shoulder. What the hell is he talking about? I can't possibly want this man who is in charge of the supernatural underground, can I? I rubbed my thighs together, still pinned beneath him. What was going on with my body? I didn't react like this to anyone. With my wings pinned beneath me on the bed, he reached his hand up over me, and as if he could see them, and ran a hand down the delicate membranes there. My back arched, pushing my breasts against his chest. Gray? Get some sleep, princess. I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be a very busy day, he said, and was suddenly gone, closing the door behind him with a click. What the fuck have I gotten myself into? I groaned and rolled over to bury my face into the blankets. This was bad. Really fucking bad.
Chapter 6. Gray. What the fuck was I thinking? I'd heard her heart rate pick up last night when I admonished Layla, then lost all sense of propriety. I wanted her. Badly. I still want her. My wolf was riding me hard to claim her, and I'd lost all control when he'd scented her arousal. I could only thank the heavens that I'd been able to pull away when I did. Boss. Layla called from the other side of the phone. If this is about last night's challenge, then I don't care. I have bigger things to worry about right now, I said on a growl. It's not. We have a job for the troll, but he's in punishment, she said, exasperated. Send a different troll. I tightened my hand around the phone, nearly snapping it in half. He was requested specifically, boss, she groaned. Fine. Let him out for this job. If he shows weakness and an ego the way he did before, then he's gone. I shook my head. Why am I the one that has to make this decision? She is perfectly capable of handling this. Next time there is a special request, handle it, Layla. I have bigger problems than weak trolls. I hung up the phone with a growl. Why does she call you so often? A sweet voice asked from behind me. I told her she doesn't have to be jealous. Why has her scent changed? She's my second in command, but certain things need my attention, I said, and turned to Aurelia. She was adorably rumpled from sleep, her green eyes still groggy. Her blonde curls were wild. She fidgeted at my inspection, and I smirked. How did you sleep? I asked her. Very well, thank you. She ducked her head shyly and bounced from foot to foot. Come, let's have some breakfast and then we can talk. I stood from my chair and led her into the kitchen where Freya had left breakfast. I pulled her chair out for her and she smiled at me as she mumbled a thank you and sat down. Have you gotten a chance to think over my offer? I asked casually as I scooped up a forkful of eggs. I don't know. She chewed her piece of bacon, not looking at me. You don't know if you thought about it, or you don't know if you should take it? I asked. She can't say no. I need her in more ways than one. I don't think I should. She stared at her plate. Fuck. How do I convince her? Why not? Maybe if you can tell me all the reasons you shouldn't, I can give you all the reasons you should, I said, picking up my cup of coffee. I took a long sip as I waited for her answer. This had to happen. Now that I had met Aurelia, I really didn't want to force her to do what I needed. I won't be doing anything illegal, she asked. I kept my mask in place. I needed to be honest with her about what she would be doing, but I didn't want to scare her off either. There are many rumors about the Syndicate, and many of them are absolutely true. I didn't get to where I am today without breaking a few laws. I shrugged. I sipped my coffee, never taking my eyes from her. She needed to know that I was not a good man, but nothing I did was without good reason. See, that's the thing. I was always taught to respect the laws and fly under the radar. I don't think I can do that working for you. Aurelia turned her glare on me. What's the alternative, Aurelia? You have nowhere else to go, and the witches will want to investigate your mother's death. I tapped my fingers on the table. I took another long sip. Her expressive features going through a range of emotions from desperation to sadness to anger. She clenched her fist around her glass of orange juice as she glared at me. I don't know, okay? Maybe the witches just want to ask me what happened. Maybe they won't investigate me too deeply, and I won't be a damn pariah anymore. She threw her hands up. It won't look good that you ran, Aurelia, I said calmly. No, it won't. But it wasn't my fault. That man hit me with a tranquilizer dart in the market. I made it to the hallway outside her room before I lost consciousness. She shook her head. Dan is in some serious shit for pulling that. What the hell was he going to do with an unconscious female in the middle of the market? I barely contained my growl. When you woke up, you found her? I pulled my phone from my pocket and scrolled through the supernatural news articles. Shit, I said as I found the article one was looking for. This just got really bad for you, Aurelia. I turned the phone in her direction and her eyes widened in horror. I didn't do it. I was trying to buy her medicine to help her, she whispered, tears pooling in her eyes. I moved closer to her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder and squeezing it. The article says she was hexed. Her illness didn't kill her, someone else did. Do you think it was the man who has been chasing me? She whispered, and a single tear fell down her cheek. I brushed the tear away with my thumb, hating to see her cry like that. I didn't think Dan had killed her mother, but who else knew what she was and would want to make her desperate? I don't know who did this, but the witches aren't kind to outsiders and will want this handled in blood. You're not safe, Aurelia. I gripped her chin, turning her eyes to mine. I didn't mention that the blood they would want was hers. She nodded. I know, my mother always told me to be wary of them. I guess this is the only option. We can start an investigation into who really did this and clear your name, I offered, squeezing her shoulder lightly. If I come work for you. She shook her head. Maybe I should just leave the city. They won't look for me outside the witch part of town. Aurelia, someone is after you. I don't know why, but the safest option here is the Syndicate. You can learn to protect yourself. Learn control and how to fight, then we can search for your mother's killer. I said, hoping she would see this my way. And all it will cost me is my soul, right? She laughed without humor and shook her head. You will have to come work for me, yes, and it will be dangerous, but not more danger than you currently face alone in the city, I said. I needed her to understand the gravity of the situation. We had no supernatural police force in the city. The witches would get blood without a trial. I understand the risks here, Gray, but I'm still not sure. It's a damn criminal organization. The chair screeched loudly across the marble as she stood. It's not all criminal activity. I gripped the arm of my chair. I was doing my best to hold myself back from shaking some sense into her. She wasn't getting the gravity of the situation. Really? She asked, exasperated. We hire out trolls as bodyguards and provide protection for both humans and supernaturals, I said, standing and moving into her path. And what would I be doing? She crossed her arms over her chest. My eyes moved to her chest and back up quickly. It was not the time to notice the way that posture pushed her breasts up. For now, you would be training and learning your magic, and once you're ready, I'll give you an assignment. I reached out and pushed a lock of hair behind her ear. You want me to agree to this without even knowing what I'll be doing? Not likely, Gray. She shook her head. Fine, how about this? You come and train. You learn your magic and control, and when the time comes, if you don't like the job, you can turn it down. I shoved my hands in my pockets, waiting for a response. You'll really let me do that? You'll train me and then let me turn down the job that you wanted me for specifically? She scoffed. Yes. I nodded. I will just have to make sure that by the time she is trained and ready, she won't want to turn it down. She didn't trust me. The evidence of that shone in her eyes, but I would make sure when the time came, she would have to trust me. Okay, she said slowly. I'll train, and when the time comes, I decide if I want to do this or not. I kept my stoic mask in place, even as my wolf howled his victory in my head. Relief flooded me as I placed a hand on her lower back and led her back to the table. Excellent. Let's finish breakfast and then I'll show you the facility. I grinned as I took my seat. After breakfast, I strolled into my home office while Aurelia went to shower and change. There was one thing I needed to handle. One thing that could make this all blow up in my face. Hello, Dan picked up the phone on the first ring. You shot her with a tranquilizer dart. I growled low. She was getting ready to fly away. What was I supposed to do? He asked. You made everything exceedingly more difficult, I said, rubbing a hand over my face. What do you mean? You have her right, so no harm was done, he said warily. She was the perfect scapegoat for whoever murdered her mother when she was passed out in the hall. The witches are out for blood and she blames you for this. I tapped my fingers on my desk. Fucking hell. Dan hissed. Exactly. That means all communication needs to be done over the phone from now on. She's smart, and if she sees you at the facility, she will put it together. I sat back in the chair. What do you want me to do? I've been trying to hunt down a Fae for a long time. Is my debt paid? He asked hopefully. I scoffed. You almost ruined everything with this. Like I'm letting you off that easily when I am the one who ended up getting the job done. Then what do you need from me? Dan asked on a sigh. I want you to investigate her mother's murder and find anything you can about how she came to live with the witch. I gripped the phone. Something didn't sit right about the story she was fed her entire life, and if I was going to get her to trust me, I needed to get her answers. Why would you want me to investigate a murder? He asked. They are blaming her death on Aurelia. She will never be safe from them until her mother's real killer is brought to justice. I clenched the phone in my hand tighter. Doesn't her being in danger suit your purposes? He asked, confused. Are you questioning my orders, Dan? I growled. Do what you are told and find the killer. Call me when you have the information I need. I hung up the phone and buried my face in my hands. Do I need to start being a ruthless asshole again? Have I been slipping lately? My oversensitive hearing picked up a shower turning off and I grinned. Everything was in motion, and soon I would have exactly what I wanted. Those who wronged me would pay in blood for what they'd done. I would make sure of it.
Chapter 7. Aurelia. Am I making a terrible mistake? I couldn't help but wonder what the hell I was getting myself into as I sat in the back of the sleek black town car. Gray sat in the seat next to me, his eyes on his phone as we rushed through the city. I shifted in my seat restlessly. Are you nervous? Gray asked, resting his hand on my knee to keep me from fidgeting. My spine tingled at the touch, making my restlessness worse. I just don't know what to expect. I've never been out of the soup side of the city. It's outside the city. It's the only place to keep my people off the radar. He didn't look up from his phone as he spoke. Maybe this isn't such a good idea? I twisted my fingers together. Am I going to put your people in danger by being there? Maybe I can get out of this if he thinks I will be a threat to his employees. Surely, he wouldn't want the witches attacking his building to find me, right? No, you are not going to put my employees in danger, he said and peered up from his phone. Are you sure? I asked and he sighed. Aurelia, this is the best thing for you until they find your mother's killer and you learn to protect yourself. Trust me on this. He squeezed my knee reassuringly. Can I trust him though? He's the head of a criminal organization. It would be stupid to trust a man like that, right? So why was I drawn to him? I shook my head to clear the thoughts as we drove out of the city and were surrounded by trees. My eyes widened as the city was blocked from my view. Peace washed through me and I grinned. I had never felt like I belonged anywhere before, but surrounded by nature, I was calmer than I ever remember being. I just wish I could get out of the car and enjoy it. My gaze was on the trees, as something like thousands of ants crawling on me made me shudder. It was much stronger than the wards at the witch market. That's powerful magic, I said, rubbing my arms. It's a little more extensive than a normal ward, Gray said, staring at me. It doesn't feel very good, I said with a groan, rubbing my hands up and down my arms. It does take some getting used to, but it keeps everyone safe from the outside world as long as they stay inside the wards. He patted my shoulder. It wasn't lost on me that he said they were safe from the outside world and not safe from inside. Is there something you're not telling me? I asked with a frown. It can be intense in the facility. Just keep your head down and train and you'll be fine. He shrugged. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I shifted in my seat again as the large metal and glass building came into view. I really think this is a bad idea now, I mumbled. What exactly am I getting myself into here? Is it too late to change my mind? Maybe I can flee into the forest where it's safe. Gray laughed and the sound had shivers rolling over me again. Why did that carefree sound making my body react so violently? You'll be fine. You have more power than any of them, and as soon as you learn to use it, they won't want to fuck with you, Gray said, turning my face to his. His gaze flicked down to my lips and his blue eyes glowed with hunger. I squirmed under his intense scrutiny. What is he doing? Is he thinking about last night? Is he about to kiss me? Am I a horrible person because I want him to? A throat cleared from the front seat. I'd forgotten all about the driver being there. Crap. Sir, we are about to pull into the garage, the driver said, and I straightened my spine. This was it. I was heading into the unknown. What was I thinking? This was a terrible idea. The sun was blocked by a cement garage. The dark stone structure was ominous as we rolled slowly through the space. Gray put his hand on mine in my lap and threaded our fingers together, giving them a gentle squeeze. You're going to do great here, princess. I know it. Gray whispered in my ear. I'm glad one of us is confident. Did I just sign up to live with a bunch of criminals who would just assume to murder me? But if I don't, I can leave, right? I asked and Gray stiffened. Once you are out of danger, if that's what you want, then I won't keep you here. He waved his hand dismissively. The way he stiffened at my question told a different story though. What if he's lying and he never lets me leave? I scanned the ominous garage for an escape, but came up empty. What was I thinking? The memory of the article on Gray's phone hit me like a sledgehammer. I couldn't go back to Dallas and get the attention of the witches. They would be out for my blood. They wouldn't care that I was innocent. I was different, and they didn't like outsiders. My mother had been the only thing shielding me from their wrath. The witch side of the city was no longer home. I had no home. I needed to make the best of this new situation, and hope to the gods that I hadn't made a terrible mistake. The car slowed to a stop outside a metal door. The driver opened his door, but when I reached for mine, Gray squeezed my hand and shook his head. Let him, Gray whispered, and my door opened. The driver smiled as he held his hand out to me to help me out. Thank you, I said shyly as I let him help me from the car. The driver nodded and Gray squeezed out of the car behind me. He brushed my wings, and I had to hold back a moan at the sensation. You know you don't have to keep them hidden here, Aurelia. You can be who you were always meant to be, he whispered close to my ear. Wait, I don't have to hide? I glanced back at Gray with a frown. That seems dangerous. You are far more powerful than you realize, now it's just time that you see it too. He kissed my neck and I shuddered. How was he able to make me feel like I was on fire? My stomach flipped as his hands landed on my hips, squeezing them gently as he pushed me forward. It's time to go inside, princess, Gray chuckled. I scowled at him and let him lead me to the elevator. This was it. The next chapter of my life, and I had no choice but to face it head on. I plastered a grin on my face and followed Gray into the elevator. My stomach dropped as we ascended into the rest of the building, but I ignored it. I would do this. I would do it, with a smile. The elevator dinged and a tall woman with dark brown hair and amber eyes stepped on. Her eyes were hard as she looked me up and down. This is her, she chuckled. You want to train her to protect herself? She doesn't look as if she's done a single hard day's work in her life. Layla, Gray barked. I narrowed my eyes on the woman. She was his second. The woman who called him so much. Boss, I doubt she can be trained for anything battle-centric. She would do better in the breeding center, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. Gray moved faster than I'd ever seen. He was a blur for a second before he picked the woman up by the throat and slammed her into the elevator wall. I gasped at the show of violence, but I couldn't blame him. My hands balled into fists at my sides as I stared at the woman gasping for breath. I would have liked to throttle her also. If you ever speak the words breeding center when mentioning Aurelia again, you are gone, Gray roared in her face. He dropped the woman and she landed lithely on her feet, then bent over coughing and rubbing at her throat. Gray turned to me and his eyes widened. Remember what we practiced, Aurelia, you need to breathe. He glanced down at my hands and I frowned. What was he? Oh shit. I nearly shrieked at the purple swirling magic covering my clenched fists. What the fuck? Layla coughed as she looked at my hands with wide eyes. Don't fuck with me, I said through panicked breaths. Gray grabbed my chin and turned my face to him. Eyes on me, princess. Listen to my voice and match my breathing like I showed you. The magic was making me twitchy. I just wanted to release it, but I couldn't do that in the small elevator we were on. I slammed my gaze into his and took a cleansing breath. That's it, good girl. Breathe for me, nice and slow. That's it. He soothed, rubbing his hands up and down my arms. I followed his instructions, listening to his soothing voice and matching my breaths to his. What the fuck was that? Layla shouted and I turned my gaze to hers. No, princess, look at me, Gray said, pinching my chin and turning my gaze back to him. I glared at the woman for another second, before flitting my eyes back to him. Distantly the ding of the elevator chimed, but I didn't react, letting Gray's soothing presence calm the raging magic within. Get the fuck out of here, Layla, Gray said, not raising his voice from the gentle cadence he used with me. But boss, Layla screeched. If you don't want to listen, I'll let her test her power out on you. Get the fuck out of here, Gray snarled. The sound of shuffling feet met my ears and I grinned. That bitch had pissed me off, sizing me up like I was nothing. I think you may be a little bloodthirsty after all, and that is something we can definitely work with. Gray grinned. I don't like her, I mumbled, glancing away now that my magic was back under control. That's going to be a problem, princess. She runs this place when I'm not here. Gray shook his head, chuckling. That woman is your second in command? Shit. Had I just painted a giant target on my back? She is, Gray said with a nod. I changed my mind. I'll take my chances with the witches. I folded my arms over my chest, not missing the way his eyes slid to my breasts at the movement. You're going to prove her right? That you don't belong here? He shook his head with disappointment. Fuck. I don't want that woman to think I'm weak and can't take it, but I have no idea what to expect in this place. Let's get you settled in. He placed a hand on my lower back and led me from the elevator. The hall we emerged in was clinical white, and there were doors every few feet. We strolled down the hall to a set of doors at the end, and I furrowed my brow glancing up at Gray. All the other rooms had only one door, but the set he was currently opening for me were bigger. Gray? What is this? It's your room. He frowned down at me as he opened the door. Is it not to your liking? It just looks bigger than all the others. I chewed on the inside of my bottom lip, glancing inside the open door. All of my most valuable employees get rooms like this, you will get used to it. He grinned and ushered me into the room. Most valuable employees. Right. I have to remember that he wants me to work for him, and that's all he wants, no matter how he makes my body react to him. Won't people think I'm getting special treatment? I asked, wringing my hands together. You are. I have to find a way to get you to stick around once you learn everything you need to know. He nudged me into the room. I turned to scan the room. It was utilitarian, but the bed in the center was large, and two doors stood in the far wall, probably a closet and a bathroom. Don't forget that, Aurelia. He doesn't want you. He only wants what you can do for him. Gray, I have a feeling if I stay in this room I'm going to be a target. I planted my hands on my hips. If Layla had anything to say about it, that would definitely be the case. What was I thinking coming here?
Chapter 8. Gray. How is she doing? I eyed Layla as she lounged in the chair in front of my desk. Aurelia, she asked with a chuckle. She's too sunny and happy for this place. I frowned. That didn't seem right. She was distrusting as anyone I'd ever met. How is her training coming? I asked, sounding bored. I didn't have time for Layla's bullshit. What is her deal with Aurelia? She's almost acting jealous, but that's not possible. The others are getting irritated by the amount of time she takes in the gym. They're complaining she's getting special treatment. Layla said with a sneer. She is the one person that can get me what I have worked for all these years. Of course she's getting special treatment. I slammed my hand down on the desk, making Layla jump. So, am I just supposed to tell them that, then watch the challenges roll in? Layla asked. If anyone, and I mean anyone, threatens her, I will gut them, I growled, the threat clear in my tone. Not even Layla will escape punishment if my mate is harmed. She is fucking everything. They have always aired their grievances this way. You can't put that kind of target on her by saying she's above the rules. Layla argued. She's right. I can't put that kind of target on her. These are ruthless criminals, and the slight will only make things worse for her. Fine, but keep an eye on her and tell me how the fuck her training is coming, I said. She's a quick learner, Layla grumbled like the thought of her actually succeeding pained her. Good, I want weekly reports on her progress. I stand buttoning my jacket. Layla stood and followed me out of the office to the elevator. I need to take care of something. Call me if there are any problems. The words with her were left unsaid. Layla knew not to bother me with anything else but Aurelia. I hit the button for the garage and waited for the doors to close. I needed to get to Witch Side and meet with Dan. He had information for me and was adamant that I needed to see Aurelia's former home. I dreaded seeing how my mate used to live. After the things the witch taught her about herself, I was sure her life wasn't great before. I would make sure it was from now on. Just as soon as she finished training. I took my car instead of bothering my driver. The less people that knew where I was headed, the better. The witches wouldn't appreciate a shifter's interference in their sham of an investigation. My need to know what happened to bring her to the human realm overrode any concern about what the witches might do to me. She was a puzzle I needed to solve. I followed the GPS to the Italian restaurant in what the mortals would refer to as downtown Dallas, but had been claimed by the witches long ago. Dan stood at the entrance as I parked my car on the street and got out. This is the place? I asked with a frown. It is. The apartment is above the restaurant. Beware though, the building is predominantly. He scanned the people walking by as he trailed off. Got it. I waved for him to go ahead. He didn't need to say witches for me to get what he was saying. Supernaturals did not allow their existence to be known by humans. That would be disastrous. Though there were a few humans who closely guarded our secret. I followed him up the narrow stairs to the second floor of the building, and we weaved our way around until we came to a door at the end of the hall. There was nothing there to suggest that this was an active crime scene or that foul play was involved. It looked so normal, I said with a shake of my head. She was hexed. I just can't figure out how someone got in. Everyone I spoke to said she was bedridden. If Aurelia was gone, then how did she answer the door? Dan scrubbed a hand over his face. So they either had a key or they didn't use the door, I said thoughtfully before pushing the door open. The apartment was small but neat. A threadbare sofa sat in front of a small box TV that belonged in the 90s. She died in here, Dan called out from the hall. I trudged toward him, remembering Aurelia telling me she finally passed out in the hall outside her mother's room. And that's where Aurelia passed out. I glared at Dan, still pissed off that he thought shooting her with a dart like that had been a smart move. How was I supposed to know she would still fly away, even with a tranq in her? Dan grumbled. My wolf growled in my mind at the thought of her stumbling through the city ready to pass out and be an easy target. He wanted to tear into Dan, but we needed him. Dan opened the door to the bedroom, and the scent of death still lingered in the air. It had been a week since the witch's death, but the dark presence filled the room. She was in her bed when she died. Dan pointed to the rumpled sheets. I'm not interested in where she was when she was murdered. What did you call me down here for? I asked, irritated. Thought you might want to see this, he said, and grabbed a small vial off the table. It's a medicine from the apothecary, so what? I took the vial from him, inspecting it. It was never used. So, the witches that are accusing Aurelia of hexing her mother are lying. He crossed his arms over his chest. Explain, I barked. The woman she bought the medicine from said she bought this specific medicine the day of the murder, giving Aurelia a means to kill her. He shook his head and walked past me. But what's her motive? I asked as I followed him into the hall. He opened a door to a room that was no bigger than a closet. There were blankets piled on the floor and a few sets of clothes piled in the corner. They are saying she was being mistreated by the witch, and she had reached her limit. This was her room, Dan said with disgust. That was her bedroom? I hate the witch even more than I did before. What else have you found? Anything that tells us how she came to live with the witch in the first place, or how she disguised herself her whole life? I rubbed my temples. The room was barely fit for a dog. I couldn't believe that a supernatural treated another person so poorly, especially one as powerful as Aurelia. There are some legal documents from the human authorities, but that's it. Dan shrugged. Show me, I growled. He wandered from the closet, and I scanned the room again to see if there was anything that she left behind that she might want. I crouched next to the pile of clothes, but nothing there was as good as the things that I could get for her. I stood and followed Dan into a small office. The office was still bigger than the closet that Aurelia had lived in, and I growled. Shelves with spell ingredients lined the walls, and a safe sat in the corner. Did you crack the safe, or was it like that when you got here? It was like that already. Someone got what they wanted, probably before Aurelia even woke up. Dan crouched in front of the safe. He pulled out a manila envelope and handed it to me. This couldn't have been all the witch had on her ward. Was someone else looking for information on Aurelia, and if they were, why leave her passed out on the floor? None of this is making any sense, I grumbled. I pulled the papers from the envelope and scanned the top one. I frowned at the page. I know, Dan said warily. How does a small child just show up out of nowhere? I don't know, and why would this particular witch take in a child of unknown origins? This was the first and last time she fostered a child. Something isn't adding up. I shook my head. Whoever killed the witch knew what they were looking for and exactly where to find it. Could it have been a seer? Dan asked. I didn't look up from the papers in my hand. A seer. They are incredibly rare. Almost as rare as Aurelia. I know, but nothing else makes sense. They would have seen every possible scenario and are trying to put the future they want into motion. He sat heavily in the chair behind the desk. Well, shit, I said. Are we dealing with an evil seer wanting to force us into a situation that we can't get ourselves out of? Yeah, this may be bigger than we expected. Dan shook his head. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and dialed Layla. We needed to get someone down here to do a mimic spell. Yeah, boss. Layla answered on the first ring. She sounded like she was busy, but she could drop what she was doing. This took precedence. I need you to send Karma to which side, I said vaguely. I'm a little busy breaking up a fight, she grumbled. This is more important than a couple of delinquents fighting over the gym, I yelled. Is it more important than me trying to calm your girl down so she will put the shifter down that her magic pinned to the wall? She huffed. I grinned. Aurelia had someone pinned to the wall. She was learning rather quickly. The shifter probably got what they deserved. Send Karma to the address I am texting you to meet with Dan. I'll be back to the facility soon. I hung up the phone. Dan shifted in the chair, pulling papers on the desk close to him and pretending to read them. Aurelia got into a fight with a shifter, he asked with a grin. She did. I need to go. Karma will be here soon to do a mimic spell. Get her whatever she needs, and see if you can get a look at the person who killed the witch, I said and turned to leave. I took the papers with me, hoping after closer inspection I could find something that would give us a clue. I needed to get back to the facility, because there was a very real possibility that the shifter would be stuck to the wall until I calmed Aurelia down. The very idea that Layla thought she could calm Aurelia down was laughable. Neither woman liked the other. I drove back to the facility with more questions in my mind than answers, and it pissed me off. When I got off the elevator at the training center, Aurelia was standing in a swirl of her own magic, surrounded by angry shifters. They'd ganged up on her. On my mate. I lost it. My wolf took control, bursting through my clothes. I jumped at the nearest wolf with a snarl. Boss, what the fuck? Layla yelled as she stepped between me and the shifter. I scanned the room, snarling at any shifter that got too close. They would not gang up on my mate. I would make them pay. Aurelia was mine, and no one was going to take her from me.
Chapter 9. Aurelia. Oh look, the boss's pet is hogging the training room again, a snide voice called behind me. I plastered on my best smile, desperately hoping I could calm this problem down like the others I'd already dealt with. I had been at the Syndicate for a week, and Gray had scheduled time for me to practice everything I needed daily, but the other employees were getting upset about how often I had the gym to myself. I turned to the guy. He was probably a foot taller than me, and his muscles had muscles. I'm sure that there's enough room for us both to train, I said politely. I'd learned in the week I'd been here that kindness was the best way to deal with most of the people in the facility. That's the thing though. The boss doesn't want anyone bothering you while you train, the shifter sneered. Well crap. Gray just painted a giant ass target on my back. Thanks for that, boss. The boss isn't here, so I won't tell him if you don't. I shrugged. I turned around to go back to my breathing exercises, and the shifter growled. You dare disrespect me by giving me your back, he roared. My eyes widened and I mentally slapped my forehead, realizing too late that I had inadvertently made everything so much worse. I'm sorry, I said, turning back to the huge man. Layla stormed into the room, and immediately my shoulders stiffened. Connor, what are you doing? Layla barked. The boss's pet just disrespected me. He took a threatening step toward me. My hands started to tingle with rage. Being called a pet to a shifter was the worst kind of insult, so Connor calling me that had my magic flaring. Aurelia, stop, Layla yelled, and I turned my gaze to my hands. Does she think that's going to help? Her presence alone just makes me angrier. Purple magic swirled around my hands as the shifter took another step toward me. I threw up my hands in defense, meaning to fight him off, but my magic had other ideas. A gust of air blew the shifter back into the wall, and purple light wrapped around his ankle, flipping him upside down. You stupid bitch, put me down, the shifter roared. I snapped my gaze to him, glaring hard even though on the inside I was freaking the hell out. How the fuck do I put him down? What is even happening? Aurelia, Layla yelled, put Connor down now. That's not helpful. I gasped out between heaving breaths. My hands shook as I tried to remember Gray's breathing exercises, but Layla screaming at me wasn't helping me at all. A breeze slammed into her, pushing her away from me. You're attacking me now, she roared in rage. I can't control it. I shrieked. What have you been practicing in here all week? Layla yelled back. I squeezed my eyes closed, attempting to remember Gray's breathing techniques, when a howl cut through the room. Connor, if your friends come in here and hang up on Aurelia, do you think the boss is going to be lenient? Layla said, and my eyes popped open as a new group of shifters prowled into the room. My air magic blew them back, but they just pushed against the swirling vortex until they were all standing in a semicircle between me and Connor. What the fuck are you? The shifter in the middle growled. My glamour fizzled out, and I knew the moment my iridescent wings were visible by the gasps throughout the room. Well shit, I didn't mean for that to happen. Wicked Fi, someone whispered, but I closed my eyes, blocking out the words. My mother had always warned me that people would call me that. That I was somehow inherently bad because of my species, so I never showed my wings to anyone. Stop fucking around and get her to let me go, Connor yelled. The shifters began circling me, but every time one lunged, my air magic pushed them back. I just needed to figure out how to stop the purple magic and put the bully down. I took a deep breath, trying to center myself, but movement out of the corner of my eye made me pause. Layla rushed toward me, and I snarled, throwing her back against the wall too. Stop, Layla yelled, but my gaze went back to the shifters circling. If you want me to put him down, maybe stop threatening me and let me calm the fuck down. I threw my hands up, and Connor flew up to the ceiling, smacking into it with a crack. I winced. That did not look good for me. The shifters roared and their bodies started to shake, and bones cracking as they shifted into their animals. Shit, I would piss off an entire pack of wolves by accident. My magic flared even brighter, and a shield of purple formed around my body. The wolves circled me, snarling and snapping at the purple shield but not coming closer. A huge snow-white wolf leapt over the others and stood with its back to me. Holy shit, he's beautiful. His head was almost to my chest, and his coat was the purest white as he howled at the wolves surrounding me. Boss, what the fuck? Layla yelled. Boss? Is that Gray? His wolf is absolutely breathtaking. Why is he standing between me and the others? He's a shifter just like them. I frowned in confusion, but his presence alone soothed me. I took a deep breath, calming my emotions. I ran my hand through the fur at his back and he whined. Layla, get them out of here. I can't drop the magic if I'm not safe, and Gray is ready for a bloodbath. I gasped at her. Are you ordering me around? Layla yells back. I'm the second. And all you're doing is making things fucking worse. Get them the fuck out of here. I screamed as my magic swirled around me even more angrily. A purple strand of magic lashed out at Layla, and she yelped in pain. I didn't care, I couldn't. I needed Gray to turn back so he could help me with my breathing, and he wouldn't do that until these wolves were out of the room. The shifters circling growled angrily as Layla hit the wall. Gray, please shift back, I gasped between breaths. I can't stop it. The white wolf turned arctic blue eyes on me and whined as he glanced back and forth between me and the threat. Gray growled, staring each of the wolves down one by one until they all showed him their throats. I gripped his soft white fur to keep him from following them as they slunk out the door of the gym. Gray's wolf shivered under my hand before he shifted into a man. A very naked man. A shudder ran through me as I realized my hand was on the smooth skin of his back. Aurelia, eyes up here, princess. He lifted my chin and my gaze locked with his. See something you like? I need your help, Gray. I can't put him down, I said in a panic. Keep your eyes on me, listen to my voice, and match my breathing, he reminded me. He took a deep breath through his nose and out through his mouth. I matched his deep breaths and my shoulders relaxed slightly. That's it, princess, listen to my voice, Gray said soothingly. Layla shouted, what the fuck is going on here? My gaze snapped to hers and I glared. My shoulders stiffened and I growled. Hey, ignore her. What did I tell you, princess? Don't worry about her. You keep your focus on me and drop the shifter. Gray pinched my chin, turning my gaze back to his. I focused on Gray and my shoulders relaxed again. I ignored Layla's scoff and finally released the magic on the screaming shifter. My eyes widened in horror as the man started to fall. My hand flicked up, and my air magic cushioned Connor's fall, and he landed safely on the mat of the training center. Gray stood in front of me, glaring at the shifter and Layla. I stepped in front of him. He chuckled softly behind me as his hands landed on my hips. How could you fucking react like that? Gray scolded Layla over my head. She was already angry. The way you handled that was reckless. Boss, she trailed off. She is no longer your concern, he growled. He wrapped his arm around my waist, moving to my side, and pulled me along with him. What is that supposed to mean? Layla shrieked, moving toward me with hate in her eyes. It means exactly what I said. She is no longer your concern, now back off, Layla. Gray said, peering down at my hands. They started to tingle with magic again, but I continued my deep breathing. I would not let her get to me again. I needed control and away from the psycho bitch. Where are you going to take her? Everyone who lives here is my concern. She stomped in front of us. Gray glared down at her but quickly dismissed her, and picked me up and carried me to the elevator. Gray, where are you taking me? I asked and squirmed in his arms. My office. I need clothes before I take you home, he grunted and stabbed at the button for the elevator. What do you mean, take me home? I asked, wiggling in his arms. My hip brushed his hard cock and I froze as he groaned. Don't move or I can't be held responsible for what I do inside the empty elevator once we're inside, he whispered close to my ear. My eyes widened and I stilled my squirming. Gray chuckled as the elevator doors opened. He stomped inside and glared at Layla as she attempted to follow. Round up those wolves. They are all to be punished for the shit they pulled. Gray barked at her and hit the button for the top floor. His arms tightened around me and he pulled me closer. Gray? What's going on? I asked, rubbing his arm soothingly. I'm taking you to the penthouse and will arrange for you to be trained there, he said, and dropped me to my feet. Why? I asked softly, frowning in confusion. When I saw you surrounded by wolves, my animal lost his mind and took over. He pulled my back to his front and leaned his chin on my shoulder. Something hard poked into my back and I squirmed. Princess, I told you what will happen if you keep rubbing up on me. Gray's moan made liquid heat pool through me moments before he spun me around and slammed my back into the wall of the elevator. I stared up at him, wanting him to kiss me more than I'd ever wanted anything before. Gray's lips crashed down on mine so hard they bruised me, but in the best way. His hand squeezed my hips hard, possession clear in every move. I kissed him back, opening my lips to his tongue and moaning as he ground his cock against my stomach. I should have been embarrassed by his attentions, but since that first night I'd met him, all I'd been able to think about was how he made me feel. He broke our kiss to set his lips near my ear. See what you're doing to me, princess? Gray groaned loudly now, making shivers course down my spine. This is why my animal freaked out when you were in danger. We need you. Right, how could I forget that he needs me for something? I stiffened in his arms and his head snapped up, his gaze confused. What's wrong? He asked, pulling me closer and bending down to kiss my neck. Is this because of the job? I whispered. Could he just be doing all this for me because of the job, or is there a different reason behind it? Does he want me like I want him? No. What? Why would you think that? He asked, kissing my shoulder. Do you think I get like this for someone who is a job for me? He rubbed his cock against my hip and I moaned. The elevator dinged and the doors opened. He lifted me up by my ass and carried me out of the elevator. I wrapped my legs around his waist, knowing this was probably a terrible idea, but when his lips met mine, all protests left my brain. I wanted nothing but Gray, and I didn't care what I had to do to get him.
Chapter 10. Gray. Gods, you're beautiful, I groaned as I carried her down the empty hall to my office. My wolf howled in the back of my mind. He wanted her as much as I did, and I wasn't sure I could hold back much longer. I kicked open my office door and grimaced at the lack of places to fuck my mate in the office. Maybe I should just get dressed and take her home. My lips landed on hers and I thrust my tongue into her mouth. I took 2 steps into the office before swinging my foot back. The slam of the door didn't change the intensity of the kiss, but made me more desperate. I sat Aurelia on the desk and broke the kiss. "What do you want, princess?" I asked, pressing my forehead against hers. "I want you," but she trailed off and I reared back. "But," I asked. What could she possibly have reservations about? "I may, well," she turned her head away, her cheeks turning a perfect shade of pink. "What, Aurelia?" I skimmed my hands up her hips to her ribs and a tiny groan left her. "I've never done this before," she said, chewing her lip. "Fuck, that's so hot. My tiny fairy princess is a virgin? Could I get any luckier?" "You've never had sex?" I asked with a grin. "You're a virgin." I turned her face toward mine, letting her know with my smile how happy that made me. I would be the only man that my mate ever knew intimately. "Yes," she said, looking down, and her cheeks turned a brighter shade of red. "Do you have any idea how sexy that is, princess? I want to fuck you right here on my desk, but I guess I'll just have to make you come instead." I flipped us around so she was sitting on the desk and dropped to my knees in front of her. "What are you doing?" she asked. I just grinned and wrapped my hands around her hips and slid them up under her shirt. A tiny moan left her as she rolled her head back against her shoulders. "I'm going to make you come on my tongue and my fingers," I growled, the need to brand her, possess her, so fucking high. I could barely see straight. I pushed her shirt up over her head and my eyes feasted on her perky breasts. She made my mouth water. I leaned forward, taking one nipple into my mouth and swirling my tongue around the pink peak. "Oh God's Gray," she moaned and squirmed on my desk. "You like that?" I purred as I moved my hands down her sides to the waistband of her leggings. "Yes," she groaned. "Then you will like this even more," I said, and pushed her back on the desk. She winced and arched her back, pulling a stapler out from under her before giggling. "Maybe we should have cleaned off your desk first," she said, but when I pulled her leggings down, the laughter died on her tongue. I ran my hands up her thighs and leaned in, running my tongue over her inner thighs as I pushed them wider. "Grab the edge of the desk and don't let go," I said, blowing hot air over her pussy. Aurelia shivered and wiggled her hips. "Gray, please." "What do you need, princess?" I grinned against her skin and moved up. "Touch me, Gray," she moaned, arching her back, but she didn't take her grip off the desk. Just like I'd told her to do. "Good girl." I ran a finger up her slit to her clit and circled it as I nipped her inner thigh. The groan that escaped her had my cock hardening more than I thought possible. Her pussy juices were dripping down her thighs and I lapped it up. The taste of her burst across my tongue and my wolf howled in my mind. Mine. Mate. My wolf and I were on the same page. There was no way we were letting this delectable female get away. She was ours and we would do anything to keep her. First part of that was to make her come so many times she could never even imagine being with anyone else. I knelt on the carpet between her open thighs and circled her opening with one finger before pushing it inside of her. Her wet pussy squeezed my finger and she gasped softly. I needed her taste on my tongue again. I leaned forward and licked at her clit, circling it lazily with my tongue. "Fuck Ray," she groaned. "You like that, princess?" I asked. "You like me worshipping you with my hands and my tongue?" She didn't answer, but I didn't expect her to. I grinned before wrapping my lips around the nub and sucking it between my teeth. Aurelia screamed and her entire body shook with her orgasm, but I was far from done with my princess. Magic zapped at her fingers, but I knew it wouldn't hurt me, so I continued sucking at her clit while she screamed for me through her release. As her body came down and the shivers left her, I sat back on my heels to look at her. "You are perfect." I grinned. I stood up once more, my cock aching. I reached for her hands and pulled her up on the desk and into my arms. "Let's go home." "What?" she asked with a frown, staring down at my cock. "We're stopping." My cock jumped at her eyes on it. Her gaze held a hunger that I definitely wanted to explore, but not on my desk. Not for a first time. "We are going home, princess. Get dressed." I shook my head and turned to my closet next to my desk. "What about you?" she asked softly, looking unsure. Trust me, there will be plenty of time for that. Now I need to get you away from here, I said, looking at the door. Why? She asked with a pout. Why do we need to get you out of here, or why won't I fuck you on my desk? I asked with a raised brow, pulling a button down from the hanger. I peered over my shoulder at her and pink tinted her cheeks as she slowly stood and grabbed her clothes. She said, ducking her head. I guess the first. You've seen how cutthroat this place can be. If we don't go, someone could issue a challenge and I won't be able to stop it. I pulled my slacks up over my hips. If I'm not staying, then how will they be able to do that? She asked softly. You're still in the building, I said, and held out my hand to her. What about my things? She asked, unsure. I'll have them sent to the apartment later, but we will get you new things. I squeezed her hand in mine. We would get her better clothes than she ever had before. Rage tinted my vision red as I remembered where she lived before. In a fucking closet. I wanted to bring the witch back and interrogate her before killing her again. I led her through the door into the hallway and stabbed at the button for the elevator. Then I ushered her into the elevator and hit the button for the garage. I tapped my foot nervously as we passed the training floor, but no one got on the elevator. I was the boss, but my people would riot if I denied a challenge. Best to get out of here before a challenge is thrown down. The doors opened at the garage level, and I placed a hand on her lower back, leading her to my car. I didn't have time to wait for the driver. The faster we got out of here, the better. I opened the door for her and ushered her into the car when a throat cleared behind me. I closed the door and turned to see Layla watching me with an unreadable mask. What is going on here, boss? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest. You forget yourself, Layla. I don't answer to you, I growled. So, you are just going to ignore that there's been a challenge against her and leave me with a bunch of enraged criminals? She scoffed. Tell them I already left, I said, and made my way around the car. Half of them are shifters and will smell the lie. She threw her hands up. The car door shut with a click and Aurelia stood with her arms folded. There's been a challenge. Did Connor get upset because he got stuck to a ceiling? Aurelia asked. It wasn't Connor, Layla sneered. Someone else heard about your stunt today and decided they wanted a chance to put you in your place. In my place, huh? Considering I'm not staying, I guess they wouldn't know where that is anyway. Aurelia shrugged. She took a step toward Layla, but I grabbed her arm. Not a good idea, princess. You've only been training a week, I said, pulling her back into my chest. Karma is going to start a riot. Layla turned back to the elevator. Karma challenged her. I didn't think the tiger even liked the wolves. This has to be an ego thing. She can't stand someone being better than her. Karma challenged me. Aurelia's face fell. Did she think she made a friend? There was no loyalty amongst thieves and criminals. Layla burst into laughter and Aurelia's shoulders stiffened. What's wrong? Did you think you made a friend? Layla mock pouted. Fuck you. I'll accept the challenge. Aurelia took a step from my arms toward Layla. What the fuck is going on with her? She is usually much more professional with the employees than this. Aurelia. I trailed off when I saw the determination in her eyes. She needed to do this. They think I'm a weak little girl that can't take it just because I smile and don't let bullshit get to me, Gray. I need to prove them wrong. Aurelia stared into my pleadingly. Fine, but I picked the date. You're not doing this without more training. I glared at Layla. Layla knew how important Aurelia was to my plans, and I would be damned if her catty behavior was going to get in the way of that. She needed to get over whatever this was and be my second. Fine. Layla frowned and stomped back to the elevator. My shoulders slumped in defeat. How long could I put this off for? Karma was a beast in every sense of the word. Let's go. I opened the door for Aurelia and helped her back into the car. I closed the door behind her and rounded the car. I got in and pulled out of the garage. Are you sure about this? I asked. I have to prove myself. She stared out the window at the trees all around us. Why? You aren't staying there. You don't owe them anything, I said, confused. You think I'll feel good about myself and my worth to you if I just run away? I'm powerful. She shook her head. I know you're powerful, but that won't matter in the ring. I shook my head. She had no idea what she just got herself into. She may have been strong magically, but she was just learning how to protect herself and fight. What do you mean that won't matter in the ring? She asked, glancing at me. The ring cancels magic. You won't be more powerful there. Layla shouldn't have baited you that way, I said with a growl. Motherfucker. She shook her head. That bitch did that on purpose. I nodded. I didn't know what Layla's deal was, but she was acting off and extremely unprofessional. "Can we stop?" she asked through a heaving breath. "Stop?" I asked, confused. "I need air," she gasped. I stopped the car just inside the wards and she tore her seatbelt off and pushed through the door without another word. She ran into the trees, and for a terrifying second I lost sight of her. I jumped from the car and took off after her, my wolf howling in my head. I couldn't lose her. I just found her, and I wasn't sure if I could ever let her go. Chapter 11. Aurelia. I couldn't breathe. Karma wanted to fight me without magic. What did that prove to anyone? The leaves crunched under my shoes as I ran through the trees. I had no idea where I was going. The light breeze on my cheeks caressed my skin and eased some of the panic. I took a long breath and let my shoulders slump. It was peaceful here. More peaceful than I had felt in maybe forever. I tilted my head back to the sky and let the tiny bit of sun that peeked through the tree branches warm my cheeks. "Aurelia," Gray whispered behind me. I have never been outside the city before. When we came to the facility last time, I wanted so bad to get out of the car and experience this, I whispered. "Why didn't you say something then?" Gray asked. I turned to peer at him over my shoulder and he moved closer to me. "I didn't think you would care." I shrugged and turned back to the tall trees. I reached out to touch the tree closest to me. The rough bark was scratchy beneath my palm. I sucked in a startled breath at the pulse of life beneath the bark. How is that possible? "What is it?" Gray asked, moving in closer to my back. "I can feel the life in it." I frowned. "How do you mean?" Gray asked, placing a hand on my hip. "There's a pulsing inside of the tree when I touch it." I shook my head and grabbed his hand, placing it on the bark. "Do you feel that?" I glanced at him over my shoulder, but he shook his head. "I don't feel anything." "That's strange. Do you think it's a Fae thing?" I asked with a frown. "It might be." "You want to try something?" he asked, moving next to me. I raised a skeptical brow at him. "What do you want to try?" "Put your hand back on the tree and push your magic into it with intention." He grabbed my hand, laying it on the tree. I tilted my head to the side and closed my eyes, digging deep into the well of magic in my midsection. "Grow more leaves." I pushed a trickle of magic into the tree and felt the pulse even stronger. I opened my eyes. Pink flowers bloomed on the new branches that were forming with the trickle of magic. "Wow," Gray said with wide eyes. "That is definitely not like any magic I have seen before." What did I do? I reached up, trailing my fingers over the silky petals of a bud. "You made it grow but also made it something new," Gray said in awe and squeezed my shoulder. I knew I had elemental magic, but this? I asked, shaking my head. It was all just too crazy. What did this even mean? Could I heal sick plants? Is this why I felt so compelled to be in this forest? "Come on, I think we should go practice this in a more controlled environment," Gray said as he pulled me away from the tree. I went with him reluctantly, glancing over my shoulder with one last longing look at the bright pink flowers that continued to pop up by the minute. What the hell did I just do? Gray opened the door for me as we got back to the car, and pulled his phone from his pocket and spoke quietly into it before getting in the driver's seat. "We will get a lock on what you can do and get your fight training started once we get to the apartment," he said as he started the engine. The drive back was silent, and my chest ached when we left the wooded area and made it back into the iron and stone of the city. Maybe there was something to that, but I knew very little about Fae. We pulled into an underground parking garage and Gray pulled into a spot with a plaque that read Penthouse. I opened the door before Gray could come around to my side, and he glared at me. "What?" I asked with a frown. He rounded the car and crowded me against the closed door. "When you're in a car with me, you wait for someone to open the door for you." "Did you just growl at me?" I asked, shocked. "Don't get out of the car without someone opening the door." He pushed me against the car until I was plastered against it and looking up at him. "Okay," I whispered breathlessly. "Let's get inside. I want to show you something," Gray said and wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me along to the elevator. We rode up in the elevator in silence, and when the doors opened to the penthouse, I couldn't help but grin. It was so different than the last time I was there. "You didn't have to fill your apartment with plants," I said with a giggle. "It's purely for training purposes." He shrugged and walked over to the couch with his arm still around me and sat in front of a slightly wilting plant. "Training, and not because I felt at home in the forest?" I asked, teasing him a little. "Heal it," he ordered. "Do what you did with the tree." I raised an eyebrow at him and sat next to him. I held my hand out to the withering plant and stroked a sad little leaf that was turning brown. The leaf perked up immediately at my touch, but the pulsing in the plant was slow and almost labored. My shoulders slumped at the desperation in the plant. It was dying, and unable to do anything about it. "It's so sad," I whispered and wrapped a hand around the stem. I pushed a trickle of magic into it, and the pulsing became stronger. The leaves slowly perked up, and it pulled at my magic a little harder. "It's desperate for life and latched onto my magic," I said in an awed tone. "It what?" Gray asked and snatched my hand away from the plant. I glared at him. "What are you doing?" Why would he stop me from helping the plant? It's already doing so much better. "I'm healing it." I folded my arms. "It would suck you dry if you let it, princess. You need to control the flow of magic, not let the plant control it." He shook his head and moved the plant away. The plant still looked better than it had when I sat down. My shoulders slumped in defeat as the poor plant continued to struggle. I wanted to reach out to it and push more magic into it, but Gray was right. I needed to learn to control this new gift. "There will be plenty of time to learn to heal it without putting yourself at risk," he said, squeezing my shoulder. "Why did you bring so many plants into your home then?" I asked with a frown. "You seemed at peace in the forest, and since we can't be out there, I thought the plants would help." He shrugged. "If he just wants me for a job, then why does he care how comfortable I am? It doesn't make any sense." "Thank you," I said with a small smile. "The plants really do make me feel a little better." "Good. I wanted to show you something else as well." He stood and held a hand out to me. "What else could there possibly be?" I asked almost to myself and placed my hand in his. "Come on, I'll show you." Gray grinned and led me down the hall, past the room I used the last time I was there. He turned down another hall I hadn't seen before and walked until we stepped in front of large metal double doors. Iron. I shivered and took a step back. It had never bothered me too much before, but after my time in the forest and the way the dying plant drained me, I could feel the iron pulling at my magic as well and making my shoulders slump. "What is this?" I asked with a frown. "It's a controlled environment, much like the ring you will be fighting in. It will make it easier for you to learn to fight without the use of your magic." Gray opened the doors. "How does he have something like this in the middle of the city? The magic coming off it is intense. It's blocking my power from outside the doors." I took a tentative step inside, and my limbs were heavy. The magic from the room pressed down on me from every side. "Is this what it feels like in the ring?" I'm glad Gray put a stop to the fight happening immediately then. "How do you feel?" Gray asked, resting a palm on my lower back. "I understand what you were talking about now. I would have been at a huge disadvantage if I had gone in the ring without knowing what it felt like." I nodded. I walked around the giant training room and trailed my fingers over the handles of a few throwing knives. The longer I stayed, the less oppressive the feeling was, and I took a deep cleansing breath. "So, what's the plan?" "I train in here until I'm ready to fight, and then I go to the ring," I asked, staring at a bow. It was beautiful. Intricate designs were carved into the wood. "That is part of the plan, but you are going to be doing a lot more training than just that." Gray's hot breath washed over my neck. I hadn't even heard him move until he was right behind me. "Sneaky wolf." "What else?" I asked, breathless. Shivers skated down my arms at his nearness. How did just his breath on my neck make me feel achy and needy? "I have another training room that doesn't have the same magic-canceling wards. You will train with your magic there." He wrapped his arms around my waist. "I will get to work with the plants too?" I raised an eyebrow at him over my shoulder. "Yes, I have some employees who will help you with your plants. They will teach you how to stop the plants from draining you," he said, and steered me away from the beautiful bow. He led me from the room, and my magic came back immediately. I rolled my shoulders and pulled them back, the iron no longer pressed down on my magic. I breathed a sigh of relief. That feels much better. We walked into the kitchen, and I blinked. 2 tiny little glowing sprites were flitting around the space. I took a tentative step forward, squinting at them. They were glowing green, and their iridescent wings fluttered at the same speed as a hummingbird's wings. "Fiona, Freya, this is Aurelia," Gray said to the tiny sprites. Both creatures spun around, and bright smiles bloomed on their tiny faces as they zoomed over to me. They flew in close, and the flutter of their wings tickled my cheek as one picked up a lock of my unruly hair and tugged on it. "Hello," I giggled. Gray frowned. "You will be helping her with everything she needs, not taking her hair for a treasure." The sprites pouted but let go of my hair. Although sprites are known to be mischievous, wicked little fae creatures, they are very good with plants. "They will be helping with your healing and plant magic," Gray said. "You have plants?" a tinkling voice asked excitedly, and both sprites zoomed out of the kitchen. A high-pitched squeal met my ears a second later, and I laughed. They are going to keep you plenty busy during training sessions. Gray shook his head. I didn't care how busy I was. As long as I learned the skills I needed to protect myself and gain some freedom, I would do whatever it took. Chapter 12. Gray. I barked into the phone. What do you have for me? He better have something. It's been hours since I sent Karma to work the spell. The witch took her sweet-ass time getting here, Dan grumbled. Fucking Layla did that on purpose. She knew I needed Karma for a job and used that opportunity to tell her what Aurelia did and cause problems. Fuck, I really don't want to kill my second. Yeah, there was a bigger issue than I anticipated, I said on a growl. Did you get anything from the room? Not really. Whoever it was wore a hood covering their face and never looked up from the book they grabbed from the safe, he said. I tightened my hold on the phone to the point my knuckles were almost white. What book? I asked with a frown. As much as I don't like that witch you sent, she's good at a mimic spell. I got so much detail, Dan said, rambling. Get to the point, I growled. I didn't have time for this. I needed to make sure my sprites didn't wear Aurelia out too much working with the plants. There was a note on the book. It was in Aurelia's possession when she was found as a child. I couldn't read the title on the book. It was in a different language that I'm not familiar with, Dan said, and then sighed. I sat forward in my seat, my back straightening. Could this be what I have been looking for all along? How the hell are we going to find it now? How did it end up in Aurelia's possession in the first place? This doesn't give us any more answers. Only more questions, I grumbled and scrubbed a hand over my face. I wonder if you should have Karma do it again for Aurelia to see if she recognizes anything, Dan said thoughtfully. That is not the best idea right now. I grimaced. Putting the two of them in the same space with the challenge looming was a supremely bad idea. It may be the only way to find answers though, Dan grumbled. I stood and strolled to the closed door of my office before opening it. A giggle met my ears that had a grin spreading over my face. She sounded so happy and carefree working with the plants. I didn't even care if I walked into my living room, and it resembled a rainforest. See what else you can find for now. Let me know if you have anything for me, I said and hung up the phone. I walked out into the living room to the sound of buzzing wings and tinkling laughs. I blinked at the plants that had all grown twice their size and had different flowers budding on them that couldn't possibly exist in our world. What's going on here? I groaned. All eyes turned to me and the sprites tittered tinkling laughs. Isn't it amazing, she knows the plants of Faerie, Fiona said, clapping her hands excitedly. My eyes widened and I turned to Aurelia. How could she possibly remember the plants of Faerie? She was just a child when she was found. Was she born there? Who were her real parents and why was she left here? You know the plants? I asked with a frown. No, I mean not really. My magic just does it. It happened with the tree in the forest today too. She chewed her lip, shuffling from foot to foot nervously. I nodded and moved toward her, placing my hands on her shoulders and bending to peer into her eyes. Are you sure? Fiona seems to think you know these types of plants. Magic works with knowledge, I said, and her brow furrowed. How do you mean? She asked, confused. Freya flew over in between us. You have to have seen something in order to recreate it. Freya tapped Aurelia on the nose and shook her head. You're telling me that I have seen these things before? Aurelia asked, her eyes widening. Fiona landed on my shoulder and I glared at her. You must have been in Faerie at some point because these don't grow here. Fiona was excited, but I needed her to tone it down. They were the only ones who knew the full extent of my plans, and if they let them slip, Aurelia may never want to help me. I was there. When? How was that even possible? Aurelia asked softly. She was furrowing her brow in concentration. We will figure it out, princess. There may be a block on your memory, I said and pulled her into my arms. Freya flitted away, chittering at me angrily for almost squishing her between us, but Aurelia needed the reassurance and Freya had quick reflexes. Is that where I came from? Why didn't anyone search for me? I'm sure a child can't just wander between worlds alone, right? She whispered her questions into my chest. No, a child wouldn't be able to wander between realms on their own. There's a reason you are here and I'm going to find out what. I patted her back and then stepped away. I couldn't call a witch on my normal payroll to investigate this new development. Karma was the only one with enough skill, and I refused to put her in the same room with Aurelia or give her information she could use against her. I'm going to make a call. I grumbled and pulled my phone from my pocket. Freya's wings fluttered excitedly. Yay, we can work on the plants some more. No, give her time to rest. You two are plenty capable of healing plants without her help. I glared at the sprite. The light around her dimmed at my admonishment, but she nodded her tiny head in understanding. I didn't want Aurelia overworking herself, especially if we were going to work on her memory block. Is it even a memory block, or was she just too young to retain any memories of her home? Did she even have a home? There were too many questions surrounding my mate, and it was looking more like they all revolved around my plans. How will she react when she finds out what my plans are? I was under no illusion that she wouldn't eventually figure them out. She was my mate and a huge part of what I had planned. Fiona jumped from my shoulder and flew right in front of my face. She opened her mouth, probably to say too much, and I shook my head. "Don't, Fiona." I glared. I stepped around the sprite and headed back to my office. This new development brought nothing but more questions, but maybe I would get some answers after we unlocked her memories. I closed the door behind me, then sat behind my desk. I leaned my head back against the chair. My phone buzzed in my hand and I glanced at the screen. How does she always know when I need to speak to her? It's kind of creepy. "Magna, how did you know?" I asked into the phone. "Know what, Gray?" she said cryptically. "Is she a seer? She can't be right. She would never go against me." "How do you always know when I need your help?" I asked with a growl. "You know that old wives' tale about your nose itching when someone's thinking about you?" she asked with a chuckle. "I'm sure," I shook my head. The woman was eccentric to say the least. "Think of it like that, only 10 times stronger," she said. "Now what do you need, darling?" "I found someone who will be able to help, but I think she has a block on her memory." I rested my head on my hand and blew out a breath. "This is surely something the hybrid can handle," she asked, her tone filled with disgust at the mention of Karma, my half-witch half-shifter fighter. "Not this time. Karma has a chip on her shoulder. She's threatened by Aurelia and has already issued a challenge." I shook my head. It would have been much easier if I could have called Layla to send Karma, but I couldn't take any chances with this. "She challenged her?" Magna asked with distaste. "If she is as important as I believe she is, you can't let that stand." "What do you know about her, Magna?" My spine straightened at her words. "She's telling me what I can and cannot allow." "How much does she know about me?" "This isn't good at all." "Nothing for certain," she said cryptically. "Just a gut feeling, but I'm sure we will find out if I'm right soon enough, won't we?" "How long until you can be here?" I asked, refusing to answer her cryptic question. "What exactly do you expect me to do, Gray?" Magna asked. "I think she has a memory block on her. You will have to lift it and see what she can remember." I stood from my chair and began pacing. "Okay, I will have to gather some things, but I will be there within the hour," Magna said and hung up the phone. "What the hell?" I stared at the phone. I should have been used to Magna's eccentricities by now, but that still threw me off. I was the one who hung up on people without a word, not the other way around. I leaned against the wall in my office, my gaze glued to the ceiling. What the fuck had I gotten myself into? What things did Magna need to gather to remove the block? "Gray?" Aurelia's sweet voice came from the other side of the door before she knocked. I took a fortifying breath and pushed off the wall. "Yes, princess." I opened the door, staring down at her pink cheeks. She was so beautiful when she blushed. "I just got this funny feeling that you needed me." "It's weird." "I know, sorry for bugging you," she said and turned back toward the jungle that was my living room. I reached out and pulled her back into my chest. "You aren't bugging me. I just got off the phone. I have someone coming to meet you within the hour," I told her, squeezing her hip. How the hell did she feel that? Magna is half Fae, so is that intuition a Fae trait or a witch trait? I shook my head to clear it of questions that I wasn't likely to get the answers to. Magna was always cagey when it came to answers about herself, but I wouldn't let her be about this. Aurelia meant too much to me to let Magna get away without giving me every answer she may have found. "Who is this person? Are they like me?" she asked, but I shook my head. "There is no one in this world like you." I led her back into the living room and chuckled. "Did you do all this?" I'm sorry." Fiona and Freya got a little carried away. She glanced away, her cheeks becoming pinker by the second. The leather couch and chairs were covered in a vibrant green moss dotted with bright pink and purple flowers. "Fiona. Freya. What the hell?" I growled. "That damn moss better not ruin my furniture." Fiona buzzed into the living room. "What's the matter, Gray? Don't you like it? Miss Aurelia has said she's never really been out of the city, and we thought this would feel more like home to her." Fucking sprites. Well played, Fiona. Well fucking played.
Chapter 13. Aurelia. A knock at the door made me jump. I turned to look, my gut tightening. Gray smiled at me as he strode to the door. Don't worry, princess, it's just Magna. My shoulders slumped in relief, but I was still on edge. What would the woman think of the way the sprites and I redecorated Gray's living room? What would I remember if she was able to get the memory block off? Is any of this really important? Why does it even matter that I probably lived in Faerie as a child? I squared my shoulders and blew out a breath. It would matter. I would have answers as long as this Magna woman could remove the block. Gray opened the door and a wizened old woman hobbled in the door. This was Magna? How was she supposed to help me? Gray reached out to help her into the living room, but she pushed a huge bag at him instead. Gray let out a breath in a whoosh. You must be Aurelia, the old woman said as she hobbled closer to me. Her blue eyes were so light they were almost white. She moved closer to me quicker than should have been possible at her age. Her hand wrapped around mine and she hummed. What in the world is going on here? I glanced up at Gray with wide eyes. Yes, there is strong magic here, Magna said with a hum of disapproval. I frowned at the woman. What was she? What do you mean? My magic? I asked softly. Was she talking about my magic and how strong it was, or was she saying someone placed strong magic on me? Why would anyone do that to me? What purpose would it serve to make me forget? Not your magic, darling. Magna smiled at me and patted my hand. Though your magic is immense as well. Immense? I asked with a frown. My magic does not feel immense. Magna scanned the living room and chuckled at the new decorations. You think your magic isn't incredibly strong when you have plants thriving all over poor Gray's furniture? I glared over to the two sprites whose light dimmed only slightly. It wasn't just me, I said. I can feel your magic in every plant in this room, so I don't believe that. Magna shook her head and hobbled to the mossy couch. The sprites beamed at her and flitted to land on her shoulders. Traitors. Gray set the giant bag on the coffee table and crossed his arms over his chest. Fiona and Freya, I think there are other things you could be doing. Gray raised a brow. The two sprites tittered and flew into the kitchen. Magna smiled and leaned forward to open her bag. Gray sat next to me and rested his elbows on his knees. What do you need to do this? Magna glared over at Gray. I need space. I need time with Aurelia. I'm sure you can find other things to occupy yourself with too. Gray's gaze snapped to Magna and she raised a brow at him. They sat in a silent standoff until Gray huffed out a breath and stood. I'll be listening in my office. Let me know if there is anything you need for your spell, Magna. Gray shook his head and left the room. There, now that we are alone, how are you holding up, my dear? Magda turned her light blue gaze on me. Holding up? I asked with a frown. I don't know what the hell is going on with anything, and the only mother I have ever known was murdered, and they're blaming me for it. Holding up isn't something I really understand right now. Magna patted my hand and smiled with sympathy. It is a lot, but I think it's the way it must be. Her cryptic words had me frowning. What does she mean by that? Why would this be the way things were meant to be? Do I have a block on my memory? I asked to get her back on track. How did she know so much? I wanted to move away, but I felt a strange kinship with the woman. Yes, you have a strong block, one I'm not sure I can remove with my magic, Magna said with a frown. Then what are we doing? I tried to remove my hand from her grip, but she squeezed tighter. I may not be able to use magic to loosen the block just yet, but maybe I can do something to jog your memory of the time before you were sent to this world. Magna said sternly. So, how do you think we can loosen the block? I asked, my chest tightening with apprehension. If magic can't do it, then what can she possibly do? Never underestimate the power of stories, child. She squeezed my hand. Stories? I asked softly. What do you mean? I flopped back into the soft moss of the back of the couch and waited for her explanation. I am much older than I look. She grinned. I remember a time before Faerie closed off from us. Wait, what the fuck is she talking about? Faerie closed itself off from who? Magna shook her head with a sad smile. I am half Fae, and any supernaturals that called Faerie their home were expelled and left stuck hiding in the mortal world. And you were there? I asked softly. Surely that would make her ancient, right? How can she be that old? Please, darling, ask the burning question I see festering in that beautiful head of yours. Magna said with a shoulder bump. There's way more than a single question, I said and wrapped my hand around hers. Tell me the most pressing, she prodded. What are you? I blurted. What did you mean by they kicked us out? I knew that was the question you would latch on to. She squeezed my hand. I am a half-breed. The Fae did not look kindly on those of us who weren't pure like you, she said the words without malice or censure. But if I am full Fae, why not blame me for what was done to you? I asked, chewing my lip. Was it your actions that resulted in us being kicked out of our home realm hundreds of years ago, child? She wrapped an arm around me as I shook my head. I didn't think so. I would have remembered a pretty face like that full of hatred and malice. Are my kind evil? I asked. Could I really be the wicked Fae my mother always told me I was? Why did my people make them leave? Are the Fae really as bad as everyone says they are? Maybe they are not all the wicked Fae they have the reputation for, but there are those who went out of their way to purify their realm of all half-bloods, shifters and witches. They are the ones who are wicked, not you, darling. Magna wrapped a frail arm around my shoulders, but it didn't make me feel any better about the way my kind had treated the others. Do I want to know about my home anymore? Do I even care? It's important to know where you came from, darling. If you don't know that, then you won't know which is the correct path forward. Magna said, squeezing me. My people are awful. They kicked you all out of your home because you weren't pure. Why would I want to go back there? I asked. Maybe you can be the one that changes things for the better, darling. Magna's eyes bored into mine. Why would I matter in any kind of change? I asked, but she just hummed. What the fuck was I missing here? I was nothing more than a foster child with a questionable past and an uncertain future. I think a story is in order. It may help you with your memories, darling. Magna said, and shifted on the moss-covered couch next to me. What kind of story? I asked with a raised brow. I loved books whenever I could get my hands on them, but that wasn't often. A story about Faerie, she said happily. A story about the goodness in the realm and the ancient tales. Okay, I said happily. I would love to hear them. Millennia ago, Faerie was a glorious place where all the supernaturals that live in this realm lived out in the open in peace in Faerie. They didn't have to hide. There were dances and parties. The Fae courts were very similar to the human stories. There was a faraway look in her eyes. I shifted as I listened to her talk about the beauty in the realm that I was beginning to hate. I glanced at the budding plants that didn't belong in this world. Could they be right? And I have been to Faerie, and because of whatever block is there, I don't remember? It was a beautiful place and a beautiful time. But as with all history, it didn't stay that way. The courts were always squabbling and wars broke out. The Elders' Council decided that the other supernaturals of the realm were to blame. Magna shook her head. How were the shifters and witches to blame for the courts warring? I asked. The shifters and witches got along about as well then as they do now, and they were members of rival courts. Magna shook her head. That made sense. Even I had seen how shifters and witches reacted to each other with distrust. These courts bordered each other, and every time a scuffle broke out along their borders, war would follow, Magna said with a sigh. So basically they gave the elders everything they needed to blame them for the wars that continuously broke out. I rested my elbows on my knees and sat forward. I loved learning about my history, but it wasn't helping me to remember anything. But I kept quiet as she continued her story. Eventually the elders of the Council of Fae decided they were the only ones who deserved to live in their homeland, and searched for a way to remove all others from their realm. My whole focus was on her, as she kept me on the edge of my seat with her story. They found a way? I asked and shook my head. Of course they did. They did, and the supernaturals who were not full-blooded Fae were ejected from the realm. She shook her head sadly. That doesn't make sense to me though. There are half-blood Fae here. How is that possible if they kicked the supernaturals out of their realm? I asked. Some are older than the time we split off. They were expelled along with us. The others, well, I only said we were removed, not that they couldn't come here. Magna sat back against the couch. They can come here, but we can't go there? It hardly seems fair. I covered my face with my hands and closed my eyes tight. There was something there just out of reach, but the more I tried to grab onto it, the farther away it slipped. Nothing about us being kicked out of our home was fair, Magna said. Right, I don't think this is working, Magna. I shook my head. Close your eyes and clear your mind, darling. Listen to the sound of my voice, she said softly. I could do that. It was much like Gray had me do when I was controlling my magic. I took a deep breath and centered myself. Think back to your first memories, her soothing voice hit my ears. I did as instructed, and the memory of being found walking the streets hit me like a freight train. I shivered as I remembered the chill in the air. That's good, she soothed. Now push back farther. I concentrated, but there was a wall there. I tapped at it in my mind, but it was solid. I found the block, I said, and with all my mental strength punched a hole straight through it.
Chapter 14. Gray. A scream tore through the apartment. I jumped up from my seat behind my desk and rushed from the room. What the fuck happened? I asked Magna with a growl. I don't know. She told me she found the block and then started screaming, Magna said with a frown. I thought you were supposed to remove the block. I kneeled on the mossy floor next to her. It was stronger than my magic. I tried another tactic. She held her hands over Aurelia's head and a faint green glow emitted from her palms. I trailed my fingers down the side of her cheek and pushed her hair behind her ear. What the fuck happened? Why did she just start screaming? The block has been damaged, Magna sighed. What did you do, child? What do you mean? I asked, turning my glare on the old woman. She did something to the magic. I didn't tell her to do that, Magna whispered. She sat back on her heels and the glow left her hands. Does that mean you can't heal her? I asked, pulling my unconscious mate into my arms. She's not physically injured. Magna shook her head. I can't heal her mind. Are you telling me that she somehow fractured her mind and you can't fix it? I growled. I don't think it's fractured, but she will need to heal herself and face whatever is in her past before she wakes up, Magna said with a shake of her head. What the fuck did that even mean? Face what's in her past. Now I need you to tell me what you think Aurelia is to you and your plans, Magna said with a raised brow. You know I can't tell you that, Magna. It could make you a target. I pulled Aurelia closer to my chest and her soft sigh tickled my neck. She may not be happy with your plans, Gray. Are you prepared for that? Magna asked, her eyes shining with knowledge. This Fae woman always knows way too much. What do you know? I asked. I know she thinks that she is evil because of what her people did to us and doesn't want to go to the Fae realm, Magna said, shocking me. I don't know what you think you know about my plans, but that won't be a problem. I stood from the couch and stormed down the hall. The sprites flitted around me in bursts of pink and green. I opened the door to Aurelia's room and laid her gently on the bed. Miss Aurelia's room needs plants, Fiona gasped, clapping her hands together. Not now, I grunted and sat next to Aurelia on the bed. I pushed a wild piece of hair behind her ear. She was so beautiful, even in sleep, that it hurt. Master Gray, Freya said softly. Is she okay? According to Magna, she's just working out her memories, but I don't know what that means for us. I scrubbed a hand over my face. What if she wakes up and remembers who she is and how to get back? Will she leave us all here to rot? Hiding from the humans in plain sight was painful, especially when many of us remembered what it was like to be free of all of that. We could shift out in the open without fear. I stood abruptly and stomped back into my redecorated living room. How long do you think it will take her to wake up? I asked Magna. I don't know. Magna shook her head. It could be minutes or hours. I slumped down on the couch next to the wizened Fae woman with a huff. You know more than you are letting on. I always know more. Magna shrugged. Could she have been the seer that took the book from the witch's house? What do you know about Aurelia and her past? I asked with a raised brow. I know she's important. More important than even you know, she said quietly. Do you always have to be so cryptic? I grumbled. How would you like me to be, darling? If I tell you anything, it could change everything. Magna stood. You are a seer. I jumped to my feet, my tone accusing. Her nearly white eyes turned on me with a glare. That's not common knowledge, Gray. Were you at her home the day the witch was murdered? I stomped over to her and blocked her exit. There are too few seers for this to be a coincidence. No, she growled. Do you know what book was found? I asked. Book? She asked, confused. Her eyes clouded over. She swayed on her feet and I lunged for her. The woman's knees buckled. She didn't weigh much as I lifted her and laid her on the couch. What the fuck is happening right now? Is she okay? The sprites buzzed in frantically. Don't touch her, Master Gray. Fiona fluttered in front of me. Why not? I asked, frowning. She's having a vision, Freya whispered, her tone filled with awe. Have you seen this before? What could happen? I asked, taking a step away from Magna. She could accidentally pull you into her vision. Freya wrung her tiny hands. And after what she just said, if I know what she sees, it could be a disaster. I nodded. I understood, but not knowing had irrational anger bubbling to the surface. A groan filled the quiet space, and I turned away from the frantic sprites. Magna, did you see something? I asked as her eyes cleared of whatever she just saw. Not much, she grumbled and rubbed her forehead. There's another seer blocking me, and I worry they are after Aurelia. Who's after me? Aurelia's voice from the hall startled me, and I spun around with a smile. You're okay, I rushed to her and cupped her cheeks in my hands. My wolf was pushing at the surface, threatening my control as I stared into her eyes. Yeah, I think so. What happened? Aurelia asked with a sigh. Magna sat forward with a glare. You weren't supposed to touch the block. What are you talking about? Aurelia asked and rubbed at her temples. What did you do when you found the block on your memories? I asked, pulling her back to the couch. I sat her down beside Magna and sat in front of her on the table. Aurelia frowned and closed her eyes in concentration. It's gone. What do you mean it's gone? I asked. Do you remember everything? I needed to know about the book. It was obviously important. A seer wouldn't have risked exposure for something that wasn't. It's still a little fuzzy, but the block is gone. She opened her green eyes and stared into mine. Do you remember anything about a book? I asked. Gray, Magna warned me with a glare. I was just asking a question. I shook my head. Pushing her memories to the surface isn't good for anyone. Magna patted Aurelia's arm. I'm sitting right here. Aurelia threw her hands up. What's the first thing you remember, Aurelia? Magna squeezed her arm. Aurelia closed her eyes again, and I leaned closer. It's cold, she said with a shiver. I'm huddled in an ally that I don't remember seeing before, and a person in a long cloak with a hood approaches me. Shit. Could it be the same seer we saw before? I said something to them in a language I don't know if I understand. She scrunched her brows down in concentration. You don't know what language it was or what you said? I asked and turned my surprised gaze to Magna. I think I said I want to go home, Aurelia whispered. She opened her eyes and stared at me. How did I understand that when I have never heard it before? What did the cloaked person do when you said that? Magna coaxed. They shook their head and said something. She shook her head. You can't. I think they said I can't go home. How old were you? I asked, squeezing her knee. Maybe 6 or 7. How is it that I forgot this? I wasn't that young. She slumped back into the couch. There was a block on your memory, I said. Why would that person tell me I couldn't go home? They seemed familiar to me in the memory, like I knew them, she said and tilted her head back. You knew them. If you saw them again, could you point them out? I asked, getting excited. Could she tell us who this person is and how to find the book? This could be the lead we have been looking for, all locked away in her mind. I probably could eventually, but my head is still fuzzy. Aurelia shook her head. Not to worry, Magna said and patted Aurelia's hand. You can't push too far too fast or you could hurt yourself, darling. Magna shot me another stern glare. My wolf growled angrily in my head, but not at the Fae woman. He was growling at me. I was putting our mate at risk being so impatient. I couldn't hide the excitement. I might have answers and be closer to my goals than ever before. I feel like I'm failing you by not being able to remember, Aurelia said softly. No, I growled. You are not failing me. I cupped her cheek and pressed my lips to hers softly. Are you sure? I could try harder, she said, breaking the kiss. No, I don't want you to hurt yourself. You've had a long day, why don't you rest? Your trainers will be here early in the morning. I kissed her forehead and stood, pulling her up with me. I shared a look with Magna and nodded toward my office. I moved through the hall to Aurelia's room and opened the door. Her tinkling laugh filled the space as she scanned the room. Fiona and Freya, I growled. I told them not to go crazy. The blanket was a bed of moss draped over the bed, and there were garlands of flowers draped around the headboard. I shook my head and kissed Aurelia on the cheek. I need to have a chat with Magna and some overzealous sprites. Get some sleep. I strolled from the room and closed the door behind me. I needed to talk to Magna. She once again knew more than she was letting on. I raced down the hall to my office and pushed through the door. What do you think is happening, Magna? I think we need to be very careful. Whoever was in the witch's apartment is going to come after Aurelia. She's not safe. Magna turned to raise an eyebrow at me. I know that. It's why I'm getting her trained to use her magic and protect herself without it. I knew she was special the moment I met her, Magna. I sat behind the desk. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The future is uncertain. This person could be a danger to her or a danger to your carefully laid plans. Magna had a faraway look in her eyes as she spoke. So, you're saying that she could still take the other side of this? We could be enemies? I asked, shaking my head. I can't let that happen. I can't let this psycho seer near her.
Chapter 15. Aurelia. Again, the mammoth of a man training me roared from the other side of the makeshift ring. Water, I gasped. He'd been working me in this magic-canceling room for hours. When you're fighting for your life, do you think your opponent will let you stop for a water break? Max asked with a raised brow. Again. I crouched back into a fighting stance and waited for Max to come at me again. After being at this for hours, I was one giant bruise. I had muscle aches in places I didn't even know I had muscles, but I kept going. I had a fight with karma soon, and I was damned if I was going to lose. I slammed one fist into the pad on his hand and spun in a circle, kicking out in a roundhouse kick. Max's other hand blocked my foot and pushed it away. You're slow. I'm not used to this much exercise, I growled. I had never had much exercise, but over the last week since my mother's death it had been increasing by the day, and Max wasn't about to let up on it either. You need to get used to it. You are a sitting duck in a fight. Try harder, be faster. Max shook his head. In a fight I will have my magic, I huffed. Will you have your magic in the ring? Max glared at me. Again. I kicked out at him again and spun, bringing my elbow down on his side, but he blocked it easily. I jumped back as he swiped at me with the pad. You need to start a daily run, Max said with a shake of his head. In this room. 5 miles before I get here every morning. Are you kidding me? You want me to run 5 miles before the ass crack of dawn? I asked with a scowl and moved to my water bottle. I'll make sure Gray knows my training program for you and you won't have a choice. I heard the sprites can be very convincing. Max said. You wouldn't, I spun on him. You play dirty. One day you will thank me for it. You are supposed to be fast. Karma will use everything she has at her disposal. Now grab a weapon. Max pointed to the weapons wall. I bounced excitedly on the balls of my feet. I had been waiting for a chance to learn a weapon. I eyed the beautiful bow and took a step toward it, but Max stopped me. Not the bow, at least not yet. You need to learn close combat first, he said. My shoulders slumped as I ran my fingers over the small knives. What about this? That's a throwing knife. You never want to throw away your only weapon. Max snarled and stomped over to the rack and pulled a dagger from it. He placed the perfectly balanced blade in my hand, and I gripped it. The dagger felt good in my hand, and I slashed out with it experimentally. It's perfect, I said mostly to myself. The metal glinted under the fluorescent lighting. Come at me with it, Max ordered. I raised an eyebrow at his empty hands and twirled the blade in my hand. I'd never really worked with a blade before, but it just felt natural. I widened my stance and slashed out quickly, but Max twirled away from me, too quick for me to strike him. You should be faster than this. Karma will not go easy on you. Again, Max barked. I crouched in the fighting stance that Max had spent 2 hours perfecting. He knocked me on my ass so many times that he finally drilled it into my head. I faked left and then adjusted and slashed at him from the right, but Max was smarter than that. You put your weight on the right foot before you feint to the left. It's a tell, and any opponent worth anything will pick up on that immediately, Max said as he spun behind me and elbowed me in the kidney. I dropped to the mat with a cry of both frustration and pain. Fucker isn't pulling his punches. That fucking hurt. The blade pressed into the mat as I caught my breath on my hands and knees. A towel dropped down next to me. I picked it up and swiped at my forehead and neck as I sat back on my heels. Time for a cool down. 1 mile jog on the treadmill, Max said, and his stomping feet left the room. The door slammed shut behind him, and I fell back on the mat. The only sound in the room was my heaving breaths. Why the fuck did Gray hire a sadist to train me? I mumbled. Now, Aurelia, Max's order was barked from the other side of the iron door. Fucker has super hearing too. I shook my head and peeled myself off the mat. I ran the towel over the back of my neck and trudged to the treadmill. This fucking sucked. I pushed the buttons for a slow jog and my muscles screamed in protest as I started my 1-mile cool down. Gray really was going to pay for this. What did he expect me to do? I gulped down water as I did as I was told. My muscles slowly worked themselves out of their stiffness as I jogged for about 10 minutes, and sighed in relief when it was done. Gray had been even more adamant about starting my training strong after the revelations the night before. I still couldn't remember much from before the alley, and I had no idea what language I was speaking in that memory. The only thing that made any sense was that I was speaking Faerie. I turned the treadmill off and stretched my arms over my head before trudging out into the hall. I really needed a shower, but it didn't make sense to do that until after my magic session. I flopped into a chair at the kitchen island. The sprites were flitting around. How do they cook when they are so tiny? They flitted around the kitchen glowing a bright green. Fiona turned to me with a tiny grin. Miss Aurelia, how was your training? Fiona asked, making Freya gasp and turn to me. Terrible, I said, shaking my head. A glass appeared in front of me with something thick and green inside of it, and I grimaced. Don't look at me like that. Freya wagged a finger at me. It will help heal your sore muscles. What is it? I asked, picking up the glass and sniffing it. I didn't completely trust the mischievous sprites. They could have very well given me something that tasted like ass, and titter, and joke about the prank they played. It didn't smell terrible though. It smelled like berries and something floral. Both sprites stared at me as I took a tentative sip and warmth washed through me. I groaned and gulped it down. My muscles relaxed instantly and the pain from my bruises ebbed away. Thank you, I grinned at them. That will teach you to trust us. We wouldn't give you anything to harm you, Freya whispered. I'm sorry. I just had a really tough first training session with Max. I pushed the empty glass toward them, feeling 100 times better already. Here, you need to refuel for your magic training after being in that god's awful box for hours, Freya said, and a plate full of sandwiches appeared on the counter in front of me. How do you do that? I asked, picking up a sandwich, and my stomach let out an unholy growl. Magic, Freya giggled and flitted away without another word. I shrugged and bit into the sandwich as Gray came walking into the kitchen and he bent and kissed my sweaty cheek. Ew, don't touch me right now, I'm all gross, I leaned away from him. Did you have a good training session? Gray asked, chuckling. No, you hired a sadist. I scowled at him. He's the best trainer out there. He took the seat next to me and reached for a sandwich. Fiona smacked his hand away and Gray scowled at her. Those are for Miss Aurelia, she needs to refuel. The sprite wagged her finger at Gray. I can't eat all of these, Fiona. My eyes widened. They really expect me to eat all of that? They aren't serious. My stomach growled again at the thought. Well shit. Maybe I can eat it all. A plate appears in front of Gray and he nodded, the glare turning to something like affection for the sprite. Yes, Miss Aurelia. You must eat to refuel. Fi eat a lot, especially after having their magic drained the way that bloody box does. Fiona glared at Gray. Hey, don't glare at me. She agreed to the fight with karma. This just helping her learn to fight without magic. Gray threw his hands up. I giggled at the stern glare the sprite shot him. She didn't like the training sessions any more than I did. Eat, Miss Aurelia. You need your strength. Fiona nodded to the plate of sandwiches. She's not gonna let me leave until I have cleared my plate, is she? Bossy little sprite. I finished the sandwich and picked up another, realizing I was hungrier than I thought. Is Magna coming by today? I asked after swallowing. I wanted to talk to her about the block on my memories. No, Gray said and didn't elaborate. Do you know when she will be back? I asked. I needed answers and Magna seemed like the one most likely to get them for me. She's working on finding the cloaked person you met as a child, he said cryptically. My shoulders stiffened at his words. Why did I not like that idea? The person had felt familiar in my memory. They had felt almost like family. It feels like a bad idea to let Gray anywhere near that person, but why? Who am I trying to protect, Gray or the hooded figure? What's wrong? Gray asked, not missing my reaction for a second. Do you think it's a good idea to look for them? They could be dangerous, I said, but when Gray sniffed the air he glared at me. You don't believe that? Why don't you want me to find them, really? He turned me to face him in the chair. I shoved the last piece of sandwich in my mouth and grabbed the last one in an attempt to buy myself time. Aurelia? Gray asked, turning my eyes to his. I'm not sure. They felt familiar, but I have a horrible feeling that if the two of you were in the same room, it would be bad for everyone. I shrugged and glanced away. We need to find them, Gray said on a sigh. I have reason to believe they killed the witch who raised you. I gasped at his words and turned my gaze back to his. He wasn't lying, and I didn't miss the way he didn't call her my mother. Could he know how I lived before? That wasn't possible, right? He would have had to go to my old apartment. What do you mean? I asked slowly. I had a witch perform a mimic spell to help clear your name from the murder, but the figure that was in the apartment was cloaked with a hood over their head. They stole a book from the safe that was meant for you. What book could he be talking about? I don't remember any book. What was so special about this book? I asked. There was a note that the book was with you when you were found. Whoever the hooded figure was, I think it's the same person. Gray steepled his hands on the counter in front of him. Something about that explanation didn't sit right with me, and I closed my eyes. Could I be terribly wrong about the hooded figure? Could they be out to hurt me? I don't want to think so, but what if it's true and I trust the wrong person? Everything would be destroyed.
Chapter 16. Gray. Aurelia slumped to the side, and I grabbed her before she fell to the ground. Don't, Fiona shouted, but it was too late. My eyes closed and suddenly I was in an alley, cold and alone, huddled on the ground in nothing but a thin coat and rain pelting my skin. Are you listening, child? My eyes widened as a male voice that was somehow familiar sounded in the dirty alley. Is this Aurelia's memory? How am I seeing this? I want to go home, I said, but it wasn't my voice. It was a child's voice crying because she was cold. You can't go home. You have a part to play. The hooded man shook his head. I don't care about my part. It's cold and lonely here. She whimpered. I knew the Fae were cruel, but this is next level shit. They abandoned her here for some part? I growled, but the sound never left my mind. I wasn't here to change things. It was just a memory. Maybe this is the reason she forgot her past. Did I inadvertently make her relive past trauma by pushing too hard? She clearly blocked all of this for a reason. You must remember your purpose, Aurelia. A small amount of discomfort now will all be worth it in the end, the hooded man said. She was just a child starving and freezing, and he wanted her to remember her purpose. Bullshit. I hate it here. How am I supposed to live here? She asked in a small voice and cowered away from the man. Do you have the book? The man asked, ignoring her outburst. He was unfeeling and cold, not caring that Aurelia was suffering. This wasn't a minor discomfort. If something didn't change, she would die on these streets. I tried to remind myself that something did happen and she survived the elements, but my wolf was snarling in my mind, wanting to curl up with her and keep the child warm until we could get out of this place. He didn't understand this wasn't real, just that our mate was suffering. Yes, I have the book. She shifted, pulling the thin coat tighter around her shoulders. Do you remember what to do with it? The man asked. I need to hide it until the time is right, she said softly. What the fuck is that supposed to mean, and how did it end up in the hands of the witch? Did Aurelia hide it in the safe? Who was the note that Dan saw from? Good, do not fail me, Aurelia. Everything hinges on this, the man said, and the memory faded. I still held tight to Aurelia and squeezed her a little tighter as she blinked her eyes open. What happened? She asked with a frown. She pulled away from me and sat back in her chair. Fiona flitted around the kitchen frantically, and then another plate of sandwiches appeared in front of Aurelia. Eat, Miss Aurelia. Using so much magic just after being in the box is draining, Fiona said. What do you mean? Aurelia asked, but picked up another sandwich as she'd been told to. You had a memory, but once again it just leaves more questions than answers. I clenched my hand into a fist on the counter. I needed to calm the fuck down, but rage bubbled up inside of me after seeing the memory. Wait, what do you mean? How do you know? Aurelia asked, rubbing a hand over her forehead. You pulled me in, princess. I saw the memory. I reached out and tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. What was the memory? I don't remember. She shook her head and took a bite of her sandwich. I think it was more of the same memory you saw last night. You were freezing in the alley, talking to the man in the hood. My wolf growled in my mind. He didn't like that one bit, but neither did I. How was I able to do that? She stared down at her hands. Fiona fluttered closer. By touch, Miss Aurelia. I tried to warn Master Grey, but it was too late. He wouldn't let you fall. You don't remember anything about your purpose or the part you play? I asked, and she shook her head. I don't know. It's all still fuzzy. I wonder if there's a reason I can't remember though, and it's better that I don't. Aurelia chewed her lip nervously. Indecision warred within me as I wondered if she was right. Magna's words came back to haunt me. If she remembers, will that make us enemies? Will she side with the wicked Fae and leave us all here to rot? I need to make some calls. I stood from the island and pushed another lock of hair behind her ear. I can't let her change her mind. I can't lose my mate and my plans all at the same time. I don't think she would leave us here to rot, but can I be sure about anything? I needed to talk to Magna. I rushed down the hall and quietly closed the door to my office. My phone rang immediately and I shook my head. She really did know more than I will ever know. Magna, I sighed into the phone. I don't have anything more than you do, Grey. The future is still uncertain. I can't tell you what to do, Magna said, exasperated. I know you can't, but have you seen anything that can point me in the direction of the book? I asked, running a hand down my face. The book was meant to be in her possession. She should have hidden it, but somehow the witch got a hold of it. Focus on her training and try not to intrude on any more of her memories, that's all I can say, Magna said. It was an accident. Should I have let her fall? I growled. No, of course not. Your wolf never would have allowed that, she said, and then went quiet for a second. Speak with Dan. I believe he has something that will help. The line clicked off and I growled. The old woman was getting on my nerves, hanging up on me like that all the time. I slumped into the chair and dialed Dan. He picked up on the first ring. Report, I barked into the phone. I think I have a lead. Meet me shifter side, Dan said excitedly. Shifter side? But the person murdered was a witch. I shook my head. I know, but there's been another murder that matches the same mo, Dan said with a groan. What the fuck? There's been another murder. How does a shifter getting murdered have anything to do with Aurelia? I asked, sitting forward in my chair. It's the man who ran the motel that I chased her from. He was a hawk shifter, and he was murdered in the motel, Dan said. Is someone murdering supernaturals who showed her any bit of kindness? What purpose would that serve? I'll be there in 20 minutes, I said, and hung up the phone. I stormed from my office into the kitchen, but Aurelia wasn't there. Changing direction, I made my way to the training room for her magic lessons. She stood in the middle of the room, purple magic pooling in her hands as she closed her eyes in concentration. Sorry to interrupt. I need to head out for a while, I said. Aurelia spun on me and her magic went wild, but before it could touch me, it fizzled out. You scared the shit out of me, Aurelia yelled. Sorry, I have to go. Don't open the door for anyone. I raised a brow at her and she nodded. I rushed out of the apartment and within 10 minutes was striding up to the motel that Aurelia had almost stayed at. I grimaced. The place was a dingy motel not fit for a human, let alone my mate. What had she been thinking, going to a place like that? I flinched at my own judgmental thoughts when her memory played out behind my eyes. She stayed in worse than this. Hey boss, Dan's voice startled me from my thoughts. Where was he found? I asked and moved toward him. He had bags under his eyes and he looked somber. It's bad, boss. I know she didn't do it because she was with you, but no one in the soup community does, and they are calling her a wannabe serial killer. He shook his head. Show me, I barked. Dan led me into the motel lobby and through a door that went to the back. He pulled a key from his pocket. He stopped in front of a door with a boarded window. This is the exact room she was in when I found her. There was a note of her name and room number at the front desk. Dan put the key in the lock and wiggled it until the lock clicked open. Get a hold of management after this and make sure this place is closed down until upgrades can be made. This is a shithole. I shook my head and stepped inside behind him. Yes, boss. I'll see it done, Dan said and followed me inside. What the fuck? I asked with wide eyes. I thought you said it was the same mo. Blaming Aurelia is the same mo, right? Last time they left her on the floor to take the blame and this time, well, this. He grimaced. Aurelia's name was written in blood above the headboard on the wall. Why the fuck would the shifters think this was her when it was clearly a warning? That's not blaming her, Dan. It's a warning to her. She's not safe. I took a step into the room and pulled my phone out of my pocket. I don't care if calling the facility is ill-advised. I need to know what happened here. Right fucking now, and I only know one person that can do that. Boss. Layla asked into the phone. I'm sending you an address. I need Karma to do another mimic spell, and if I have to wait as long as the two of you made Dan wait last time, then you'll both be punished for your insolence, I said, and hung up the phone. I scanned the room, walking around to the other side of the bed. A small slip of paper was dropped on the floor. I bent over and picked it up, but the script was in a language I recognized but never learned to read. Aurelia's name was written on it in flowing script, but that was all I could make out. Whoever did this is Faerie, I growled. Could it be the same hooded figure from Aurelia's memory? What purpose would that serve when he sent her to our realm in the first place? Or at least I think he's the one who sent her here, but why? I pulled the camera up on my phone and snapped a picture, sending it to Magna quickly. Maybe she would recognize the language better than I could. Dan wandered out 20 minutes later to wait for Karma. She and Layla walked in minutes later with shocked expressions on their faces. What is that? Karma asked, pointing at the name drawn in blood. What does it look like? I barked. Just do what I asked? Layla raised a brow at me, but I was over both of their bullshit. Karma wandered around the room, shaking her head. Shit, I can't believe she did this. She didn't do it. I crossed my arms over my chest. Are you sure? The signature is the same. It smells like her in here too. Layla took a step forward. She hasn't left the apartment, and before that she was at the facility. It wasn't her. I shook my head. My phone buzzed in my hand and I peered down at it with a curse. Magna, SOS. You need to get home. Now. My spine straightened and I growled. Something was wrong at the apartment. If I didn't get there soon, would I lose my mate forever? I turned and ran like the fires of hell were on my tail.
Chapter 17. Aurelia. My instructor for magic control was not as much of a sadist as Max, thank the gods. Center yourself, Aurelia. You control the flow of magic, not your emotions, Rhea said softly. She'd figured out pretty quickly that if she raised her voice when my eyes were closed, that it wouldn't go well. I lost control with more than just Gray. I took a deep breath and pulled the magic back. I wasn't sure how this would help me in a fight. If I was fighting with my magic, I wouldn't be able to close my eyes and center myself to control it. Aurelia, you are losing focus, concentrate, Rhea said. I banished the thoughts from my mind and focused on the flow of magic. It had gotten out of control again. Shit. Don't lose focus. Okay, now I want you to attack me with the magic, Rhea said, and I cracked an eye open. Are you sure about that? Shouldn't I use a target or something? I asked incredulously. Don't worry, I am faster than I look. She smirked. She's not a sadist. She's a masochist. What was Gray thinking hiring these people? They are both insane. I let the magic pool in my palm and stared down at the crackling purple ball of magic. It grew to the size of a golf ball before I tossed it at Rhea. The woman disappeared just before the magic would have connected with her chest. Too slow, she taunted. I spun around at the sound of her voice. How the fuck did she do that? She just disappeared. With enough practice, you will be able to do the same. Rhea grinned. Can you read my mind now too? I asked in frustration. I threw another ball of magic before she could answer. She disappeared again, and her giggle met my ears from my left. No, I can't read your mind. It was written all over your face, she called, and I turned to her. I faked a throw, and she disappeared, and I spun to my other side, throwing the other direction. Rhea threw up a wall in front of her at the last second, and my magic shattered against the force field. Good, you're thinking like a fighter and anticipating my next move. You can't teach that easily. Rhea nodded to me. I'd literally almost lit her up with magic, and she was praising me? She really was insane. Thanks? I said, but it was more of a question. Let's try again. She placed her hands on her hips. I funneled magic into both hands this time and waited for my opening, but she was expecting everything I tried. I faked left and went right, but she probably noticed the same tell as Max had and dodged left. I threw the magic just in front of her, but she wasn't able to stop her momentum in time and slammed right into the magic. She flew back several feet before she disappeared again and landed in a heap on the mat in front of me. "Oh my gods, are you okay?" I asked, crouching next to her. Rhea burst into loud laughter as she held out a hand for me to take. "That was fucking brilliant." I helped her up from the mat as a crash sounded from the living room. I tensed and Rhea took a step in front of me. Silver magic coated her palms. "Hide, Aurelia. There's an intruder." She squared her shoulders, never glancing back to see if I listened. Who the fuck would be stupid enough to break into Gray's penthouse? Do they have a death wish? "Aurelia, hide now." "That's an order," Rhea barked. I didn't want to leave her, but what could I do? Who the fuck was in the apartment, and why? I backed away from Rhea, but the room we were in was cleared of anything I could hide behind. "Rhea, there's nowhere to hide in here," I said and filled my palms with magic. "Fine, follow me out the door and as soon as you're clear, run to the magicless room and stay there." Rhea barks and moves to the door. "Why there? I won't be able to use magic?" I asked with my arms crossed over my chest. "If they go inside to look for you, then you will have an advantage as they won't have magic either," Rhea said, exasperated. "Fine, but you haven't seen me fight without magic." I shook my head but followed her movements to the closed door. She leaned her ear to the door to listen, but silence met our ears. "What is going on out there? Where are Freya and Fiona? Are they okay?" "Focus, Aurelia," Rhea snapped at me. I glanced at my hands and breathed in deeply. The magic in my hands was much larger than it had been before. I stopped the flow of magic but kept the weapons the size they were. I wasn't getting rid of my only weapon. Rhea frowned, opened the door a crack and scanned the hall. "On 3. "What?" I asked. "3, she said with a cackle and jumped into the hall. "What the hell happened to 1 and 2? I grumbled as I sprinted out behind her. Rhea lobbed a ball of magic down the hall, and I barely saw a hooded figure duck out of the way. "Is that the man from my memory? What is he doing here?" "Now, Aurelia, go!" Rhea screamed. I shook my head to clear it and ran to the metal door. I needed to get inside. It was my only advantage. A crash sounded along with a female grunt, and I prayed to whoever might have been listening that Rhea and the sprites were okay as I pushed through the door. My knees nearly buckled as my magic fizzled out. I took calming breaths as I straightened my shoulders. I scanned the room for a weapon and cursed Max for not letting me practice with the bow. I didn't want a close-range weapon for this. I'd already proven I wasn't fast enough. Taking my chances, I moved to the weapons wall. I grabbed the bow down, and a tingle ran down my spine with familiarity. My instincts took over, and I knocked an arrow and pointed it at the only door to the room. I jumped at another crash that sounded closer than the last. What is going on out there? Should I look? I took a step toward the door when the handle turned. A hiss filled the air as the hooded figure took a step inside and their knees buckled. "Who are you?" I pulled back the string of the bow, ready to fire. "What? You don't remember me?" The man's tone was hurt. Why would he sound hurt that I don't remember him? Who was he to me? "Did you kill my mother?" I barked, ignoring the question. The hooded figure stepped back out of the room with his hands raised. "That witch was not your mother," the man snarled. It wasn't lost on me that he didn't answer the question. "How did you know I was talking about the witch?" I asked, stepping forward. He was in the hall now. Would he be able to subdue me with magic from the outside? "You have the wrong idea, Aurelia. I'm here to rescue you. It's time to go home," he said, his tone pleading for me to understand. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I yelled. "You were the man who left me freezing in the alley, weren't you? I told you I wanted to go home, and you left me there." "I was, yes," he sounded sad, but I refused to buy into his bullshit. "You need to leave? Gray will be back soon, and if you hurt any of my friends, I will hunt you down." I held the arrow steady and took another step toward the door. "You need to remember, Aurelia, and if you refuse, I will make you." The man lunged through the door and knocked the bow from my hands. The weapon slid across the mat too far for me to reach. The air all rushed out of me as he tackled me to the ground. I brought my elbow up to smack against his temple, but he ducked, and pain crashed through me as I hit his shoulder instead. You have to remember, he grunted. If you don't, all is lost. I don't want to remember, I roared. I don't want to remember being left in the cold, or the reason behind it. I was talking too much. His hood never moved as he pinned me to the mat. You don't have a choice. He swung his fist at my head, but I blocked him easily. Where the fuck is everyone? Are they okay? If he hurt them, then I will fucking kill him. I blocked another hit aimed at my head, and got my legs around his middle and bucked my hips. He was like a lead weight on my body, as he pushed down into me again. I lashed out with my fists punching anywhere I could connect with, until his hands caught mine in a bruising grip and held them above my head. You are mine. You were promised to me. He snarled in my face. I laughed mirthlessly, and you left me to die in the fucking cold. I don't care whatever claim you think you have on me. I will never be yours, and I will never help you. Remember me, damn it, he roared and pulled the hood from his head. Memories assaulted me. This man with me in a vibrant green field picking wildflowers. Him sitting beside my bed, reading me stories from a book I didn't recognize, and then him taking me from my bed and throwing a cloak over me as he took me from the castle. What the fuck? Hold the hell up here, the castle? I could hear the hounds being set free as he ran with me in his arms covered in a soft brown cloak. I wasn't given away by my parents. I asked in horror. He took me from them, brought me here and left me to die? No, he said and loosened his grip. Wrong move, asshole. I broke his grip on my wrists and punched him in the face. I trusted you, Malcolm. You were my friend and then you kidnapped me from my bed and left me to die. You understood why once. Our kingdom will never be safe if the other supernaturals are allowed to return. You understood what your role would be as a child. He wrapped his hand around my wrists again and lifted me before slamming me back into the mat. Pain exploded behind my eyes at the same time a shout filled the air in the living room. Go to sleep, my love. I'm taking you home, and then we will finish what we started. Malcolm slammed his fist into my cheek, and pain blinded me before I was sucked into sweet oblivion.
Chapter 18. Gray. The elevator door opened and smoke billowed inside. What the fuck happened? How did someone get past my wards? The moss-covered couch had scorch marks on it, and as much as I hated the way they redecorated with plants, I missed the flowers that dotted the space. Aurelia, I shouted, but there was no sound. Has she been taken? My wolf growled in my mind. He would hunt down the bastard who took her if that's what happened. Fiona. Freya. Where is everyone? I yelled and pushed through the destruction of my home. A groan in the hall filled my ears, and I raced to the lump on the ground. Rhea, where's Aurelia? Safe, I hope, she groaned and tried to sit up. I pushed her shoulder down and pulled out my phone, dialing Magna. On my way now, Magna said. Hurry, I barked. Rhea had blood gushing from her head, and though she was one of the strongest half-fies I had ever met, she could still bleed out. Where is Aurelia? I asked again. Magicless room, Rhea slurred, blinking repeatedly. I propped her up against the wall and nodded my thanks. It was smart sending her in there, since no one else would be able to use magic against her while she was inside. The destruction continued down the hall, but there was no sign of an intruder. There was also no sign of my mate. I roared as I stomped to the door, and no one was inside the room. The bow was abandoned on the mat, but Aurelia was gone. My wolf howled in my head and pushed to the surface, my hands turned to claws as I clenched them into fists. I punched the wall, but my fist bounced off. Blood coated my knuckles, but it didn't stop me from punching it again and again. A throat cleared behind me, and I glared at Magna as I turned. You knew this would happen. You knew, and you still told me to go meet with Dan. The seer was just lucky that she was more powerful than me. Why the fuck did she tell me to go? No matter how uncertain the future was, this always happened. It was a trigger point in the timeline. Magna shook her head sadly. And what is that supposed to mean? I shook my hand out. Blood still oozed from my knuckles, but they were already healing. It means that no matter the actions of me or others, this was always meant to happen. The rest is up to Aurelia and what she decides to do. Magna said and sighed. You think I'm just going to let this psycho keep my mate? I scoffed. There's a better chance hell will freeze over. She's mine. Think about this, Gray. How did he know that Aurelia was here without you? Magna asked. He's a seer. I threw my hands up in the air. Is he? Are you sure? Or was he following Aurelia all this time and knew where to find people she had interacted with? Magna raised an eyebrow. He's not a seer. Then how did he know that I was gone? Someone told him. Only a handful of people knew I wasn't here. I stomped past her to the hall where Rhea was propped up against the wall. The woman's eyes widened at my angry glare. Did you tell this psycho that you were alone with my mate, with only a couple sprites for company? I asked, wrapping my hand around her throat and cutting her air off. It wasn't Rhea, Gray. Magna called out behind me. I spun on her. That leaves you, Dan, Layla, and Karma. If I find out you did this for some favorable future, I will end you, Magna. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared. I told you it wasn't me, Gray. Deep in your gut, you already know who it was. She shook her head. No. I refuse to believe it's who I suspect. It can't be. She's been with me forever. You have to be wrong, Magna. It can't be Layla. She has been my second since we were sent here, I said, and punched the wall again. Plaster rained down to the floor and I pulled my fist from inside the wall. I didn't say it was Layla. She would make the most sense though, would she not? Magna shrugged. She's been acting strange since I found Aurelia. She seems almost jealous, but is she really willing to sell us out for Aurelia to be kidnapped? I ran a hand through my hair. It's how it should be, Gray. Now is the time that you figure out the path you want. Everything you do from here on out is shaping your future, Gray. Magna said, almost like she was in a trance. First, I need to find the sprites. Then we need a plan to find my mate and bring her back. I stomped off and into the living room. I turned over the table that was on its side and scorched from elemental magic. A few of the plants were still smoking, and as I walked past them, dread pooled in my gut. If the sprites were unhurt, Aurelia's plants would have already been in the process of healing. Fiona. Freya. Where are you? I called out as I sifted through the rubble. Maybe they were in the kitchen when the bastard came in and are simply hiding. I pushed through the door into the kitchen, and everything was in perfect order. Why did the man come into the hall and not even bother with the kitchen if he wasn't a seer? How did he know where to look? Fuck. It has to be Layla, doesn't it? I growled at the betrayal. How could she do this? Is she really so jealous that she would have my mate kidnapped? I opened the door to the pantry, but there was no sign of the sprites. I spun around and moved back to the hall. Rhea, did you see the sprites? I asked as I rounded on her. She was still slumped against the wall. No, I didn't see them. I figured they were in the kitchen. They aren't there, I grumbled. Did you look in all the cabinets? Rhea asked. I spun around and stormed back to the kitchen. If I didn't find them hiding in the cabinets, I didn't know what I would do. I already lost Aurelia, I couldn't lose them too. I opened every cabinet in the kitchen, pushing aside pots and pans and dishes. I called out to them to let them know it was safe, but there was no answer. They aren't hiding in the kitchen. I hung my head. Magna rushed into the room as fast as her old bones could take her, and a grin parted her lips. What is it? I asked. Those sneaky sprites, she chuckled. They're with Aurelia. How the fuck did they manage that? I ran a hand through my hair. I'm not sure, but they are safe, and when the time comes, that's how we find her, Magna said. What do you mean, when the time comes? I growled. I couldn't let them stay with that madman. What was she thinking? We have no way of knowing where he's taken them. What do you suggest we do but wait for the sprites to lead us there? Magna planted her hands on her hips. She was right, but I didn't want to think about what might happen to her while she was with the psycho. My wolf snarled in my mind and thrashed in my chest. He was very close to the surface and ready to shift right there. I took a huge cleansing breath through my nose in an effort to push him back, and a scent caught in it. That scent. Why is it similar to Aurelia's? I asked as I followed the scent down the hall into the magicless room. He's fine, they have similar scents, Magna called after me. This is different. It's like their scents are tied together somehow. I'm not sure. I shook my head as I walked over to the bow on the floor and picked it up. I placed it back on the wall where it belonged and sighed. Why would their scents be tied together? Who was he to her? My wolf snarled again and beat against the cage I kept him in. There was no reason for him to lose control when there was no one to punish. Magna's soft footsteps followed me to the door but stopped. She hated this room as much as any magic user did. Dan needs to come and check this out, she said nervously. I'm not bringing them into my home. They caused this and my wolf will go insane. I shook my head. My wolf wanted to hunt Layla and Karma down and destroy them, along with the Fae who'd stolen our mate. He wasn't the only one, but I had to do this in a way that they would never see coming. I couldn't have my prey fleeing before I got my claws into them. Gray, Are you sure it's wise not to call on them when you need help with something like this? You could end up making them suspicious that you know what they are up to. Magna raised a brow. They wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. It's a no-magic zone. Karma's mimic spell won't work in this room. I scanned the room with a frown. It's worth it to find out where he came in from and what he did before he came down the hall, Magna said thoughtfully. She wasn't wrong, but I hated having traitors in my space. How was I going to keep my wolf from tearing them apart when they came in here? How could I keep them away from Aurelia's plants and flowers? They didn't get to enjoy her magic when they were the reason she was gone. Fine, I huffed and pulled my phone from my pocket. Boss? Dan asked on the first ring. Are Layla and Karma still there? I asked. Yes, they wouldn't leave until you came back, he grunted. I need you all to come to the penthouse. There's been an attack and Aurelia was kidnapped. I punched the wall again, angrier than ever. We'll be right there. Dan hung up the phone before I could respond. People need to stop doing that before I let my wolf out and he takes a chunk out of them. They're on their way. I growled and paced the room. I didn't want to touch anything until they got there and started the spell in case it hurt our chances of finding anything useful. 15 minutes of pacing was getting to me when the elevator door dinged and opened to Dan and the others. What the hell happened here, boss? Dan asked with wide eyes. I told you we were attacked. I turned and scanned the room. I had to turn my back on the women. My wolf was snarling at me, pushing to the surface. Not that, I mean yeah, your penthouse is wrecked, but is your couch covered in moss? Dan covered his laugh with a cough. Aurelia has been learning a new skill, and the sprites got a bit overzealous. I shrugged. Where is Aurelia? Layla asked from behind Dan. She was kidnapped, I growled, spinning on her. What? She asked with wide eyes. What about our challenge? Karma shrieked. I glared at her. She's been fucking kidnapped, what do you think? Is this witch for real? She's making this about her. You're here to do a job and you will do that job without complaint, or you will no longer be welcome or employed at the facility. I punched the wall again. They were pushing every button I had, and doing a shit job of convincing me they didn't do this. They were lucky I was biding my time, but their luck would soon run out.
Chapter 19. Aurelia. Miss, a small tinkling voice whispered next to my ear. My eyes felt sticky and I couldn't open them. I groaned in response. Aurelia, you have to wake up. The voice was followed by a small hand tapping on my cheek. What the hell? I cracked one eye open, blinking awake. Wait, why was I asleep? As if on cue, my skull throbbed in the back and I winced. What happened? I slurred as I sat up. Someone had laid me in a bed and even tucked me in, but the room was unfamiliar. Where the fuck was I? Why were the sprites staring at me with concern? Miss, you were taken from our home, Fiona said, wringing her hands in her lap. I shot up and the room spun. Fuck. That was stupid. My brain felt like mush as I glanced between each sprite. What are you doing here? We couldn't let him take you all alone. Freya planted her tiny hands on her hips and glared. It's too dangerous for you. He's delusional. He thinks the Fae are in danger if we let the supernaturals get back into Faerie. You need to go back to Grey. He's going to worry about you. I shook my head. We are here to help, Freya said softly. I couldn't let them do this. If they got hurt or killed, Grey would never forgive me. We all joked about the sneaky sprites, but we all loved them. Grey especially. You can't help. I shook my head. Grey will be devastated if anything happens to you two. He will never recover if we don't make sure you come back. Freya flew up and flicked my nose. I swatted at her lazily. That's bullshit, he just wants me for a job. Even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. The way he looked at me and the way that he touched me showed me how he really felt, even if he hadn't told me. Both sprites glared at me. That's not true. Freya planted tiny hands on her hips. Fine, but still you shouldn't have hitched a ride with me. It's dangerous. I threw my hands up. We had no idea what this guy wanted, or what he would do to them if he found them. I touched the back of my head and winced at the throbbing pain there. Did he knock me out? Stomping steps alerted me to someone coming, and I widened my eyes at the sprites. Hide, I whispered, and they buzzed their way to the open closet. The door opened, and Malcolm stood there with a smile. He didn't have the cloak on now, and his face was visible. He was ethereal in his beauty, but I noted it from afar. I wasn't attracted to him, in fact I scowled at him. "You're awake," he said happily. His blonde eyebrows drew down as I continued scowling and stayed silent. "Come on, Aurelia, you don't remember me?" he asked. "I remember you, but I don't know why you brought me here." I crossed my arms over my chest. "I brought you here because it's almost time for us to go home." He took a step into the room. I scooted back on the bed, trying to get away from him. I didn't want to go wherever he thought was my home. I barely remembered anything about this man. He left me for dead. I can't trust anything he says. You hit me in the head and kidnapped me. Not to mention leaving me in a cold alley freezing as a child, and you want me to trust you? I scoffed. It was all for good reason. I wish you could remember our plans, he said and sighed. What did you do to block your memory? What do you mean, I blocked my memory? I asked with a frown. Could I have done this to myself? Why would I do that? How does a child have enough power to create a block like that? There's no way that weak witch put a block that strong on you. Your friend would have removed it easily. He took another step closer. I don't want you any closer, I said as I leaned back into the headboard. You are meant to be mine. We were tied together at your birth, he growled. What the fuck? He can't be serious. Just know. I'm not going to be with this psycho. Good thing we aren't in the Fae realm then, huh? I crossed my arms over my chest. Get up and follow me. He stomped back to the door. He glanced over his shoulder, waiting for me to obey. Where are you taking me? I asked, not moving. Like hell, I was going to make anything easy on him. Your magic is out of control. It's time to train. I can't believe you thought that mutt could teach you magic. He shook his head. How bad would it be if I threw a ball of magic at the asshole? Mutt. How dare you? You think I'm going to do anything to help an asshole who insults my friends? I jumped from the bed glaring at him. My hands shook with the need to throw the magic at him. It was pooling in my hands, and this time it didn't scare the hell out of me. I wanted that magic at my disposal. I wanted to hurt him. He was just as prejudiced as the elders who kicked the shifters, witches and half-bloods out of their home. Aurelia, stop. Malcolm yelled and moved into my space. No, you are just like the rest of them. I won't help you. I shook my head. You won't have a choice. He crowded me and reached up, pinching my chin. I ripped away from his bruising grip. I will always have a choice. For the first time that I can remember, I had friends and a place that felt like home, and you just took that away from me. Your parents will be so disappointed in you. He took a step back out of my space. I laughed. You really think I care that the parents who I don't remember, who obviously sacrificed me for some supposed greater good, would be disappointed in me? What happened to the girl that knew what her job was? He asked. You left her freezing in an alley and she learned the true meaning of cruelty, I shouted. Where had he been this entire time? Not sleeping on a pile of blankets in a closet, being little more than a slave. Based on the comfy bed I just woke up in, I would say he never suffered a day in his life. You understood it was for the best. He ran a hand through his white blonde hair. Did I really? Because obviously I did something to ruin your plan after that night. It's the only memory that comes easily to me. I can feel the chill in my bones when I remember it. I raised an eyebrow at him. What happened to you, Aurelia? He asked softly. What happened to me? I laughed without humor. You have been in this nice warm house this whole time, while I was either freezing in an alley or sleeping on a floor in a closet. What do you think happened? He reached up to cup my cheek and I slapped his hand away. You don't get to fucking touch me. Fine, you want to be a brat, you can stay locked in this room until you remove that block on your memory and remember the stakes. He turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him. A soft click filled the room, followed by the buzz of magic. He wasn't taking any chances with the possibility of me escaping him. I slumped back on the bed and put my head in my hands. How the hell was I going to get out of this? I refused to help him block the portal so no shifters or witches could ever get back. It was cruel for them to remove them from their home in the first place. The sprites buzzed into the room, their glow dimmed more than usual. He wants you to keep us all out of Faerie? Freya asked in her tiny voice. Yeah, I sighed. Why? I don't understand. Fiona asked. I don't know. He says it's for the greater good, and that I used to understand. It just makes me not want to remember the child I was. I shook my head and flopped on my back. Why you? Freya asked, buzzing in front of my face. I don't know that either. I'm afraid though. I covered my face again. What if I push through what's left of the block, and I start to believe what I did before? Knowledge is power, Aurelia. Freya landed her tiny feet on my stomach. You need to have all the facts before you decide what to do. I don't think you would follow him blindly just because you have your memories back. Fiona tapped my hand. How do you know? I asked, peeking through my fingers. You may have been raised to hate supernaturals, but you learned through experience that we aren't all bad, and we aren't as bad as that man who locked us in here, Fiona said. I closed my eyes and sighed. She was right, but I still hadn't had the best experience when it came to the supernatural world either. I pushed into my mind, and went back to the first memory that wasn't that fuzzy. There was a castle in the distance, as Malcolm ran with me across the grounds and into the forest. Malcolm? I asked softly. What are you doing? I could barely see past the cloak he'd thrown over me. Shish, the hounds will hear you, little one. He squeezed me tighter to his chest. A blue glow lit up the night and my eyes widened. He was taking me to the mortal world. I struggled in his arms as the portal became closer. Aurelia, stop, he whispered. We must go to the mortal world. It's not safe for you here. What did he mean it wasn't safe here? This was my home, and we had the best guards in the realm. But why? I asked, pulling the thin cloak down so I could see his face. There was a prophecy, Aurelia. A prophecy that puts you in danger here, he said in a rush. A prophecy? What kind of prophecy? My eyes widened. Malcolm's expression was hard, but I could tell he was scared. He was my best friend. I trusted him, but what if he was wrong, and I'm in more danger in the mortal world? I'll tell you everything, little one. I promise, but we have to go. He covered me back up with the cloak and stepped through the portal. Pain shot through me when we made it to the other side. I cried out and Malcolm squeezed me tighter. You'll get used to it. The iron is draining, but it will hide you from others who wish to use you. Malcolm whispered in my ear. Why would anyone want to use me? What wasn't he telling me? Iron? That's a poison. Where have you brought me, Malcolm? It hurts. I sobbed through the pain. Malcolm whispered and kissed my forehead softly. It will be okay, you will be safe, and when the time is right, we'll go home. I promise.
Chapter 20. Gray. I growled at the women. Have you found anything yet? They were taking their sweet time with this, and the longer they took, the less clear the picture would be. Dan patted my shoulder. Let them work, boss. We aren't likely to find anything anyway. I snapped my gaze to his, and a feral growl escaped my lips. My wolf was so close to the surface my eyes were probably glowing. Dan took a step back and put his hands up in surrender. It's not a good idea to challenge me right now, I said, and blew out a breath. Layla turned to me with a raised brow. Why is your wolf freaking out? She asked and crossed her arms over her chest. I need her back. Now, I said, glaring right back at her. Just for the job, she scoffed. I just told Dan not to challenge me, and she's doing it? She's lucky I haven't shifted and let my wolf have her. Are you questioning my motives? I don't have to explain myself to you or anyone else. I stepped forward menacingly. No, sir, she said and looked down and away. Good, now I would like you all out of my house as soon as possible, so go help Karma with her spell. I turned on my heel and stomped into the kitchen. You're being overly hostile towards them, Dan said, following me into the kitchen. Someone told the Fae bastard that I wasn't here. It's the only thing that makes sense. I spun to him. What? He asked, eyes widening. Only a select few knew that I left suddenly, and Magna said it was likely a mole. I sat in the chair at the kitchen island. And you think, he trailed off and glanced to the living room. Karma was supposed to be headed to the witch's house when she challenged Aurelia. That was why it took her so long to get there. Layla told her what happened, and they devised a plan to get rid of her. I clenched my fist on the counter. Dan strolled to the fridge and opened it, grabbing 2 bottles of water and tossing one to me. They thought they could control when the challenge took place and get rid of her quickly. He shook his head and cracked the lid on the bottle. It didn't work. I told them it will happen when I'm ready. It looks like they came up with a new plan to make her disappear. I set the bottle on the counter and leaned back in my chair. What do you want me to do? Dan asked. Maybe I should make him my second. He's much more loyal than Layla apparently. I stood and moved back to the living room as Karma's chant filled the air. Keep an eye on them while Karma performs the spell, I whispered. Dan nodded and moved closer to the women. Karma wandered around the space almost in a trance as she chanted. Wispy figures appeared to be fighting with magic, and I moved closer to the hall. The man in the cloak threw magic at Rhea, and Aurelia ran away toward the magicless room. Coward, Layla mumbled under her breath, but before I could react, Rhea was in her face. She was following orders. Rhea pushed Layla. Whose orders? Layla growled, and her eyes glowed. Mine. She was not ready to face an attacker with her magic. It's not quite stable yet. I made the choice, and she tried to argue with me. Rhea glared at her and took another step forward. Easy, Rhea, I said and grabbed her arm. No, why is she so quick to judge? What do you know about her kidnapper? Rhea ripped her arm from my grasp. What are you talking about? Layla asked with wide eyes. Don't you think it's strange that he showed up here within an hour of Gray leaving the house? Rhea crossed her arms. Shit, she's going to blow everything to hell. Rhea, I shouted, feigning outrage. He left unexpectedly. How did this Fae know where to find Aurelia when Gray was gone? Rhea asked with a sneer. I got something, Karma shouted, changing the subject. I spun on the woman, who was several feet away from the magicless room. The man had removed his hood, and Aurelia stared at him with wide eyes. We couldn't hear what she said, as it only mimicked what could be seen. Aurelia fought and thrashed before she was punched in the head and knocked out. Freya and Fiona buzzed into the room, but I didn't see where they hid before the man turned, like he knew we were going to watch this in the future. Magna gasped, holding a hand over her mouth in shock. I know him. What do you mean, you know him? I asked, turning to her sharply. You don't recognize him? Magna asked softly. The mimic spell cut out, but I thought about the white blonde hair and gray eyes. The captain of the King's Guard. What do you mean? Rhea asked with a frown. What king? The Fae King. What does that make Aurelia, though? Magna whispered in horror. That can't be true. She can't be the Fae Princess. The king that Malcolm served was known to be brutal and cruel. Had Malcolm brought her here to save her from him, or was there a more nefarious reason for it? Dan, I barked. I turned to the living room as he jogged over. I need you to dig up everything you can on Malcolm. Does Malcolm have a last name, or is this like a Madonna thing? Dan asked, chuckling. Fae don't have surnames. I growled. Dan put his hands up in surrender. I'll ask around about a weirdo in a cloak named Malcolm. Got it. Dan jogged to the elevator and stabbed at the button. You too. I pointed to Layla and Karma. Get this shit cleaned up and get back to the facility. You don't want my help to locate the Fae? Layla asked, frowning. Not in this lifetime or any other. Dan has it under control. Do what I said. I know where to find you should I need you. I waved them both off. You think I did this, don't you? Layla asked angrily. I couldn't answer without her smelling the lie, so I turned on my heel and walked away. Magna, Rhea, my office please, I called over my shoulder. Looks like someone is no longer the boss's favorite, Rhea said with a laugh. Watch it, Rhea. You filled his head with bullshit. He knows I would never betray him, Layla said. I took a deep breath through my nose and smelled the lie in her words. I turned sharply, but instead of letting her know I caught onto it, I called out to Rhea, let's go. Stomping feet followed me to my office, and I held the door open while both women walked in. I slammed the door shut behind them and stormed over to my chair behind my desk. Magna, can you place a ward, please? I rubbed at my temples. The new information about my second giving me a tension headache. I just got confirmation that she would betray me, but did she? Why would she do that? Petty jealousy. Have I mistaken her loyalty all these years? Magna waved her hands and chanted softly under her breath. I waited for her nod and rounded on Rhea. I'm keeping her deception quiet for now. I glared at her. Magna took a seat in the chair across from me and raised an eyebrow. So, you're sure it was her? I scented the lie when she said she would never betray me, I said with a sigh. What are you going to do about it? Rhea yelled, outraged. I appreciate your loyalty, Rhea, but I have to play this smart. They could spread lies to the facility about me wrongly accusing them to get Aurelia out of the challenge. It would cause mistrust among my employees. I clenched my fists. That's smart, Rhea conceded. Sorry, I can imagine how angry you were just being in the same room with them. I was practically enraged. We just need to play this smart. I don't want her figuring it out and pulling shit at the facility, I said. We need to talk about Malcolm. Magna stared at me with trepidation. What do you know about Malcolm? I asked, leaning back. He's a brutal killer. He protects the royal family with his life, and before we were kicked out of Faerie, he never would have been caught dead in the mortal realm. Magna stared off into space, lost in thought. So, what would he need Aurelia for, and how did she know him? I asked, mostly to myself. I think you already know the answer to that, Magna said, raising a brow. No. I couldn't believe that the daughter of my greatest enemy was my fated mate, and also bonded to his greatest enforcer. It was unacceptable. She can't be, I mumbled. What if she is, Gray? You will have to figure out how to feel about that. She doesn't remember her family right now, but what happens when she does? Magna asked. I will deal with it when I know for sure, but who her parents are means nothing to me. I shook my head. She is what I want and need, nothing else. I would give up the plans I've had for decades for her if she asked. My wolf would demand it. What is this Malcolm person even doing here? Rhea asked and leaned against the wall. I don't know what his game plan is. I wish the mimic spell did more than let us see. They were saying something, but I couldn't read their lips. I slammed my fist against the desk. Magna narrowed her eyes at me and leaned forward. About 20 years ago, there was a rumor of a prophecy. I wonder if that has something to do with Malcolm and Aurelia being in the realm. A prophecy? I asked, turning to her. How does she know about the prophecy? Who am I kidding? Magna knows way too much about everything. You already know what I'm talking about, don't you? Magna asked. You already know the answer to that. I grinned. It was the reason I had been looking for a Fae. I needed her to help with my plan. The only problem was she would have to want to help me. What will I do if Malcolm convinces her that she belongs in Faerie and we don't? According to the prophecy, there is one who can free us or keep us trapped here in the mortal realm forever, I said with a sigh. Rhea straightened. You think Aurelia is the only one who can bring us all to Faerie? I'm not sure if she's the one or not, but why would Malcolm bring her here if she was? Wouldn't they all want her to grow up in Faerie where the prejudice reigned, and she could close the portal without ever knowing the difference? Probably, but maybe not, Magna said thoughtfully. They may have seen the possibility was more of a risk than they were willing to take. They would have killed a child, because there was a possibility she would open the portal for us. Rhea asked. They aren't nicknamed the Wicked Five for nothing. Any threat to their status quo must be eliminated. Even a child who hadn't even made a mistake. I stood and started pacing. It still didn't make any sense. He brought her here and then abandoned her. He told her that there was a reason for it and she understood it. What was I missing here? What if she gets her memories back and decides that he's right and we don't get to go home?
Chapter 21. Aurelia. I closed my eyes tight and focused. We need to get out of here. Freya scoffed. The door is locked and sealed with magic. You were able to get out the window. Did you see anything familiar? I asked, then blew out a breath. I needed to center myself. If I let my magic get out of control, I was afraid of what Malcolm would do to me. No, nothing was familiar. I couldn't go far either, she said with a sigh. Is there a ward keeping us in? I cracked an eye open. Is that really a thing? Yes, Freya said. I can probably get through it now that I know it's there, but it will take time. Time isn't something we have, Freya. I flopped to my back. He's going to start getting impatient. It's already been 2 days. Fiona tapped her foot on my knee. What if we all go out the front door? That's not possible, I said. Hear me out, Fiona said. Pretend you are ready to train, and he will open the door and we can attack him. You want to attack a pureblood Fae that is much older and more experienced with magic than me? I sat forward. This was a seriously bad idea, but I didn't have a better plan than that. Freya chewed her lip. If we catch him by surprise, it might work. You are both insane. I threw my hands up. What do we have to lose? He won't kill you, and even if you can't get out, maybe one or both of us can fly back to Master Grey. Fiona argued. I can't believe that I am actually going to agree with this, I huffed. Am I completely out of my head? Can I just sit here and not do whatever I can to get back to Grey? Fiona clapped her tiny hands together and flew up to my shoulder. Freya did the same with my other shoulder. So you get his attention, and then when he opens the door, we will fly in his face and distract him. Then you hit him with a blast of magic that will knock him out, and we run for it," Fiona said with a malicious grin. "Actually, that just might work." I nodded. "When are we doing this?" "There's no time like the present." Fiona flew up next to my face. I stood from the bed and stretched my back. I'd been in this room going crazy for 2 days. The only time the door opened was when a servant had come to feed me. Even then the magic held firm, like it was made specifically to keep me in. "Wait for my signal. Hide until he opens the door," I whispered. I moved to the door and pulled in a deep breath before banging on the door loudly. "Malcolm. I'm ready to start training. Let me out," I screamed. There was silence on the other side of the door, so I screamed again. "Malcolm. Let me fucking out." Stomping feet sounded on the other side of the door. "Aurelia, what are you screaming about?" Malcolm stopped on the other side of the door, but didn't move to open it. I glanced at the sprites out of the corner of my eye. They were hiding behind where the door would open. "I am ready to train. Let me out," I yelled again. "Are you really? You are willing to come home with me?" he asked, almost hopeful. Crap. Can I lie about that when he has that hopeful note in his voice? I don't want to go anywhere near Faerie. "Yes, I will go back to Faerie with you," I said with a grimace and glanced at the sprites. They both gave me encouraging nods, even though the lie made me feel every inch the wicked Fae that Malcolm was. A buzzing magic sounded on the other side of the door, and I breathed deeply as I took a step back. I put my hands behind my back and let the magic pool in them. I nodded at the sprites. The doorknob rattled before clicking open, and the smile on Malcolm's face was brilliant until he was dive-bombed by sprites. "What is this?" he shouted and covered his head with his hands. I pulled my hands out from behind me and hurled the magic at him with the intent of knocking him out. It hit Malcolm in the chest and blew him back until he crashed into the wall at the other end of the hall. All the breath left him in a whoosh just before his eyes rolled back in his head. "Go, go, go!" I yelled and took off down the hallway. I had no idea where I was going, but from the look of the window, we were on the second floor at least, so looking for stairs would be my best bet. "This way, Miss Aurelia." Fiona tugged at my hair. I changed direction on a dime and followed the sprite to a long stairway. I sprinted down the stairs as a roar filled the air. "Shit. We need to find a way out of here." I pushed myself faster down the stairs, glancing over my shoulder at Freya, who was watching my back. "I don't think he is up yet, miss." Freya glanced over her shoulder. "I'll hold him off." "Oh no, you won't, Freya." I snatched her out of the air, much to her protest. "Miss, I need to protect you. The master is probably out of control." Freya's tiny fist beat against my hand, but I ignored her as the front entryway came into view. "Aurelia, where are you?" Malcolm roared from the top of the stairs. "Miss, let me go hold him off," Freya pleaded. Fiona glanced between us before she zipped past me so fast I didn't have time to catch her. "Go, miss. Get out of here. Hurry," Fiona cried as she flew up the stairs. "No, Fiona. Come back here," I said as I lobbed another purple ball of magic at Malcolm as he stood at the top of the stairs. He dodged out of the way and landed on the ground with an oomph. I spun on my heel. "Come on, Fiona," I screamed. Malcolm shot up and a wicked smile crossed his face as he disappeared. A second later, he appeared right next to Fiona and snatched her roughly from the air. "No," Freya screamed with a yelp. She flew back to her sister, buzzing angrily at Malcolm, but he just snatched her from the air too. "Let them go." I held up my hands and pushed magic into them. Purple swirls filled the air and my wings fluttered at my back. He would not take my friends from me. I refused to let the asshole hurt them. "I'll let them leave, but you have to come home with me. You have to train to use your magic and then close the portal," Malcolm said. "No, Miss Aurelia," Fiona cried out and Malcolm shook her roughly. "Don't do it. You are not allowed to sacrifice everything for us." Freya shook her head. Malcolm's fist tightened around her, making her choke. "What is your answer, Aurelia?" Malcolm said and cocked his arm back and threw Freya against the front door. I cried out in agony as I tracked Freya's body as she slid down the door into a heap on the ground. Her glow dimmed and a tear trailed down my cheek. "She's not dead. She can't be dead." I turned back to Malcolm with a scowl. Fiona was thrashing in his hand. She bent down and bit into his finger. "Fucking vermin," Malcolm shouted. "How about I pluck your wings to show you your place around purebloods?" "No, you said you would let them go," I screamed. I couldn't bear it if he took her wings. What kind of monster is he? How can he think that I would have ever helped him? That was before they showed what pests they truly are. Being here so long I almost forgot what vermin sub-fi are. Malcolm sneered. "You said you would let them go. Just let them go and I will do whatever you want." I held my hands up and took a deep breath, willing the magic to disappear. To my utter shock, the magic dissolved and I breathed a sigh. Finally, my magic has learned to listen to me even when I'm panicking. "No, Aurelia. Don't do it." "I'll be okay," Fiona shouted, but the terror in her eyes mirrored my own. Malcolm shook her and pinched her wing. He raised an eyebrow at me. "Maybe I should keep them, so I know how to keep you in line." He grinned. "If you don't let them go, I'll never help you," I growled. Fiona yelped, and I glared at Malcolm, letting magic fill my palms again. He tugged on her wing, and I threw a ball of magic at his head. He moved but not fast enough, the magic singed his ear. "Fuck," Malcolm yelled and cupped his ear. "Fine, I'll let them go." Malcolm stomped down the stairs and grabbed my arm in a bruising grip, and dragged me across the entry where Freya was lying in a heap by the front of the door. I cried out at the sight of Freya's broken body, praying to whatever gods were listening, that Fiona would be able to get Freya to Grey before it was too late. "I'm not leaving you, Miss Aurelia." Fiona shook her head vehemently. "You have to get Freya to Grey," I said through my tears. "She needs you." Fiona glanced at her sister with sadness and back to me, obviously torn on what to do. "Make up your mind quickly, vermin. I don't have all day." Malcolm shook her again, and I gritted my teeth. This motherfucker was going to pay. I didn't know how, but I was going to destroy him for what he did. "Go, Fiona. Get her out of here," I begged. "Fine," Fiona sighed. Malcolm opened his hand and Fiona flew to her sister, picking her up gently. He squeezed my arm even harder as he opened the front door. I lunged forward in an attempt to run, but at the last second he wrapped his hand around my throat and pulled my back to his chest. "No," Fiona shouted just as Malcolm slammed the door closed. "Can't breathe," I gasped. I clawed at his hand, trying to loosen his grip and get air into my lungs, but it was no use. Malcolm laughed. "You shouldn't have tried to run from me. This is only the beginning, my love." What had I gotten myself into? I hoped the sprites could get to Grey before this psycho choked me to death, but I wasn't counting on it.
Chapter 22. Grey. "Any news?" I asked Dan as I paced my office. "Nothing." "How did he just disappear with her?" Dan asked and scrubbed a hand over his face. "You have never been to the Fae realm. Pureblood Fae have an ability to sift as long as there are no wards preventing it." I ran a hand through my hair. I never even thought to ward my home against the ability, because there were so few Fae around. "Sift?" he asked with a frown. "It's like teleporting from one place to another, but they have to have been to the place before." I explained. "Well, shit. They could be anywhere." He sat back in his chair. "Exactly. I have no idea where to look. They could be in Faerie for all I know." I clenched my fist at my side. "I hope they aren't in Faerie. That's somewhere I won't ever be able to follow her." Magna said we would never find them without the sprite's help, but my wolf was thrashing inside me. He was losing control. "It's been 2 fucking days and there's still no sign of Freya and Fiona. I know Magna said we would need them to find her, but I want her back now." I stopped pacing to glare at Dan. "I'm doing everything I can, but there's nothing." He straightened his spine. "It's not enough," I roared. My wolf thrashed in my chest, desperate to get out and go look for her himself, but we couldn't. A huge white wolf wandering around Dallas would raise some eyebrows. My phone buzzed on my desk. I stomped over and picked it up. "What is it, Magna?" "The Fae note just held a warning that he was coming for her and that it was time," she says in confusion. "He knew we would find the shifter," I said with a growl. Dan shook his head. "Nothing makes sense though. If she was passed out in the hallway at the witch's apartment when he came to get the book, why didn't he take her then? The bit that confuses me is that he assumed she would know how to read the Fae language." Magna explained. "Did she know how to read the language? Was that something she's forgotten with the block?" "The memory I was pulled into, she knew the man. She spoke in Fae to him, so maybe she also knew how to read," I said, and scrubbed a hand over my face in frustration. Dan has a good point as well, Magna said. Why didn't he take her before? What was the purpose of him leaving her on the floor? What was the purpose of leaving her starving and freezing in a dirty alley when she was just a small child? I yelled. Nothing this asshole did made any sense at all. He is bound to her in some way, but he let her suffer. I could never let her suffer in that way. She was mine and I was hers, and if I had to kill the wicked Fae to get to her, then I would. That's a good point too, Magna said. He may have needed something else to happen, or had something else to do before he took her. Have you seen anything that will help us find her? I slammed my fist onto the desk. I needed to get her back, like now. I couldn't take care of the fucking moles in my organization until I did. No, the sprites are still our best bet for rescuing her, but you need to be ready, Magna said with a sigh. I paced to the window and stared out into the cloudless night sky. We didn't see many stars in the city, but the full moon hung high in the sky. Is she okay? What does that psychopath want from her? Dan's and Magna's voices turned to white noise in the background as I stared out the window. A faint green glow caught my eye in the distance, and I squinted. Dan, come here. Is that? I asked, not daring to hope that I could be right. It's definitely a sprite, he said, leaning closer to the window. But I can't tell if it's them. There only appears to be one. Fuck, I growled and slammed my open palm against the window. The glass rattled and I flinched. It probably wasn't the best idea to go hitting windows. It looks like it's carrying something, Dan said as the sprite moved closer to the building. I squinted and called on my wolf vision. That's Freya. What the hell happened to them? Fiona was flying in a zigzag pattern like she was barely holding on to her sister in her arms. I raced from the room and into my bedroom, flinging open the doors to the balcony. Fiona, I called down to the sprite. She needed to fly higher, but I wasn't sure she had the energy. Master Grey, she yelled excitedly. She flew a little higher but fell again. Fuck, she's not going to make it. Dan, I yelled into the penthouse. You're going to have to go downstairs and get them. Careful that they aren't seen. I'm on my way, Dan called back and rushed down the hall. Fiona, stay there. Dan is coming for you, okay? I said. Okay, she said, her voice tired. How long has she been flying with her sister in her arms, and what the hell happened to them? If I wasn't already planning to kill Malcolm, this would be a good enough reason to end his miserable life. I raced back into the office and picked up my phone. The call with Magna was still connected. I think I'm going to need your help, I said. It looks like Freya is in pretty bad shape. I'll be there shortly, she said, and the line went dead. I wandered into the living room to wait for Dan. My eyes caught on the black leather couch, free of all things Aurelia. I'd nearly strangled the meddling bitches when I realized they destroyed Aurelia's plants. Even if the moss had irritated me at first, they didn't have the right to destroy the plants. I clenched my fists at my sides and breathed deeply to calm myself. Being angry wasn't going to help Freya and Fiona. I paced the living room for long minutes before the ding of the elevator alerted me to their arrival. I spun to the door just as Dan stepped out of the elevator with his jacket bulging. Magna stepped out from behind him with a worried frown. I ate up the space in 2 giant steps, holding my hands out to him. He opened his jacket and an exhausted Fiona buzzed out. What happened? I asked as she wobbled in the air then landed on my palms. My wings a little torn. She grimaced and glanced away. We tried to escape with her, but she was caught. Fiona hung her tiny head in shame. She just flew who knows how long carrying her unconscious sister with a torn wing, and she was apologizing to me. What the actual hell is going on here? Aurelia told you to leave her, didn't she? I asked, shaking my head. Fiona swiped at her eyes and nodded. He was going to rip my wing off. What? Dan barked and laid Freya out on the leather couch. Her small body laid there broken. Malcolm was a monster, that was for damn sure. You did the right thing, Fiona. Now we can go and rescue her. I ran a hand through my hair. What kind of sociopathic bastard tries to rip the wings off a sprite and does whatever he did to Freya? I would enjoy killing the bastard. Magna, can you heal Freya? I asked, spinning to the half-Fae woman. I can do my best. Magna nodded before sitting next to her on the couch. I looked away sharply. The sprites had been with me forever, and seeing Freya like that burned all the way to my soul. I don't know how long we have before they leave, Master Grey. It's bad. She only agreed to it so he would let us go. Fiona babbled. What is he planning? I asked with dread. He wants Miss Aurelia to go with him to Faerie and close the portal so we can never get back, Fiona cried. It can't be done, can it? Dan asked with wide eyes. Magna was humming softly over Freya, the green light of her healing magic glowing over the sprite. I think it's the prophecy. Aurelia must be the one in the prophecy. She can either set us free or leave us to rot. Malcolm played into her kind heart to use her against us. Magna shook her head in exasperation. She only did it to save us, Fiona said softly and sniffed. She's not going to close the portal. We are going to get her out of there, no matter the cost. I turned to Dan. What do you need, boss? Dan's shoulders straightened. I need you to go keep an eye on Layla and Karma. I need a team that I can trust to help get Aurelia back, but I can't have them alerting Malcolm that we are coming for him, I ordered. But boss? I want a piece of this guy too, Dan complained. I can't have Aurelia seeing you, Dan. Remember the whole shot her with a trank and got us all into this mess. I raised an eyebrow at him. Fine, Dan grumbled. He turned and stalked to the elevator. It was time to call in some reinforcements. I would show Malcolm what happened when he stole from me. Fiona, you need to rest while I get a rescue team together, I said as she followed me into my office. I can't rest knowing what is happening to her, Master Gray. He had his hand around her throat when he slammed the door in my face. Fiona chewed her lip nervously. He what? I yelled. The bastard was already on my list for punching her in the head, but leaving Fiona to wonder if Aurelia was even still alive as she worked to save her sister made him worse than a wicked Fae. He's a dead Fae. He hurt her a couple times, and I'm afraid of what he will do to her if she doesn't do as he asks. She landed on my desk, slumping down on the surface. We won't let that happen, but we can't find him without you. I need you to rest until my team gets here, I said sternly. Fiona's face fell, but she nodded and took off. She was still flying in a zigzag though. If Magna is done healing Freya, ask her to fix your wing, I called out to her. I picked up my phone and opened a text conversation that I hoped I wouldn't have to use until my plans were underway. Drastic times call for drastic measures. I need your help, I typed into my phone and hit send. I turned the phone off and slumped back in my chair. I wasn't expecting a response. I knew I wouldn't get them. I grinned maliciously. Malcolm had no idea what was coming for him. With the riders of the hunt after him, not even Faerie would be safe. I would do whatever it took to rescue Aurelia, even if it meant calling on death himself.
Chapter 23. Aurelia. No, I said, crossing my arms over my chest and glaring at Malcolm. You said if I let the vermin go you would do whatever I asked, Malcolm said through gritted teeth. I lied. I shrugged out of his grip. Well, I wasn't raised by Fae, and whose fault is that? I raised a brow in defiance. You will do what I ask or you will be punished, Malcolm roared. He grabbed me again and dragged me behind him. I tripped over my feet trying to keep up with him, and fell to my knees. Malcolm let go of my arm and fisted my hair, pulling me up by it. You don't get to be a brat when you don't even remember who you are. You will help me, or you will learn the true meaning of suffering. You taught me that after you stole me from my bed in the castle. I snarled back at him. My eyes widened at the words. Shit, I lived in a castle. Who was I? My parents were the king and queen, weren't they? I asked in horror. Your parents are the king and queen, and you will meet them as soon as we close the portal, Malcolm said, tightening his fist in my hair. I don't care to meet them. They never looked for me here. I yelled and thrashed. Is that what you think? He shook his head. They sent warriors looking for you for years, and even though you were hidden with the witch, they never gave up. My real parents actually searched for me. That doesn't sound right. Why wouldn't they be able to find me? I stopped in my tracks and glared at Malcolm. My head screamed in pain at the tug on my hair, but I didn't care. Malcolm stopped and loosened his hold. He was lying to make me want to go back, but I would never willingly go back to a people so prejudiced that they purged people from their realm. Your plan backfired, asshole, I said. I will never condemn the supernaturals here to a life of hiding. Why do you care so much about them? Your friend Gray's most trusted beta is the reason you are here, Malcolm asked with another head shake. What? Layla is the reason he knew when to come after me? I'm going to kill that bitch. Malcolm grinned at the defeated expression on my face. He thought that meant I would help him. I hadn't met many kind supernaturals in my life, but there were a few and I wouldn't want to condemn. It doesn't matter. She has hated me from the day she met me. I would expect nothing less. I slapped his hand away. They are a scourge and you would bring them back to our realm? Your parents will be so disappointed. He wrapped his hand around my arm again and flung me through the open door. I crashed to the floor but held in the cry of pain. I wouldn't show weakness. My back screamed from landing on the stone floor and I blinked. I wasn't in the room he'd locked me in when I first got here. It was musty, and a chill ran down my spine as he slammed the iron door closed. I was too kind to you before, apparently. So you will stay here until you agree to do as I ask, Malcolm yelled through the door. There was a small dirty cot in the corner, and the only light in the room came from under the door. He left me in complete darkness. I scooted back until my back hit a wall. The room couldn't have been bigger than 6 feet. I brought my knees to my chest and wrapped my arms around them, praying that the sprites made it back to Gray and they were okay. I attempted to call my magic to myself and blow a hole through the wall, but it fizzled out as quickly as it came. The iron in the cell was sucking my magic away. Shit, this isn't good, I said to myself and rested my chin on my knees. Who's there? A rough voice asked. There's someone else in here? How did I miss that? Malcolm's latest prisoner, I groaned. I'm no prisoner, girl. He dumped you in my living quarters, the voice said. It was too dark to see more than a small shadow on the other side of the small room. Scuttling sounds filled the tiny room and I flinched back. A small man stood about 3 feet tall in front of me with a scowl. What? I asked and reared back, hitting my head against the wall. What did you do to the master for him to throw you in here? He raised a huge bushy eyebrow. I refused to be his pawn, I raised my chin in defiance. I didn't owe this little man anything. The small man gasped and leaned forward. Who are you? I'm a prisoner, and that's all you need to know. I straightened my spine, not willing to cave to this nosy little goblin. You're the princess. The man snapped his fingers and a flame sparked to life in his hand. I don't know what you're talking about. I snapped. The master has been looking for you for years, why would he put you in here? He asked almost to himself. I don't care. I just want to go home, I said, glancing away. Home? Is that what Gray's penthouse has become in such a short time? I've never really thought of anywhere as home. If you want to go home, I'm sure the master will take you to the portal, he said and patted my knee. You misunderstand, I don't want to go back to Faerie. That's not home. I shook my head. The little man gasped and took a step back. His face a mask of horror and confusion. I could practically see the questions on the tip of his tongue. You how why he stuttered out. I sat in silence, refusing to answer his questions. I didn't owe this man my history. He could come and go as he pleased while I was a prisoner. He worked for Malcolm, and for all I knew Malcolm put me in there so the little man could get information on me. He stared at me waiting for a response, and when I didn't give him one, he huffed. Fine, keep your secrets, he grumbled and walked away. You would do better to do as master asks. He's not terrible. He laid on the cot and snuffed out the light. I was plunged into darkness again, but it didn't bother me. I liked the dark. I dwelled in the dark my whole life, and it hadn't broken me. Malcolm would not break me. I curled into a ball again and closed my eyes. Gray would come for me, I had to believe that. When he did, I would tell him what a traitorous bitch Layla was. I must have dozed off because a shout had me straightening. What was that? I asked the small man. I don't know. He shot up from the cot, peered at me, then vanished into thin air. There was another shout, and then a crash. I jumped up from the floor and took 2 long strides to the door and beat my fists against it. It's Gray. He did come for me. Gray, I'm in here, I yelled at the top of my lungs, still beating against the door. Step back. A gruff voice called from the other side. Who is that? Did Gray bring help? I stepped away from the door just in time. I ducked and held my arms over my head as the door flew across the room and hit the opposite wall. The man on the other side of the door was so wide, I doubted he could even fit through the door without turning sideways. He had a long scraggly beard and a scar above his left eye. He was a man that had seen many battles. Who are you? I asked, taking a step away from him. I'm an acquaintance of Gray's. Come, we need to get out of here. The man turned and stomped away, expecting me to follow. I wasn't stupid. I jogged to catch up to him and followed close to his back. As soon as I was out of that iron-laced room, my magic came back, and purple crackled across my palms. "Where's Gray?" I whispered. Was I stupid for following this surly man that I knew nothing about? Probably, but he got me out of that room so looks could be deceiving. He went after Malcolm. "We need to go." He grabbed my arm far more gently than I would have expected from a bear of a man. It was nothing like the way Malcolm had treated me. "Asher," the man yelled. "Did you find the princess?" I stiffened and glared at the man. How did they know that I was a Fae princess? "Don't look at me like that, princess. Gray figured it out because of Malcolm." The man, Asher said, as he led me to the entryway. Tears misted in my eyes as I looked at the front door. "Freya?" I asked softly. "She's healing." He put his hand on my back and led me out into the early dawn. I breathed in a deep sigh of relief. I'd hated seeing her like that. Knowing that she was healing took a huge weight off me. I scanned the forest with a smile until I saw the motorcycles sitting in the driveway. "You want me to get on one of those?" I asked in shock. I pointed at the huge hunks of metal. Asher grinned and nodded. "Are you scared, princess?" he teased. "No." I stomped my foot. "Those things are death traps." "Well, it's either that or you walk back to Dallas, but that is a recipe for disaster if Malcolm isn't caught." Asher shrugged. "Shit, he's right. I don't really have a choice." "Fine," I sighed. I didn't even know which way to go to get back on my own, and no telling where the hell Gray was. I moved to the motorcycles with trepidation. Out of nowhere, pain shot through my back and I was knocked face first into the hard-packed dirt. I tried to move the fucking boulder off me but couldn't. I was pinned. "Stay down, princess. Looks like Malcolm is back." Asher rolled off me. "What happened?" I asked the ground, gasping for air. "He attacked you with magic. I tackled you before it could touch you," he said, scanning the trees. "What the hell? I thought he needed me. Why would he try to kill me? Where the hell is Gray?" Malcolm stepped out from the trees. There was a shimmering quality to him. He was using a shield. "I killed your wolf," Malcolm taunted. "Now you have no reason not to help me." "No," I screamed, and magic built in my palms as I jumped to my feet. Asher stepped in front of me ready to take a hit, but I stepped to the side. I threw everything I had at him, but it bounced off him. His shield shimmered but there was no outward sign of any damage. "He's lying, princess. He's trying to bait you. Gray is much harder to kill than that," he said and stepped in my way again. I frowned at him. What was he about to call Gray? What didn't he want me to know? "Am I lying, Hunter?" Malcolm asked with a raised brow and took a step closer. "Why would I lie about killing the mongrel? It serves no purpose because after I kill the rest of you, I'll take her home anyway." Magic, unlike anything I'd ever seen before, shot from his fingers like bolts of lightning, and once again I was tackled to the ground by Asher. A bolt of magical lightning hit a tree, and the tree exploded into flames, before falling on the motorcycles. "Shit, that bastard is gonna pay," Asher snarled as he got up into a crouch. That was my favorite bike. Shadows swirled around Asher like they were living, breathing things. His arms shot out and shadows hurtled toward Malcolm. Malcolm's eyes widened as the shadows broke through his shield like it wasn't there. They wrapped around his body and held his arms at his sides, as rustling in the bushes came from behind him. "Gray," I whispered, tears of relief pooling in my eyes as a white wolf lunged for Malcolm. Malcolm smirked. "I'll see you again soon, Aurelia," he said and then disappeared. How did he sift with my shadows on him? Asher muttered, scratching his beard. Gray's beautiful white wolf raced forward and nudged my cheek with his nose. I wrapped my arms around his furry neck and sobbed out my relief. "He said you were dead," I cried. A pair of pants hit the ground beside me and I looked up into Asher's kind eyes. "As touching as all this is, we need to find a way out of here," Asher grunted. The wolf whined but backed away from me and started to change. I shivered when he was back to his human form, completely naked. I scanned his tan-toned body, nearly groaning at what I saw. "There will be time for that later," Gray said with a chuckle. "Right now I need clothes." My cheeks burned with embarrassment as I grabbed the pants beside me and handed them to him. He was gorgeous, and made me feel all kinds of things I probably shouldn't have given how little I knew about him. Was this a recipe for disaster? Probably, but as I peered up at him the heat in his eyes matched mine, and I decided that I could deal with the disaster just fine.
Chapter 24. Gray. I picked Aurelia up as soon as the elevator doors opened to the penthouse. I knew there were others there who wanted to see her, but I didn't care. They could wait. It had been hell on earth without her for days, and I wondered how it could be like that after only knowing her a short time. "What happened to my plants?" she asked with a frown. "Later," I grunted as I stomped past Magna and the sprites. I glared at them as Magna opened her mouth to say something. She wasn't stopping me. My wolf was thrashing inside me to get to his mate. "Gray, where are we going?" Aurelia giggled as I nuzzled her neck. I kicked open my bedroom door and it slammed into the wall. I stopped just inside the room and set her down. Her body slid against mine in the most delicious of ways and I licked her neck. "Need you," I groaned. "I need to feel that you are here and mine." She shivered at my touch and I gripped her hips, pulling her back against my body. My hard cock rubbed against her belly. "Shit, I don't know how long I'm going to last with those tempting curves." She reached up and wrapped her arms around my neck, standing on her tiptoes to kiss me. The door clicked shut behind me and I broke the kiss to raise an eyebrow at her. "I've been practicing," she said. I slid my hand around to her back, then underneath her tank top, and the skin-to-skin contact there made me shudder. Her lips came up to my neck and she kissed and licked her way back to my mouth, pulling me down to her. "Gray, I want you," she whispered and rubbed her thighs together. I pulled her tank top up and trailed my fingers over the exposed skin before I ripped the shirt over her head. I stared down at her lace-covered breasts and groaned. She was fucking perfect. Her hands tightened in my hair as I leaned in and licked her collarbone, then trailed kisses down to the swell of her breast. Aurelia's back arched as I nipped the sensitive skin there. "Go lay on the bed and take the rest of your clothes off." I took a step back, waiting for her to do as I commanded. Heat tinted her cheeks as she reached behind her back and unclasped her bra. She slid it from her arms and let it fall to the floor. "Fuck, I thought she was beautiful before. Her curvy body is a work of art and it's all mine." "Wait," I said as she looped her fingers into the waistband of her leggings. She stopped with a frown as I prowled toward her. I picked her up over my shoulder and raced to the bed with her. She giggled as I tossed her onto the mattress and leaned over her body, taking her nipple into my mouth. The giggle turned into a moan as she dug her fingernails into my shoulders. I nipped at her luscious flesh and moved to her other nipple, giving it the same attention before slowly trailing kisses down her belly to the waistband of her leggings. "Gray," she whimpered. "What, princess?" I asked with a wicked grin. I tugged on her leggings, pushing them slowly down her thighs. She was fucking perfection, and I was dying to be inside her. One taste of her wasn't enough, though. It would never be enough. I threw her leggings on the floor in a pile with her bra and shirt and turned back, trailing my fingers up her inner thigh. I followed my finger with my lips and Aurelia's hands sunk into my hair. I shuddered at the bite of pain when she gripped the strands to tug me up her body. Aurelia wriggled her hips and attempted to rub her thighs together. I gripped her hips, holding her in place as I ran my nose over her panty-covered center. She was soaked through, and the scent of vanilla and jasmine filled my nose. "I need to taste her. She's so fucking perfect." I glanced up at her and brought my hands to her hips and gripped her underwear in a tight fist, ripping them down the center. Aurelia gasped and tightened her fist in my hair. I lunged forward and licked her all the way up her slit to her clit and sucked on it. Her back arched and a scream tore out of her as she held me to her soaking pussy. I couldn't breathe, but I didn't care if she smothered my face into her dripping pussy. Her thighs fell open as she squirmed beneath my touch. I thrust my tongue inside her before making my way back up to her clit. I thrust a finger inside her and her head thrashed back and forth. "Fuck Ray," she shouted. Her whole body shook as she climbed higher. She was so fucking responsive. I curled my finger inside her as I pushed a second finger inside her. "Gray," she screamed as she shattered. Her juices coated my fingers and my tongue as I lapped at her. When she finally came down from her orgasm, I crawled up her body, trailing kisses along her stomach and breasts until I was directly over her. I leaned down and sealed my lips to hers. She moaned into my mouth and wrapped her leg around my hips. She broke the kiss, frowning in confusion. "Wait, why do you still have clothes on?" I chuckled and kissed her again before sitting up and scooting back off the bed. I removed my pants quickly and Aurelia's gaze burned into me. "Like what you see, princess?" I chuckled as I crawled back over to her.
Chapter 25. Aurelia. Gray paced the room as I got ready for the challenge. "Are you sure about this?" he asked softly. "Yes, this is the only way." I reached out to him and laid a hand on his arm, halting him. "What if everything goes to hell? They are my employees, but Layla and Karma know them much better than I do." He gripped my arms, worry showing on his features for me. Asher stepped into the locker room and shook his head. The princess has the makings of a warrior. Stop being the nagging mate. I'll kill you next, Hunter, Gray growled. I smacked Gray on his arm and groaned at the feel of his taut muscles beneath my palm. We hadn't left the bedroom for days, but we needed to deal with Layla and Karma sooner rather than later. Asher saved me. You will not kill him, Wolf. I frowned at him in warning. As you wish, my love. He grinned and kissed me softly. I put on a brave face, but inside I was nervous. What happened if they found out that I knew what they did? Did Malcolm tell them what he told me? Did he give them a heads up so they could cause chaos at the challenge? I hoped not. So far there didn't seem to be any unrest and everything was quiet, but anything could change any minute. Are we sure that Layla doesn't know anything? I asked, chewing my lip. As far as we can tell, based on our work inside the facility, she has no clue what's about to happen. Asher said with a grin. You were spying from inside the facility? I asked with a raised brow. No one in the facility or anywhere else in this realm would question the riders of the hunt. He crossed his arms over his chest. I couldn't see it. He wasn't that scary. The other riders didn't seem that scary either, but I guess that was all based on perception. Are the guys in position? Gray asked Asher. It's almost time. I bounced on the balls of my feet nervously. This was the challenge everyone was waiting for. Even though I had been working with Max a lot, I was still nervous. Karma was the best they had. What if she tried to kill me? I knew that had been Layla's plan all along. It was why she sold me out to Malcolm. The cocky bitch thought we would never know. She thought she was so good that no one would ever believe that she would betray Gray. She was wrong, and she was about to find out how wrong she was. I checked my knives were secure on my body and blew out a breath. Gray squeezed my shoulder and sent an encouraging smile my way. You're going to be great, princess, don't worry. He wrapped an arm around me and pulled me into his chest. It was comforting. I loved it when he touched me. His lips on my mark made me shiver. Thank you, I whispered. I stepped away from him and smiled before closing my face off in an unreadable mask. The crowd outside started shouting. They were ready for blood. Feet stomped on the ground in the next room, and I took in a cleansing breath. They would be savagely thirsting for a bloody battle. I would do what I could to give them what they wanted without actually killing anyone. Let's go, I said with more confidence than I felt. I stomped to the door and stood there until Gray opened it. He'd drilled into my head the importance of him doing that for me in this fight. We had to present a united front, or I would be seen as weak. I am not weak. I am a damn Fae princess, as weird as that is to say. I strutted out the door with my head held high and Gray and Asher at my back. The room was an industrial basement, with bleachers set up next to a ring. The magic pouring off the ring made my stomach flip. It was just like the magicless room in Gray's penthouse. Layla stood next to Karma on the other side of the ring and smirked at me. She thought this was a done deal and I would be gone. I grinned menacingly at her obvious challenge and nodded to Gray. Gray squeezed my hand before stepping in front of me. It's come to my attention that we have traitors in our midst, Gray shouted over the screaming voices looking for a fight. All yelling ceased and people whispered as they glanced around at the people near them. What are you talking about, Gray? Layla asked, stepping forward. Yes, please step into the ring. There was nothing I wanted more than to take Layla down a peg or two, but this was technically Gray's battle. Someone in this room betrayed me. He raised a brow at her, daring her to deny it. Who would dare betray the king? She sneered and scanned the room. King? What the fuck is she talking about? Does she mean the king of the Syndicate, or something else? I peered over at Asher, remembering his near slip outside Malcolm's house of horrors. Is Gray a king of some kind? Why didn't he tell me? Cut the bullshit, Layla, I spat. Everyone knows you've hated me because you were jealous. You bitch. What are you accusing me of? Layla screamed. Betrayal, treachery, handing me over to the enemy and getting the sprites and Rhea injured. I shrugged. That's a lie, Layla screamed. Is it? Gray stepped forward. Because that smelled like a lie to me. What? She asked in shock. Step into the ring, Layla. If you really are innocent, step inside the ring. Gray crossed his arms over his chest. Layla took a step back and bumped into one of the riders of the hunt. He glared down at her with his arms crossed over his chest. The crowd was sitting in complete silence now, as they watched the betrayal unfold. Who were they most loyal to? Would they retaliate against us when this was all over? They thought they'd be getting a bloodbath, namely mine. But they were getting a different kind of show instead. Karma took a step away from Layla. It was cute how she thought she was off the hook. "Where do you think you're going, Karma?" I asked sweetly. "What do you mean? I didn't betray the boss." Karma crossed her arms over her chest. "You see, I know that's a lie." I grinned. Layla may have been the second in command, but she is still just a shifter. How would she have known who Malcolm was or where to look without the witch who performed the first mimic spell? "No, I had nothing to do with this, you lying bitch," Karma screamed. She tried to turn and flee, but was caught easily by one of the riders. Gray stood next to me, his hands folded behind his back as the two women started bickering at each other. "You all know what happens to traitors, do you not?" Gray shouted over the shocked gasps of the crowd. "No, Gray," Layla turned pleading eyes on him. "We've been together forever, and you're going to throw all of that away over some wicked Fae? Yes, you should have known better than to move against me." "I wasn't moving against you, just trying to get her out of the way." Layla lunged but was caught by the rider behind her. "At the expense of your own people?" I asked. Layla sneered at me. "My people had nothing to do with it. How could sending you to Malcolm hurt the shifters? Did Malcolm tell you his plans for me? Did he tell you that he wanted me to seal the portal and leave you all stuck here?" I asked. "Of course he didn't. I don't even think your petty jealousy would have won out over your need to go home to Faerie." "You lie. You're an evil wicked Fae and I wish you were dead." Layla screamed and thrashed in the arms of the man behind her. Her body convulsed and bones cracked and reformed as she shifted into a huge black wolf. The rider behind her lost his grip on her, and she jumped into the ring. Just as quickly as she had shifted, she was back in human form. Her naked body convulsed as blood leaked out between her lips. Red dripped from her ears and nose as the ring slowly boiled her from the inside out. I turned my face into Gray's chest, not wanting to see the carnage anymore. When her whimpers faded and silence filled the oppressive basement, I glanced up and saw someone I never expected to see at the facility. "You." My eyes widened and I tore myself out of Gray's arms. The man who shot me with the tranquilizer and started this whole mess was standing 10 feet away. His eyes widened as magic lit in my palms. If he hadn't shot me, the witch might still be alive. Malcolm never would have been able to kill her and set me up. I turned to Gray and the first night we met played in my mind. He hadn't found me randomly. That man was there. They were working together. Gray was the reason everything changed. He sent that man after me because he needed me. Betrayal sank into my stomach as I took another step away from the man who had become so much to me. It was on his order all along. Gray reached for me but I shook my head. "Don't touch me." I gritted through my teeth. Gray turned to the man I was staring at. "Fuck, princess, I can explain." He reached for me again, but my magic reacted to the feelings in my betrayal and threw up a shield. "You had him follow me. The only mother I remember is dead, because I was passed out from being shot with a dart. You're the cause of all my suffering these past weeks. How could you?" "Just listen, Aurelia, I can explain. I didn't know he shot you until you told me. I just wanted you for a job and asked Dan to bring you in. I ran into you by accident, and my wolf claimed you as his mate immediately. I kept Dan away until I could find a way to tell you." He reached for me again but my shield knocked him back 10 feet into his buddy Dan. They could have each other. Betrayal sank into me along with despair. I had no idea where I was going to go, I just knew I had to get out of there. "I don't ever want to see you again, Gray." I ran to the elevator. No one stopped me as I hit the button and stepped inside. But Asher stepped in beside me. "What are you doing?" I asked with a frown. "I was going to offer you a ride." Asher shrugged. "I don't need a ride," I mumbled. "I don't even know where I'm going." Pain lanced through my chest and I gasped. Why did it hurt so much? This betrayal was a crushing weight on my body, and I had no idea how to relieve it. How could he do it? How? I'd trusted Gray, I'd loved him. How could he be behind it all? Asher patted my shoulder as the doors closed to the elevator. I know of a place you can stay, he said as he pushed the button for the ground floor. I didn't want to accept the kindness of the stranger that had close ties to Gray, but what choice did I have? I didn't have anyone else. I had no place to go. I had no friends. Maybe the supernaturals were as bad as Malcolm said. Maybe I should just go back to Faerie and see what happens. It can't be worse than here, surely. Book 2 Shadow Fi is available now, here.